that one you cannot update over Wi-Fi. You have to update Betaflight and everything to upgrade the ExpressLRS version. Or like the one I have here, which is the crazy F411, which has the ExpressLRS receiver on a UART. So you can update it without updating Betaflight. If you don't remember, the crazy F411 has the 20 amp ESC on the all-in-one. The X12 is a 12 amp ESC. The motors are still 1103, 11,000 kV on the GemFan 2023 props. The box that it comes in has also changed. This is the original that the analog came in. The HD one came in this one. It does come with 2 battery holders, but I did not use them after my first 4 or 5 days flying it because it really limits your flight time and your battery. This battery tray measures approximately 17 millimeters by 13 millimeters. So a 450 milliamp 2S battery is about all it can fit. It does come with an extra set of props, an extra canopy, extra foam pad that goes on the bottom, some extra screws, grommets, yeah, that's a prop remover, doesn't work, and a little tiny screwdriver. In the case of Walksnail, we have our little USB cable that we need to get the onboard recording directly from the VTX onto our computer, a right angle USB port adapter, which is also necessary, and 2 sheets of stickers. But this is actually 6 stickers. I switched out to a short battery strap, so we'll be weighing it as such. The Walksnail version with my little Pyrodrome battery strap comes in just under 50 grams. If you were to fly it with a 450, that brings the weight up to just over 77 grams. Or a 530, 76.5 grams. How is it the 530 is lighter than the 450? With the 660, 83 grams on the nose. With the Tattu R-Line 550, just a touch over 82 grams. With the RDQ 525, which does fit into that 3D printed battery tray, it weighs a touch over 79 grams. If you go all the way up to a G&B 720 milliamp battery, of course, it's still 2S, we get nearly 87 grams. Carbon fiber is still 2 millimeters thick, and motor post to motor post, I'm getting just about 90 millimeters. Please stick around after the flight. I got a couple of details to share with you in case you happen to be building something like this, or if you buy one of these, there's a little quirk I found. This flight is on the Tattu R-Line 550 that I showed you on the scale, and the flight will be 2 minutes and 55 seconds. And I really thought that this is where the 1103 motors come to play. You may have remembered, or hopefully I said it in my original baseline review, that I thought it could be more efficient and still have the same sort of power to weight ratio with 1102 motors. The 1102 motors that Happy Model makes, but for whatever reason, they put 1103s on there, which increases the weight a touch, and the 1103s are more grunty, so they're produce thrust faster than the 1102s. But in my opinion, that's only going to be noticeable to the smallest group of pilots out there when it comes to flying these micros. I don't think you really notice a difference. I spent a lot of time testing various motors when I was going through the rocket race like 2-3 years ago, and I found, for me, of course this is my very biased and very opinionated opinion, that 1102 spin these props very, very well. Of course, this is heavier because we have gone HD. If you get the HD0 version, if you're an HD0 user, maybe you just received your fresh set of goggles, they have that version as well. It's going to come in probably about 1.5 grams lighter than this one, so that's something to consider. I hinted to it before we got to the flight, but when it comes to flying different weights of battery, I found that there'd be a little bit of a quirk. This may not hold true for all the flight controller versions or yourself, because I did ask Happy Model about this, and they did work up another tune. I didn't have any success in this tune, but I did find that when it comes to the assembly of the quad, it's fairly specific to get this sort of really smooth flight. And one of the flight deficiencies that I found was that as you kind of work into things, you know, if you go out and you fly these things for more than a day or so, that, you know, some of our nuts will turn a little bit and our screws will turn possibly, and things loosen up a little bit. So I want to share that with you back at the desk to kind of give you an idea of where things need to be as far as if you get the same sort of setup that I've got and you're flying a battery bigger than a 4250, or excuse me, a 450. Because you'll get oscillations on 100% throttle, and you'll also hear those same oscillations when you come back from a dive, possibly other maneuvers as well. So I want to make sure I share that with you, and I've got a clip after this flight that will kind of accentuate what I'm talking about. You may notice it in this flight to a slight degree, but it can definitely be worked out. It's a little bit disappointing it's happening, but I think it has to do with the fact that the tune on this is fairly tight, because it is using the same tune that the analog version used, even the tune that they reworked that I tested. well, it's different than the analog version, but it still didn't get rid of the oscillations. What I found is that you have to kind of do some turning of the screws and nuts. But anyways, I think with this 1103, this is where it really comes to play, and it flies really nicely with that HD weight. And now I've talked so long, the flight has already ended. This was an evening flight, after work flight. Okay, in this section that we're now going to go into, this is about the flight deficiency. So I've been flying this for a while, and then I got COVID, and I was down for a few days, and then the weather turned out nice, and I started feeling better, started going back out, flying it again, and in the meantime, between here and there, I had reported to Happy Model that I was seeing oscillations on 100% throttle on batteries that I think were over 32 grams. They worked up a new tune, sent that to me. I tested it, didn't really have much of a difference. So this is a little sample of what you'll hear, and it's at 100% throttle. You hear kind of a flutter, a little, or maybe almost like a screeching tires. And you'll also, when I come down hard out of a dive, you'll also hear it there. I'm saying all this now because I'm not going to talk during these little clips. And this is me after doing some tinkering, trying to solve this problem to where I took the nuts and I made sure the nuts were all the way down to the frame, and I'll show this a closer view down at the desk afterwards. But I tightened everything down. That wasn't the right move. That made things worse. Worse. That's way worse. So between it getting worse and a bunch of other trials and tribulations and frustration, then I finally got to where I think I reached a fairly happy spot with it. There it is. And the reason why I wanted to highlight that is if you're building a micro and you're using this same board, the Crazy F411, you may find if you've hard mounted that board down to the carbon fiber that you get oscillations, whether they're on the recovery from the dive or the 100% throttle. You may find that. And so even if you're not interested in this product, I thought that was a useful tip for something else, that when you're building your own micro, if you're using that board and you see that behavior, that you may want to actually try to get the board up off the carbon fiber just a touch. And we'll talk about that now down at the desk. So hopefully I can show this in my camera effectively. So what I found to be the wrong move, what made it worse, because I didn't note this out of the box. Maybe that's a good idea. Take a picture of yours when you get it out of the box to see where you can see where all these nut positions are, because I think there's a little bit of a happy spot. And quite honestly, I think they could have built this a little bit different to improve things. And maybe Happy Model will see this and make a change in production to kind of help themselves make sure more customers have a better flight experience with various sizes of batteries. But you can see my nut down here. Hopefully you can see that. It's not down flat to the carbon fiber. So typically, as you can see, this bottom nut's actually coming loose. That's something else to watch out for. I lost more than one of these during my time testing it, whatnot. Typically, when I'm building these things, I'll use the head of the screw down at the bottom, and then I want things to be real firm to when you move this thing around, you just don't get any movement. Of course, right now I've got a little bit more than I should. Let me just turn this a touch. But what we actually want to do is we want to hold that board up off the carbon fiber. That's where I found I got the best flight experience with batteries that weighed, I think it was either 30 or 31 or maybe even over 32 grams. Basically, the battery that I flew. Now, I have heard, I think it was either on Facebook or someone else asked me about flight times on this particular version because they expected that I was working on it. On a 450, I struggled to get 2 minutes with the way I fly. So I initially, out of the 450s and the 525s from Race Day Quads, you know, these are well-loved used batteries. I've used these for quite a while. So maybe you'll get longer if you have good fresh batteries, but these both fit in the battery tray. But after, I don't know, 10 or 15 flights, then I was like, okay, in order to get a flight time that I might enjoy, because it is fun to fly, I'm going to need to use a bigger battery. Bigger battery has a bonus in that you can flick it over stuff. It has a little bit more float, a little bit more carry. Downside is you do lose a touch of agility because that's just how things work. When you add battery weight, it just responds a touch slower. You can compensate with adding some feet forward, maybe increasing your rates, or just compensating on the sticks, however you like. But so I went from those batteries. Mainly, I was actually flying the R line. I was fairly pleased with how that one performed, doing different punches of various sorts. But I ended up settling on the GNB 720. These don't fit the plastic or the 3D printed battery tray. That's a big reason why you see this on here. This does not come with it. You could probably save yourself a touch of weight if you went with the cheapo depot strap that doesn't have a buckle. I prefer the buckle because I like to hunker the battery down. But when you get yours, take a picture of it, and then note the position of the nuts above the all-in-one flight controller, because that's what I found to be an important bit, because if I had things hunkered down too much, the flight performance got way worse. I mean, the oscillations would get really predominant, so much so that, you know, it would make it almost uncontrollable at 100% throttle, and you'd see much more of those dive recovery sort of vibrations. So take note of that. I think what they could do to make this a little bit simpler is this. I don't know if this would be a custom job or not. That's one barrier to that. But this gummy, if it could just go all the way down, and then you would have the gummy protect the flight controller. So of course your stack will come up a couple of millimeters, and then use a metal nut down here and really firm up this screw between the metal nut and the nut on the bottom, which should also be metal in my opinion. Of course, metal nuts probably cost 1/10 of a cent more or something like that, and we'd have 8 of them that we'd need around this. But so I wanted to draw that out. That was something that I found over the course of the time that I spent flying it, and the Happy Model did send me this, like I said, about a week before I got COVID, and I was probably going to post my review during my COVID week if I weren't to have experienced that issue with using larger batteries and oscillations. But you know, with me getting COVID, there was none of that happening. I do wish, as I pretty much always do, when it comes to motor wires, that we had a little bit of that motor wire tape and it were to be taped down. I mean, this isn't likely to get in our way. It's pretty stiff now that it's been twisted so much. But if it does get in there, you know, it's kind of a box style already. So if you go tumbling through a tree, you know, it's going to get hung up. And then if you get another little branch through between the motor wires and the arm, it's another possibility. I mean, it's minor. It's just one of those little tiny things that if I were you and I owned this, I would put a little motor wire tape right there, just a touch. It's a little tedious job, but it potentially could save us a lot of heartburn or heartache or having to throw a football at a tree for 2 hours to try to get it back down. Also, the screws that they used are Phillips, which is not my favorite. I prefer a hex-headed. It would have been nice to see a button hex head on all these. Again, metal nuts. The antenna here, you can see I just took a zip tie and used kind of a twist in it. It doesn't come with a zip tie. I would encourage you to secure this depending upon how you fly. There is potential that if this is just dangling out back, that if it turns, it's a T-style antenna, if it turns, it can get into your props. So that's why I zip tied mine down, because I didn't want to risk that happening. Will it happen to you if you don't do that? I can't say, but there's potential for it. I'm not crazy about foam pads on any sort of quad. I prefer a rubber texturized or some sort of mesh on here, but that's what it comes with. We do have the ability, we can replace that on with some Omagod tape, or not tape, but the Omagod pad. They have a light version that's real thin that would probably work out. Or, you know, any battery mat you might have, just don't go crazy and add a bunch of weight to this little guy. If you're looking at building the baseline on your own, you can see that it uses not only 3 but 4 hold motor posts for mounting, so that's a nice thing. If you happen to have any problems with the shaft slipping on the motors, like say you've crashed and you've crashed harder than me, and you find that a prop is slipping because it's just sitting there on the shaft, and then the bell turns and the shaft doesn't turn, what you can do is just take some motor screws. I think they're 7mm, 1.5mm hex-headed screws, and zip those props down into your motor belt. Voila, you're off to the races. Not ideal, but it'll still fly. I've got motors on my old Rocket Race that happened to, and I just added prop screws to them, in order to keep flying without having to do a repair. Canopy was fine for me, but I have had reports of this canopy, which Happy Model has been using on a wide variety of their micro products, breaking for some. Of course, it comes with two, and you can get these canopies in a lot of different places. You just want to make sure, one identifier for the canopy is this flat side. Hopefully you can see that, how it's flat and indented right here, to make sure it fits your camera real well. Adjustable camera angle too, by the way, which is something I'm always an advocate of, because whether we're starting out or we're a veteran, we all have different camera angle desires. And if we want to start out and we want to get a little bit more control before we actually head off into going plaid, we lower that camera angle down. That will naturally keep us, or slow us down and keep us from going too fast. So adjustable camera angle, I'm all for that. The antenna mounting, I'm not crazy about. That's typical. We see that a lot in these micros, where you just kind of put the antenna wherever you can. They are using the canopy to hold the UFL down. You may or may not agree with that. I don't have much problems with UFLs getting damaged or broken. And I've built a lot of micros with various things. You might remember I kind of already built a walk snail micro about like this. It's actually using the same board. It's using the same VTX. It's just a slightly different configuration. And notice the motor wire tape on mine. But I think it's a lot of fun, and I think in this case, the 1103s are probably more appropriate. They're going to handle the weight a little bit better, even though the efficiency isn't what it is with the Happy Model 1102 motors. Last thing I will warn you is, with all micros, whenever we have these HD VTXs, we have wires that are coming around the edges. Give those a look after you have a crash. Make sure they didn't come loose and they're not hanging out here, because the last thing you want to do is rearm and then cut 4 wires, or cut that MIPI cable over here. That's a nightmare. That's pretty much unrepairable. This is repairable fairly simply, but that's a purchase and a wait for it to show up. I said it once before on another Walk Snail product, but this connector over here for getting your video files that are recorded on board off, which is what I showed you in the video, because the goggle video, there's something odd about it, because it looks fine, but when I try to sync it to the audio that I record separately in an editor, it's always goofed up. I have yet to sort that out. I would like to do that so I could show you the Betaflight OSD information when I'm flying these Walk Snail editions, but so far I haven't been able to work that out. I can do it. It'd be more like a silent picture show, so let me know if that's acceptable. In my opinion, it's not. I think it needs to have the flight audio, because it gives you the full experience. Oh, and the last thing, I almost forgot to mention, one of my pet peeves that I say almost all the time when it comes to all-in-ones and their battery lead: get yourself another little zip tie, a little micro zip tie, and hunker it down to an arm. That way, if you do have any sort of crash that might pull on your battery leads, that it doesn't pull it off your all-in-one flight controller. You got a fighting chance that that zip tie will be either strain relief, or it will actually just stop whatever's tugging on this from tugging it off your board in one way, shape, or another. Looks like the HD version of this, whether it's Walk Snail or HD0, should be coming in around $240, $238, $239. You might be able to find it a touch cheaper here or there, but I'll link wherever I can find them, affiliate links or not, down in the video description. If you find a location, maybe if you're over in Europe somewhere, that's a shop or that's an area I know it's tough to find products in, and we got a lot of micro enthusiasts. Let me know. You can shoot me a Facebook message or an email, or links in the comments don't work. YouTube thinks all links and comments are spam. So you'll have to use a different method in order to send me your shop who might be carrying this, whether it's analog or HD version. I'm more than willing to share that with everybody who might come to the channel. If you have any comments, questions, suggestions, or otherwise, please let me know in the comments section below. I appreciate your time. And thanks for watching. Hello everyone, today we're going to take a look at Beta FPV's Pavo 20 Pro 2. Of course, this is the second iteration, hence the 2. And we're not going to follow my typical format. We're going to stick to mainly my preferred flight style, which shows usually any sort of PID deficiencies. If you're interested in things like flight times and batteries that fit the little tray, of course, you don't have to run the tray just as it is. I cover all those things on the original video, the Pavo 20 Pro. And I will link that down in the video description. We're going to stick to mainly my faster flight
And we will weigh it up though before we go outside. The original weighed 110.5 grams, and this version 2 weighs 113.38 grams. The recommended battery is the Beta FPV Lava 550. That is a 3S battery. Again, like I said before, I cover all the other different batteries that I have that fits this and the flight times in my previous video, which will be linked in the video description. With that battery, it weighs 155.86 grams. Original carbon fiber is 2mm thick, and so is the tube. It does have a bright set of LEDs that rotates colors through the different cycles. With that LED, it does have a daughter board that is right here, and it's just kind of laid between the post for the mount and the mount itself. We'll discuss that more here as we get into it. As you can see sitting here on the table, it doesn't quite sit flat. You got to get the buckle in the right spot. I didn't get myself overly concerned with that. I just wanted to go out and fly. Speaking of the flight, the conditions for this particular flight, excuse me, geez, I'm tongue-tied. 41 degrees Fahrenheit, so not exactly warm. It was actually 57 today, but I didn't get any outside flight time today. So this came a few days ago, and yeah, it was chilly, and winds 9 to 14 miles an hour, so a little bit more wind maybe than you might want to in all cases. If you saw my video here recently where I was talking about manufacturers and the PID tunes that they apply, Beta FPV is one of the few companies that can say, I don't recall any of their quads suffering from that zero throttle wobble. So when you do punch outs and things of that nature where you get that camera wobble, it's actually the entire quad wobbling. So you have to give them credit. It may not be perfect. It may not be, as they like to say, locked in, but at least it doesn't have that flight deficiency in the PID tune that we do see quite frequently, especially in these prop protected style of quads. You can call this a whoop because it's kind of close to that 2-inch prop size. I think it's actually 2.2, but I think most of us would just call this still a whoop. And if you like to fly like I do, this is how it flies with a 550 milliamp 3S battery. Yeah, we had a new stick that laid down in the yard, and I was able to pass underneath it. That wasn't the only time I was able to do it, but I think I did hit it at least once, or maybe I had to do something ugly in order to avoid hitting the tree as I got down to the fence line. In my mind, one of my flights, I tried to go underneath that, but didn't quite make it. But I came in a little hot on that cradle and ended up going up on my neighbor's fence. I do get a fair number of questions about my neighbors and them being annoyed with my flying, and that's not the case at all. I know I've covered this a few times on my channel, so I apologize for those that have heard before, but we're all very friendly with our neighbors. We generally, when we get a new neighbor in the yard, because we have lived here almost 16, 17 years now, we make a point to meet them and to talk to them a little bit. And I don't immediately go into, I fly drones and it's noisy. We leave that for a later time. And oftentimes a newer neighbor will come out and ask me about them. I do get their cell phones from them. One of the things that we just kind of do in this neighborhood as part of the HOA is we do share phones for everyone. So I have all the neighbors on a text thread, and I text them that I'm going to go outside and I'm going to fly. And if they have anything going on, like they have a planned barbecue or they got friends coming over, they're going to be outside in their space, you just let me know, and I'll make sure not to bother them. And I think just that extension of kind of an olive branch really helps in these situations where some neighbors might get annoyed, but they have an opportunity to tell me not to fly. Every once in a while, I'll have a neighbor sneak out. I say sneak out, but they come out into their space, and I'll oftentimes shut my flying down. So I try not to make myself an annoyance so that they can enjoy their outdoor space just as I'd want to enjoy my indoor space. But we're coming in here for the landing. You can see there we landed nicely on the table. 3.51 volts on the average battery per cell, so just about where I want it, and nearly 3 minutes and 10 seconds. So I have to start off with one of my concerns, and I kind of tried to show it to you right away, is with this daughter board up here, the wire that comes hard soldered to the board, the flight controller, has to come up, and then I think it's this one that plugs in, and then this one goes down through the LEDs. I did ask Beta FPV about this installation to make sure I was doing it right, and then it blocks technically your USB port. So you've got to kind of move the wires. As you can see, I've got out of the way. I also added a piece of tape to the bottom to make sure the LED wires didn't slip out, and then I trimmed it down around the whoops. I did it as well on the original. And with that board, it actually, if we look at the side profile view, we can see if, as I press here on the front of the camera, it's got that rubber vibration dampening, and you might even be able to see the screw head down there coming down. The screw heads, just like in the old version, they go up and they seat up here, so they've got just the right size of screw head and thread length. But with this daughter board back here, it doesn't hardly move at all. It's actually, the mount is going right down on the daughter board there. Do we get a touch of movement, but just not very much. You can see the screw head just a touch. One of my concerns is in crashes, especially when we crash on, with this portion down, are we going to end up damaging that daughter board? And I think eventually, with a hard enough crash, yeah, how robust is that daughter board? Can't really say, so to speak, but that was one of my concerns going into this, and it's something that you need to be aware of if you're considering this. If you already have the original, I don't think there's a compelling feature to switch over to the version 2. I think you'll be perfectly happy still because not that much has changed. Beta FPV does have a second PID profile on this if you want to run the 04 Lite or Walksnail or HD0 video system on this. It's tuned for a little bit of up into these holes, and then you thread your antenna through here, and these are flexible, as you can see here, so that is a difference. Of course, the weight, as I was starting to get to, is going to be different between a traditional antenna setup and the micro antenna setup. This is going to give you slightly better reception, especially in difficult areas, than this one would here, but it's going to be marginal and depend a lot on your environment. You can also see from the frame design that it bulges out a little bit here on the 2, and that's just a change that they made, I think, to make it more convenient for some different purposes, I think. Let me look at one other thing I keep forgetting. Yes, we do have motor connectors, so if you did need to replace a motor, they just have connectors. You don't have to hard solder, same as with the old board here as well. When I did first get mine, I could not find the wire that goes from the board into that daughter board. And so I ended up, getting it sideways and getting my little headset on. Eventually I found it down there, so I was able to fish it out. So if you get one, you think, hey, I'm missing a wiring. I did too. I thought that as well. Just turns out I just wasn't seeing it because it was buried up underneath there. Of course, as I said in earlier in the video, as well as my previous video, you don't have to fly this particular battery size. You could clip out these pieces. They're just plastic. You can take some side cutters, wire cutters, and cut these little flanges or upright versions off of each side, and then run various sorts of battery sizes. So you're not locked in, but the 550 from Beta FPV does fit this quite nicely. So that might be something you want to pay a special attention to. It does come with additional mounting screws and repair screws, as well as additional props, as well as a mount for the 04 Lite or the Walksnail or HD0 video system. You would use these components depending upon what you're doing. I don't think the previous version came with both brackets for mounting the different video systems, so that also is a change. But I believe you can find these available separately. So if you wanted to make this version a bit lighter and go with an 04 lighter, or maybe you just have one and you're switching over to Walksnail because of DJI problems or issues, you just want to try something else, I think you can just pick up the bracket off of Beta FPV's website to put it on your original if you were to want to do that. Just to highlight one more thing that is also the same as the original, even though I was flying at this camera angle, it does have more camera angle you can get. One of the things that I've noticed about Beta FPV over some other companies as well, when it comes to their mounts that they make, that they have more camera angle available. Usually I get maxed out before I get to the level that I want, the angle that I want. In Beta FPV's case, I can go quite a bit more, and you can see up here at the hood, we've got a little bit more that we can go up in this direction too. So it's not just with the screw mounts, but also in the hood that protects the camera from those upper impacts. As far as camera protection goes, we do have some. This sticks out about as far as the little native camera protection on the 04 camera. So we do have a little bit more than we might otherwise, or we see in a lot of other quads. So that's something to consider if you're shopping in comparison, is camera protection. We do have some, although it is plastic. So if you hit something super hard, you hit it direct and you hit it at speed, probably won't necessarily save your bacon, but at least you have an opportunity, because this is more camera protection than I recall seeing on other Cinewhoops. As I've said more than once in this video, if you're looking at long cruisy flight times and you want to know what those flight times are on various batteries, I have that in my original video, and that will be linked down in the video description. More detailed discussion. that is very, very relatable to the version 2 can also be found. They didn't change the motor KV. They didn't change the
Welcome back to Forza Horizon 6. Today's the big day. Forza Horizon 6 gameplay is officially here. In case you missed it, only a couple of hours ago was Developer Direct, Xbox's big showcase in January, and they just revealed a bunch of FH6 gameplay. And in today's video, I'm going to tell you everything you need to know, from the new cars, the new customization, the new progression, of course Japan, and a bunch of other stuff as well. So buckle in. Now,
smartphones, and even things as simple as, back in the day when you would open your camera, you had to choose between photo or video. So we invented this button where you would tap to take a photo or press and hold for video. Is the same, of course, for stories. For vertical video, was so obvious to us. I mean, all the video at the time was cut horizontally.
So it was all about making things more human.
Yeah, and easier to use, designed around the way that people live instead of forcing people to change the way they live to use technology.
Snap has always made big waves for its size in Silicon Valley, inspiring copycats and sparking some rivalries along the way.
Your LinkedIn says you're the VP of product at Meta. How do you really feel?
Well, I wish that was my joke, because I get so much positive feedback on that one. One of the fun parts of being...
You're listening to Radio Lab.
Radio
From
WNYC.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. We're just ignoring you.
Okay, that's fine.
You were not. I was waiting until it was recording. Hey, I'm Latif Nasser. This is Radio Lab. And today...
Do you know what this is about at all, Latif?
Only vaguely. Only 2 words. A story from a pair of friends. Producer Matt Kilty and contributing editor Heather Radke.
You want to say them?
Self-esteem.
Yeah. Or maybe this is actually really, in fact, a story about Heather's need for constant validation and praise.
Whoa.
Coming in hot.
What is the most sort of honest explanation of how this came about? You were feeling bad.
I think, okay, the most honest answer is sometimes, probably more than I like, to an embarrassing degree, I feel bad about myself. And I am a creative person in a profession where there's lots of ways that you can, if you're so inclined, you can find to feel bad about yourselves. There's always a list you're not on, always a sales number you didn't reach,
right.
Always a pitch that didn't get accepted.
Right. And Matt is here acting like you're an alien from another planet or something.
Yeah, totally. I know.
A few days ago, Heather asked me if I was proud that she jumped in Lake Michigan when it was cold.
And he was like, nope, not proud, not interested.
It was jump into a lake.
Wait, Matt, but you don't feel, do you feel immune to all of these problems?
I maybe like to kind of sit in my self-loathing a little bit more.
I've been a party to that in the past, one time or another. Yeah, I've witnessed that.
I think it's like the seeking out of a sort of affirmation and compliment feels like a means to maybe feeling good, and I don't necessarily believe in the kind of project of the sort of goal of trying to feel good.
But I mean, I don't think it's that weird that I want to feel better about myself.
No.
I think the question of how might I feel better about myself is pretty normal, kind of about as normal as it could be.
It's their whole industry is based on this question.
Yeah, it's everywhere. You see it everywhere. It's on reality TV, it's on Instagram. It's everything about Instagram is how Instagram is giving us low self-esteem.
Wait, but is this just Matt Heather therapy hour? What is there a story here? What's going on?
It's a little bit of that throughout. No. We do. Okay, no, we have a story that Heather and I spent a long time working on.
Years
working on.
Wow.
But it's about the fact that this idea, this thing that Heather's talking about, this pursuit of feeling good about yourself, how sort of weirdly it's not that old of an idea.
Yeah, it's not that old. It's kind of all based on a lie.
Okay.
And how so much of this you can kind of really trace back to this one guy.
How do you say his last name?
I think it's Vasconcelos. That's how I've always said it.
Vasconcelos.
I
Okay,
mean,
so
I think.
John Vasconcelos, or maybe Vasconcelos.
I mean, you call him Vasco in the book, right?
Yeah.
Everyone calls him Vasco.
Yeah,
I just feel like
interesting. I mean, this is a weird thing. Robert Pattinson, the Hollywood actor,
Yeah,
bought the
Twilight.
film rights. Did I tell you about this?
No.
I
He
didn't
has
tell
the film
people this.
rights?
Yeah, he
Oh,
bought the
wow.
film rights because he wanted to make the film of Vasco, and I had a 3-hour meeting with him about it, and he was like, "Who do you think should play Vasco?" And I said, "I think it should be the guy that Magnum PI," and he was like,
Tom Selleck?
"What? Tom Selleck?" Yeah, it was like I said the right thing. I thought it'd be good.
Well,
But like,
I can see it.
yeah.
I can actually.
It's the mustache.
It's
Yeah,
the mustache.
and the big like bear-like thing.
Okay, so John actually died back in 2014, and so we ended up talking to the author Will Storr.
So Will wrote a book about the self, like how we think of ourselves, called Selfie,
Selfie. All right, like it.
which has a whole chapter on John.
And then we also spoke to
I've got all kinds of curiosities and questions, so,
Mitch Saunders.
One of John's closest friends.
but I think that'll emerge as we get going, yeah.
And before we get started, I guess I just want to say, in reporting this story, I've always kind of thought of John as like an Icarus figure. He's a kind of modern day Icarus where he wanted so much to feel good. He wanted everyone in the whole world to feel good. But he did fly maybe a little too close to the sun.
So what drew you to John initially?
What I thought was so interesting about John in his early life was that he was born into a very strict Catholic family.
Oh, yeah. A big influence was the Catholicism that he grew up in.
So if we back up a little bit, John was born in 1932,
In San Jose,
the oldest of 3 kids.
His father was superintendent of schools in the East Bay.
His mom mostly stayed at home.
she could be pretty stern.
She'd give my wife a hard time about the meal we had prepared,
And John, as a kid, he was clearly very bright
Never really got in trouble.
and was also
A very strict Catholic.
a good Catholic boy. And the kind of good Catholic,
That kind of fetishized self-loathing.
because this was a sort of Catholicism that was heavy on
Therefore, just as sin came into the world through one man,
original sin,
and death through sin,
the idea that we're all born sinners.
and in this way death came to all people, because all sinned.
He was raised
Behold,
never to think well of himself,
I was brought forth in iniquity,
to never think about me, the I.
and in sin did my mother conceive me.
To not show pride, to not show anger.
that you are a horrible person if you touch yourself, if you engage with anybody else in any kind of sex whatsoever outside of marriage. It was this upbringing of being told so many times in so many ways that you're less than, not good enough, fundamentally flawed.
He used to tell a story, who knows whether it's true, because it's such a great story, where he ran for class president in the 8th grade and he lost by 1 vote.
And do you know whose vote it was?
His own.
His own vote.
That 1 vote was his.
He voted for the other person.
He was so self-hating that he couldn't bring himself to vote for himself.
God, the poor guy.
But he believed in himself enough to
I
run,
know.
but not enough to. What a puzzle there.
Yeah, he's a tangled web.
When I was looking through his personal archives, I found a letter from an early girlfriend that actually said to him, "The thing I love most about you, John, is your absolute humility."
But
This was one of the things that animated him was his own lack of confidence in himself.
he would later become class president.
Attended this fancy private school in the Bay,
He was valedictorian.
He got into Yale and Harvard.
but he chose to stay in California.
Santa Clara University, went on to Santa Clara Law, was valedictorian everywhere he went.
Graduates top of his law class.
Becomes this quite successful young man.
Working at this law firm in the Bay.
Tall, broad-shouldered, clean-cut.
Black suit, black tie, neat hair.
And in 1962,
He needs no introduction to any California.
he decides to join the re-election campaign of
Governor
Democratic Governor.
Pat Brown.
And he would say this later in an interview that it was like this moment on this campaign where politics became, quote, etched in his heart.
And so in 1966, at the age of 34, he runs for a seat in the California State House.
On November 8th, 1966, he wins.
And then
Well, he has this spectacular nervous breakdown.
he completely collapses.
The way he describes it, he says, "I found myself and my identity and my life coming utterly apart.
Was there something that precipitated this, or what? Like what?
Well, at the
why?
time, no one knew what precipitated it.
Like, he never talked publicly about the details of what happened.
Well,
But the way that Mitch would describe it to us was, it was kind of as if John had felt like he'd been handed a script his whole life, like a script from his family, from his church, from society, of like, this is how you're supposed to dress, this is how you're supposed to behave. And he was suddenly kind of coming up against the idea that maybe he didn't want to live by that script.
and it left him feeling like he had no place to go.
And after that, John realizes, he says in his book, that he has to find some help. And so he finds this Catholic priest who's also a therapist, who starts to ask him questions like,
Tell me how you see the world, John. You know, what matters to you? When that happened, how did you experience that? What's the feeling for you? I'll bet you that was the first time he'd ever had that kind of encounter
the first time someone's relating to him.
with genuine inquiry about who he really is.
It was these therapy sessions with this Catholic priest that would kind of crack John open and send him down a new path that would eventually lead him to this place called Esalen.
The Esalen Institute.
I feel like this is a famous.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of Mad Men, that's where Donald Draper ends up at the end of Mad Men.
That's where he is.
Aha.
That's where the future was born, really, Esalen.
So the Esalen Institute
It's this place in Big Sur in California.
With unbelievable natural beauty.
Mitch, like John, spent a lot of time there.
And if you just imagine like this big mid-century house on a cliff overlooking the ocean, that's Esalen.
And there are these amazing hot mineral baths right on the edge of these cliffs.
There were these baths, so you had to get in naked.
John said the first time he discovered that we're supposed to go into the tubs with no clothes on, he actually turned around and left.
It's like he just has so much sort of shame around his body, discomfort around it.
Yeah.
But Mitch says like this was the point of this place, of Esalen.
It was a place where you could go to climb out of what I think John, and certainly I believe, was a dark pit of misguided beliefs. You know, there's something, you're fundamentally flawed at birth. There's something wrong with you.
The promise of Esalen is that it was a place to help you finally kind of realize
Your true self.
and that in doing so, you could find liberation, freedom, maybe even deep happiness.
What a promise.
Yeah. When you say it like that, I don't know if I want to meet my true self.
I have, whenever people say that, the find my true self thing, there's a way that it's just sort of confounding, because it's like, well, what are you talking about? Like,
How am I not myself?
what is this self that's not?
When I was taking out the garbage, was I not my true self?
Yeah, well, don't worry. We got to the bottom of it.
Indeed, we did.
So this is
So we ended up talking to this guy, Michael,
Michael Pettit, professor at York University in Toronto.
where he studies the history of psychology.
So
And Michael told us that what was going on at Esalen in the 60s is that it was sort of representative of this huge shift that was happening in psychology.
Because up until this point, a lot of what psychology was came from
Sigmund Freud.
Freud.
And Freud
Similar to the Catholics, really,
famously had a very pessimistic view of human nature.
which is the
Subterranean horrors of the subconscious.
we are
Primal, inherited, ugly,
full of horrible, dark secrets
festering impulses and compulsions.
that we are covering up from ourselves.
And that even if you go and seek treatment, you seek help,
Through therapy,
You will still be left with everyday unhappiness.
what he called ordinary unhappiness.
oh, I like that. I like Freud.
Yeah, of course you do.
Oh, shut up, Heather.
But okay, so basically, Freud is like, yeah, we're all suffering here. This is what we're doing together.
Yeah, and the best we could hope for.
Is contentment, maybe?
But
You know,
a little bit after Freud and a little bit before Esalen,
This is around like the 40s and the 50s.
there come these new psychologists
who think we'd be happy.
who think we can be free from our suffering.
And one of those psychologists was this guy,
Basically, the anti-Freud.
Now, Dr. Rogers, something of yourself.
Carl Rogers.
I'm Carl Rogers.
He's the second most influential psychotherapist ever after Sigmund Freud.
I hope
And Rogers believed that, sure,
there's all of us a little bit crazy, including me.
people are messy, they're impulsive, But fundamentally,
People are good.
And the reason that people suffer, the reason that they feel pain and anxiety.
I found the same yearning theme emerging time after time after time.
is because
The person would be saying, I'm not really me.
people aren't being themselves.
Your true, authentic self.
Instead, people were suffering because they were trying to be
Here's a rather typical statement
who they thought they were supposed to be.
from a young woman. She says, I think that I began to lose me when I was in high school,
There's the young woman who's always trying to please everybody.
trying to make people feel at ease around me or to make things go along smoothly.
Or the young man
Why am I afraid of her?
who tries to never disappoint his mom.
This is silly. I know it, but I can't seem to fight it.
Or the guy
I think that I've always loved people,
who always buries his emotions.
but I've never dared put it into words.
Rogers said when he got down to it, patient after patient would tell him,
I feel like I've been just playing a sort of false role.
and that is what causes our suffering,
This picture you present to the outside world.
our pain.
You can see how this was John.
Yeah.
Suit and tie, normie haircut, kind of playing the role of the good Catholic boy.
And so for people like John, Rogers had developed this way out,
To leave behind this false role
this type of therapy
and get closer to being one's real self.
that would become this huge part of Esalen.
And that was the encounter group.
So could you just walk me through like what was an encounter group at Esalen?
Yeah, so encounter groups, it would be kind of this break from the everyday.
You would go to Esalen,
You would be with a group of strangers
maybe 5 people, maybe 15 people,
who don't know you,
who have no expectations of you, so that you can maybe be
as vulnerable as one can be.
The primary ideas in an encounter group are the things I mentioned this morning.
So John went to a bunch of these.
I think he went to 8 encounter groups at Esalen.
And how it worked was
Be open and honest and to talk about your feelings.
this group of strangers would come together.
For hours and hours, sometimes days and days and days on end.
there would be a group leader
A therapist or a kind of a charismatic leader.
to guide everybody.
And what you're hearing now is a documentary that was filmed in 1972. It was a week-long encounter group at Esalen.
And how it starts is the group leader
Things like, I can't do something.
lays out these kind of ground rules.
It's usually just a way of not taking responsibility. I try to say I won't do it rather than I can.
Also, don't ask questions.
Instead, be direct, be honest.
And one other thing is that the most important thing you can do here, I think, is the thing you're most afraid of. That's the thing that will help you to grow most.
And so these 10 strangers are sitting in a room at Esalen in a circle on this carpeted floor.
And they just sit there in silence.
Glancing at each other.
We're not supposed to ask questions. I'm not sure what to say.
And then things shift.
Hit this as hard as you can and keep going and scream at each other as you do it.
And it is wild.
Like the group leader will get some of these people to punch pillows.
To let out these primal screams.
Or if they see conflict, they'll be like, hey, how about the two of you wrestle each other?
They'll also do these exercises
Something bothers me about you.
to try to get these people
You're afraid to be real with feelings.
I get the idea that so much of you is
to tell each other
You're so cool. I get bored when you talk to me.
how they really feel about each other,
you know, there's just no question. I'm fucked up.
how they feel about themselves.
I'm jealous of that.
As Will puts it, the whole point of all of this
Was to create an atmosphere of radical authenticity. And actually what we need to do is sort of dig down deep into the core of who we are.
And this is the whole idea behind Roger's philosophy
I hope you can appreciate the fact
that if you can feel accepted
that I feel an acceptance of you as you are.
for who you really are, flaws and all,
We're born absolutely right, perfect, divine.
then you can find a way
And I pound on a pillow and I get it straightened up a little bit, and I found out that what I always thought was true is true. I am good.
to begin to love yourself.
I'm not really sure that I want to be married to the man I'm married to.
For example, in the doc, there's this woman, probably in her late 20s, long, dark hair.
I allow myself to believe everything he tells me about me. He says you're too heavy, you need to lose weight, and I buy that as being so.
Who tells the group how she often feels fat, unattractive.
I'm pretty. That's very hard for me to say.
And the group leader
The risk of this reputation. Would you take your clothes off?
Yeah.
asks if she would stand in front of the group naked, And so she does,
To look at your body and feel it for a moment,
totally naked in front of these 10 strangers.
and tell us how you feel about it.
Feels very soft. I like the curves in my body. I don't feel embarrassed about standing here, and I like that.
And they have her look at herself in this mirror.
Take a look. What do you see there? What about the girl you see there? I like you. I love you.
And what all was John learning about himself back then?
Well, one of the things that first happened for him was he realized that there was all this deep-seated rage, that he didn't like the way he was raised, that he felt it was, that did him in, that he was dealt a bad deck of cards, and he was raging about it.
And Mitch said that John told him one of the first times he went to an encounter group.
The leader just sat there cross-legged for the longest time, didn't say anything, and apparently John's way of dealing with the tension was to go over and sort of attack him.
Attack him?
Whoa.
They ended up in a wrestling match or whatever, and, John felt fulfilled at the end of whatever that experience was.
He began to realize that he was angry and that it was okay to feel angry.
Mitch says that a lot of what John was going through just kind of came down to
Just being seen, being heard, being held as he was, as he is.
And what happened is John went from
buttoned up, black suit, black tie,
Neat hair kind of guy.
to someone entirely different. Or, as Carl Rogers would probably say, he recovered someone who he already was.
Wild and free, like he grew his hair. He'd have medallions. He had his shirt half unbuttoned with all his hair coming out of it.
He was always rumpled. People used to say he looked like an unmade bed.
He drove around in this mustard colored convertible.
With the top down. Even when it was raining, he'd have the top down.
He could be brash, blustery, angry,
but also very sweet.
People in his office had these stacks of what we called Vascograms.
These little handwritten notes from John on a newspaper article he read.
I'm just thinking about you.
Here's something you might find interesting.
Literally hundreds of people would get these Vascograms. My God, I got mountains and mountains of them.
He was big, he was expressive.
Everything in his being was suddenly liberated. He felt free for the first time in his life.
And there are some crazy people who, when they discover something that has a lot of power and meaning and makes a real difference in one's life, their first and almost natural instinct is to find some way to share it.
But before we get to that, we'll actually have to leave it here because Heather
I have to go to therapy.
is off to therapy where maybe she'll punch some pillows or
Have some kind of breakthrough,
Yeah, maybe I'll have some breakthrough. Yeah.
I'm sure it's going to be life-changing.
I've only been telling you to go for the last 5 years.
Okay, well, when we come back, I will still have not gone, and we'll pick back up with the story.
Okay.
Great.
This week on the New Yorker Radio Hour, how Tucker Carlson, an Inside the Beltway magazine writer, became a prophet of MAGA.
Tucker's always been very good about seeing where things are going. He recognized that, if he wanted to attain the fame and fortune and power that he clearly did, he was not going to be able to do that in print.
Jason Zengerly on the rise of Tucker Carlson. That's the New Yorker Radio Hour from WNYC. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
But there are mysteries that are not to do with murder.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done with this.
Okay.
But you're the one who was eating a Cliff Bar the whole time. We just had to talk about something.
No, you don't. I can take bites in between this. I did it yesterday.
Okay, both of you. Okay, Luckdith Radiolab back with Heather and Matt.
Matt's in a spicy mood. Just
Yeah,
so everybody
Where were
knows.
we?
Fucking blow my lid today.
Whoa.
Embracing my true self.
You know what I actually hear you saying? Love me, love me.
Okay, so we left off.
Yeah.
John goes through this complete transformation through therapy, through Esalen, through reading books about psychology.
And is he still an elected official?
He is.
He used to say I was the most therapized politician to ever live. And he's probably right. You know, he probably was the most therapized politician ever.
And Mitch said it was actually back in 1978 when he first encountered John.
At a conference in Santa Barbara.
He was the keynote speaker.
This disheveled keynote speaker who got up to speak.
John Vasconcellos.
He was wearing a sport coat, shirt, and tie, but obviously underneath the white shirt was some really funky t-shirt that had some strange design on it.
Is this broadcasting? Okay. Okay, thank you.
This, obviously, is John.
First, I want to welcome you. I'm the legislator for this district in the California legislature. I want to say welcome to California. And second, I want to acknowledge the significance of our being here.
And the stuff that was coming out of his mouth.
Hopefully, our being here is meant to be, and we carry away with it some sense of meaning that serves to illuminate our lives and that of those around us.
Really surprised me.
The most we can ever do really is tell each other who we are, and let me tell you who I am.
In his speeches, John would talk about growing up Catholic.
Very steeped in the traditional, I'm a sinner Catholic tradition, and was raised or lowered, really more lower than raised.
He would talk about therapy.
Done Esalen for encounter groups to figure out my feelings as a man.
About Esalen, about Carl Rogers.
Odyssey for my own self-discovery as a person.
I'd never heard a politician talk that way.
And eventually Mitch actually got to meet John.
In his funky little condo in Santa Clara. And I don't remember exactly what we talked about, but towards the end of that conversation, I asked him, I said, would you be willing to be my mentor? I've just not had exposure to anybody as wonderfully strange as you. He agreed, and that became the beginning of quite a partnership over, that must have been 82, I guess. And, from then to the time he died in 2014.
And I guess what exactly was it about what he was saying that made you kind of like want him to be a mentor?
It was his way of articulating the through line from psychology and how we are formed as human beings, through family, religious, and all the various influences that come into influence who we are and how that plays out in the world. And then the thing that really intrigued me was how he was applying that or extending his philosophy to the world of politics. Because for him, everything began, all policy, if you really unpack it, is based on some really fundamental assumptions.
The politics we do is who we are. That my values and my vision, my sense of myself informs what I do socially and relationally, institutionally, and publicly. And that really is at the heart of the struggle in the nation and the state now. It's not just about money or privilege or power. It's about those, but it's about visions of human nature.
And John's message was this, the title of his talk at that time was The Liberating Vision.
Our visions of human nature inform our parenting, our politics, our pedagogy, our intimacy, our dying, and all the rest of it.
That if we think about human nature differently, if we dare to imagine that
Old, cynical, traditional people are basically evil and ugly and dangerous.
we people creatures aren't ruined by original sin,
And need to be contained and repressed, ashamed and guilt-ridden and locked away.
then we would approach policy, really important social institutions and how they're run very differently.
That's one view of human nature.
For John,
If we are to have a people-first culture, and if we are to ask people to grow,
we need to orient all our policies, all our efforts
it must have at their very heart, as its very foundation,
with the beginning view that humans are at the root
that positive,
good.
hopeful, healthful, growthful vision of human nature and potential. Assume that within us is that spark of life and hope and health and wholeness that ought to be nurtured.
He really embraced Carl Rogers' view of humans being like plants, that given the right conditions, they'll almost always orient to the sun. That humans will, if they're not screwed up, will orient to what's positive for them and those around them.
But the problem here is,
He's espousing this liberating vision for everybody.
like, what does any of this actually mean in terms of public policy?
It's like the hairy fairy, pie in the sky kind of thing.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
what is this use to
He
anybody?
doesn't have anything that he can actually put all of that in that might actually affect policy until something shows up. Can you guess what that might be, Latif?
Two little words
I,
with a little hyphen.
self-esteem.
There it is. Because It was in the 1980s.
When self-esteem emerges.
This phrase, this idea, self-esteem,
A person's perception of their own worth.
starts becoming a part of the public consciousness.
Absolutely.
And I think I want to just kind of talk a little bit about where that phrase comes from.
Yeah.
Because it becomes so
Yeah, I do
important.
question where that came from. Where did that phrase come from?
So Michael Pettit, our history professor, explained that in psychology, self-esteem goes back
To 1890,
with a book
called The Principles of Psychology.
Which basically says that self-esteem is this thing, this self-worth that you have based on the things that you do, the things that you care about doing.
For example,
a famous psychologist back then wrote,
I don't think I'm the best boxer in the world. So if someone's a better boxer than me, no biggie.
But instead of boxing, let's say this other person
Is a better, more famous, higher achieving psychologist. That does hurt my self-worth. That does hurt my self-image.
and the way that Michael explained it was, this was at a time in psychology where the self was not a unified thing. It was just kind of like parts. You had different parts, different aspects of a self, and then you had these different things where you might find worth or value in.
It's like you almost stake your territory where your identity and value lie.
Yeah.
And it's
Totally.
like, and other places it's like you've ceded that territory. Like it's okay, it's
Right.
fine.
But then in the 30s and the 40s, the very idea of the self changes.
Exactly.
Psychologists come up with this idea of a personality, which is your unified whole self.
And so self-esteem becomes
A more global, basic attribute of the person.
it's no longer like how you feel about these individual things you're good at.
Now it's just about how you feel about you.
That one either had high self-esteem or low self-esteem.
So for psychologists, it starts to become this really important measure of a person's entire well-being, like their whole mental health.
And one of the things that we found fascinating was that in the pivotal 1954 Brown v. Board segregation case, one of the crucial arguments made by the opponents of segregation was
The dolls. This
Yes,
super
the dolls.
famous study, yeah.
On how black children prefer a white doll over a black doll. And this shows how they've internalized society's negative attitudes towards themselves.
the theory being that they'd sort of been given low self-esteem by society.
So I think,
And Michael says it's also right around here that you get Maslow.
and his famous hierarchy,
Hierarchy of needs. You got it.
although whether it's actually a hierarchy or not is a bit of a controversy.
I always see it as a pyramid.
It's a pyramid, but Maslow himself never drew it as a pyramid. That comes from a management textbook a couple of decades later that tried to popularize them. But anyway,
So Maslow's whole thing is that you have all these different needs and they all need to be fulfilled in order to become the best version of yourself.
Needs like food, water, sleep,
Security, stability,
friendship, intimacy.
and a positive self-esteem.
a feeling of self-worth.
And so through the 70s,
That positive, hopeful, healthful, growthful vision of human nature and potential.
while John is giving these speeches, self-esteem is becoming a bigger part of psychology.
And it was in the early 80s that these two things, self-esteem and John Vasconcelos, start to circle each other and become this much bigger thing.
Because what was going on in the 80s was
Good evening. We're coming off the bloodiest year in the history of humanity.
this panic
The statistics this year are really grim.
about rising violence and crime.
Dramatic evidence tonight that crack use is spreading wider.
There was the crack epidemic,
Look at a very serious matter. The incidence of teenage pregnancy.
teen pregnancy.
Prisons are bulging. 90,000 Californians are in prison and the crime rate's still going up.
And for John in California,
We keep escalating drug war and drug use goes up.
these became the issues of the day.
And what happened was,
In the course of about a 5-week period, some kind of things came together.
John said one day he was reading an article
An article that said education, kids who drop out of school or don't make it, the lack of self-esteem.
that self-esteem was connected to how well kids do in school.
Then I read folks who get addicted to drugs probably are lacking enough sense of self and reach for something to get high on or get the pain dulled on or get down on. Self-esteem might be a way to prevent drug abuse.
That maybe self-esteem was a key component in why people were using drugs.
Then a guy came to San Jose, did a speech on teen pregnancy,
He was this popular psychologist, sex educator.
and I heard him say teen pregnancy is probably a result of a lack of self-esteem.
That kids were maybe having sex at an early age so they could feel better about themselves.
So those three, education, drugs, teen pregnancy, the pattern just kind of loomed up.
And he latches onto self-esteem as a focal point.
I thought, we gotta look at this.
Because what all of this was telling John What self-esteem was telling John
was that at the root of most of our social ills were people who didn't believe in their fundamental value.
So by 1984,
He was the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee,
John controlled the budget of California.
the fifth or sixth biggest economy in the world.
And he goes to the governor of California and he says, look, I need to spend money on a task force to promote self-esteem.
Yeah.
So what was the initial reaction to this idea?
The initial reaction was massive skepticism to this idea.
So writer Will Storr explained that the governor at the time,
He was a no-nonsense Republican. He had a reputation of being very hard-nosed.
Well, why spend taxpayers' money? I said, well, look at it this way. If we can save 3 folks from going to prison for life, or 10 folks from dropping out of school, or 7 drug addicts that cross the treatment, we'll save taxpayers billions of dollars.
like, possibly this is a really cheap way,
To make society better in all kinds of ways.
certainly a cheaper way than like
Right.
raising the minimum wage or something, you know?
Right,
So,
right.
But the other thing he tells the governor is that this will also promote personal and social responsibility.
So this is the like kind of 80s part that's
Yeah,
coming
I
in
mean,
here.
the way he thinks about it, he talks about this a lot in speeches, is like if you pay a lot of money for something, you value something, you tend to take care of it, you know?
Uh-huh.
And so he's just applying this basic logic of like, if you value yourself, you'll
Yeah.
take care of yourself. And then it actually might lead to all these societal changes because of it.
That makes sense.
And so, in 1987, the governor says, okay.
and John creates
The Self-Esteem Task Force.
the task force to promote self-esteem.
You knew John before you were invited in?
Oh, no, I hadn't known him.
This is Emmett Miller, former member of the task force.
I'm not sure how he discovered me, except I was widely known locally for having invented the concept of mind-body medicine and holistic treatment of my patients.
And there were people like Emmett.
The godmother of family therapy.
Chicken noodle soup for the soul guy.
Remember that guy?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Some other people from Esalen, but also
Others, black, brown, white, straight, gay, Asian, cops, therapists, business persons, teachers.
It was not a small thing.
This is tape number 1 in the proposal meeting.
This was not a small thing at all.
So, 1987, this big group of people would get together,
Big round table kind of setting.
or like a library or something.
And
Resources to draw from.
the group would find
Hear from experts, for instance.
therapists, psychologists,
Accumulate data.
They'd read anything they had published, interview them about their therapy practices.
to put together the principles of what we might call healthy self-esteem.
The interview is being recorded in Berkeley, California.
they even hired researchers at Berkeley
To devise studies
looking at self-esteem,
In 6 major areas of social concern.
crime and violence,
Alcohol and drug abuse,
Teenage pregnancy,
child abuse,
welfare dependency.
and educational failure or success.
to try to answer this question, does having high self-esteem actually lead people to
being a better citizen, being more successful.
Now, while that's going on, do you know about Doonesbury Latif?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
It's hard to understand today
How influential this comic strip was.
It's huge.
the power that these Doonesbury strips can have.
It was in almost every newspaper. Everybody read it.
Is that Gary Trudeau? Is that his
It's
name?
Gary Trudeau.
Well, Gary Trudeau with his very clever Doonesbury cartoon
In 1987, he found out about the task force.
and decided to make jokes about it.
He created a new character, Barbara Boopsy Ann Boopstein, who was an LA actress and spiritual medium who had been invited onto the task force on the basis of her 20 years of feeling good about myself and out-of-body experiences.
And it's just like joke after joke about this task force and it's woo-woo nonsense.
And this goes on
A 2-week run,
day after day.
just making fun of the self-esteem task force.
2 weeks of satire with me, this California goofy legislator with this California goofy idea, spending goofy money.
And
The whole nation
absolute ridicule is what happens.
laughed.
So there's a quote from the Pittsburgh Post-Dispatch, who said California is the state that produced Jerry Brown, the People's Temple, Sister Boom Boom, whatever that is, drive-in churches, Charles Manson, the Esalen Institute, and now a governmental task force to promote self-esteem. Now there's one more California joke to tell at cocktail parties around the nation.
And John,
Roundly scorned by the press. Editorial writers always need someone to pick upon to make themselves feel esteemed.
he was hurt, he was angry.
But the thing is, that Doonesbury strip about the task force
When he did that, everybody else paid attention.
is how everyone found out about it.
That is what made it famous.
We spent 3 years at it. And at the
end of the 3 years,
1990.
the results were that when we compared people who live their lives with real self-esteem, did so much better.
People with high self-esteem did better in school. They were less welfare dependent. They were less prone to crime and violence, substance abuse.
So they put together this report.
Really fat report.
That yes, self-esteem does indeed cause all these amazing effects.
They publish it.
And there's a complete 180.
Next, our call-in guest is John Vasconcellos.
All of a sudden,
John Vasconcellos.
Nobody's laughing.
people want self-esteem.
Time Magazine, Newsweek, BBC, Look at the Economist, talk show in Australia, National CBS Morning out of New York one day.
John's giving speeches.
Nicknamed the Johnny Appleseed of self-esteem. The Johnny Appleseed of self-esteem.
All across the country.
Please welcome the distinguished Mr. John Vasconcellos.
California singer John Vasconcellos.
He's on Oprah.
Has turned self-esteem into a virtual crusade.
Telling the nation
Self-esteem is a social vaccine.
that we have a cure for all that's wrong in society.
Yes, Assemblyman, I really feel that you are onto something here, and it's wonderful. Now, let's get into that.
It's a wonderful thing that you're doing.
I'm thrilled that we've got a man like that.
The Philadelphia Inquirer said it looks like John Vasconcellos may have had the last laugh. Time Magazine, the sneers are turning to cheers.
Really like what you're doing.
I think you're right on pace. I'm so excited.
And this pretty long, very dry task force report.
This report has sold 50,000 copies.
Everyone
It's all over the state,
is
over the nation, all over the world.
psyched about self-esteem.
Did anything change in the interim, like in those 3 years, that would make them more receptive to the idea?
I mean, I guess
I feel that it was just one of those ideas that the culture was ready for.
I think there's a couple ways to understand it.
For me, the economy actually plays a big part in all this.
Will says that in the 80s, across the West, you see anti-union politics, increasing privatization, the end of social safety nets, and like calls for personal responsibility.
And that had a sort of a huge impact on who we were and how we understood the world as the people. I mean, the best way to sum it up is if you think about who we were in 1965 versus 1985. You know, we went from hippies, collectivists, sort of screw the man, anti-materialistic people to greed is good and Material Girl and Whitney Houston singing the greatest love of all is yourself.
And also, right around the same time, you have the self-help movement,
See You at the Top is the program that gives a checkup from the neck up.
which was becoming
To eliminate stinking thinking and avoid hardening of the attitudes.
this huge industry.
So what do you really want? Better relationships, financial independence.
So these ideas were already kind of out there in the culture. And I think if you'd have tried to launch the self-esteem movement in 1975, it wouldn't have got anywhere. But by the mid-80s, this idea of I'm amazing is the answer to all my problems. I just feel like the culture was ready for it.
And also, I think it's worth realizing
How many of us have been in counseling and therapy? I read somewhere 60 million Americans have been in therapy.
that therapy was also becoming this huge thing. And there's this book from the 80s that basically says that now the modern equivalent to salvation, to heaven, was mental health.
We've all been in counseling and knowing more about our own identity and sense of self and desire to be authentic and open and whole. At that kind of conversion point in time, our task force came on the scene.
It's like all of these things came together in this exact right moment for John to step onto the scene and just be like, hey, I have something powerful, this social vaccine, self-esteem, that could help all of us.
But what does that look like when you translate that into real work in the world? Because he wasn't happy. He was never content with just shooting the shit, as he used to say, just talking. It had to result in something that made a difference.
The challenge that you truly carry yourselves back into your schools and
So if you
families.
have low self-image, you can do something to change it.
As a beacon of self-esteem.
Did you guys find self-esteem?
Hi, what?
As a beacon of faith.
Self-esteem. It's the way we feel about ourselves.
In ourselves.
This is a very special day here at
When a
Raymond's.
person feels good about themselves, their self-esteem is high.
We are having a self-esteem day.
It's a beacon of love for every kid and everybody in your lives. Thank you very much. Let's go.
That's coming up right after this short break.
Hi, I'm Lulu Miller, and this episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Well,
Happy New Year out there. You know what this time of year means. You might be seeing a lot of people making resolutions about how they are going to transform themselves. They are going to have the perfect routine, the perfect discipline, and a wicked strong body. But what if we resolve to just be more okay with who we are? Life's short, and the you inside you is the only companion you are guaranteed to have for the whole ride. So why not love on that little you inside you? Work on how to give it some breathing room, some care, whatever the you inside you needs help with. I can say that therapy has absolutely helped me come to more peace with me. But finding an affordable, accessible therapist can be hard. BetterHelp is a great place to start. You fill out a short questionnaire and they help match you to someone they think you'll like. BetterHelp says they typically get it right the first time, but if it's not a good fit, switching is very fast and easy. If you want to try it out, you can sign up right now and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/radiolab. That's betterhelp.com/radiolab.
On this week's On the Media, we dive into the surveillance technology ICE is using in the field, like the mobile Fortify app, which scans faces.
The first thing you learn about facial recognition, it's not always accurate. ICE believes this app is definitive proof of someone's immigration status and can override a birth certificate.
Plus, the new world order on this week's On the Media from WNYC. Find On the Media wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, Latif, Radiolab, back with Heather and Matt in self-esteem.
Okay, so John's got a social vaccine.
Right.
Question, of course, is like, well, how do you inoculate society? Like, how do you actually, how do you do this?
Yeah, like how do you teach people to feel good about themselves?
And for John,
From my Latin prep school days, education comes from the Latin word educare.
the answer was
It doesn't mean to stuff in or sit still and shut up.
the schools.
Education, educare means to draw out, to draw forth, to evoke, to call forth.
You start with kids. And so, in the late 80s, early 90s, there was this huge push to get self-esteem into the classroom. And suddenly there were all these like workbooks, textbooks.
So like here's one called Esteem Builders, a K-8 self-esteem curriculum.
Okay.
Or the best self-esteem activities for the elementary grades.
Building self-esteem in the secondary school, teacher's manual and instructional materials.
And how this worked was, let's say you got a class of kids.
Everybody, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello back there. Everybody, yeah, bring it down.
It could be whatever grade. And the teacher would have one of these workbooks, which in it would contain these worksheets.
Today we are going to do, today we're going to talk about yourself.
And how a lot of these begin is
Imagine that you're looking in the mirror.
by trying to get the kids to answer this really basic question.
What do you see?
Who am I?
I look like brown hair, brown eyes. I have long hair, dark hair. I think I look beautiful, kind of, from brown hair.
Or there's prompts like,
3 things I want to say about myself.
what makes you different from other people?
My first thing I would tell a new friend,
What makes you you?
I love listening to music. I like chemistry.
Basically, who is this person that is the self?
Okay, good.
Can't have self-esteem without a self.
Now, think of some of the things that you like about yourself and that you wouldn't want to change.
And then, of course, there's just a ton of stuff about
What are those things?
liking yourself.
Being confident in who I am, how my style is, that my hair is the right length.
Or something like,
Now let's imagine that every person at the school gets a gold medal for something that they are really great at.
Everybody gets a trophy.
What would your gold medal be for?
Reading, baseball, screaming the loudest.
Or
Everybody get together.
there were things called sharing circles.
kind of like encounter groups, but for kids.
Oh, that's sweet. So they can all yell at each other.
No, it'd be like,
What makes you really happy?
Tell us about when you felt good.
what's one of the best things that's ever happened to you?
Okay, now everybody knows what a sparkle statement is, right?
What are sparkle statements?
So this comes from the book Esteem Builders, and they are a long list of statements you can make to a classmate.
Yeah.
So, you're cool. I like knowing you. Let's play together.
Hope today is super for you.
You're my friend.
You're a good buddy.
Matt, I'm gonna print this out and stick it next to your desk.
Yeah, I know. Somebody could use a few more sparkle statements in his life.
Now, maybe we should be a little bit less sparkly.
And would this have been like Like, what class does this slot into?
They work this sort of stuff into like kind of your regular class,
like homeroom kind of thing.
Yeah, and it runs through. I mean, this is like programming that is available K through 12.
Wow.
Yeah, and I will say I had it every year I can remember.
What do you remember?
I mean, I remember Duso the dolphin,
Never heard
which
of
was
Duso
this
the dolphin.
which is this dolphin puppet who taught us to feel good about ourselves using song.
Nay, okay,
With
wait,
some
I'm
music.
trying my
But I also did this call out on Instagram to see if anyone else remembered similar things.
Yeah, well, so I guess.
And my friend Leslie Jameson, who grew up in LA in the early 90s,
We always called them put ups and put downs. That was like the name for, saying something nice to somebody or saying something mean.
and she said that her teacher, this was like maybe third grade, had this policy that if someone received a put down,
The thing was that you had to like go to this little patio, this back patio, and the person who gave you the put down had to give you 5 put ups.
Oh, wow.
to like counter the put down.
It's like doing push-ups or pull-ups.
Yeah, punishment through praise.
Hey,
Oh, hey, how are you?
good, how are you?
I'm good. I also heard from this woman, Peg,
Peg Kiner from Chicago.
who had this wild story
It was like 1995 is when I was in 8th grade.
about how there was this teacher who every morning,
After the Pledge of Allegiance and the announcements, she had a handwritten sheet of paper that had 2 stanzas of I Have Confidence from The Sound of Music. And she had the bold gusto to make a whole 8th grade class sing these 2 stanzas. And sometimes twice. And she's like, that wasn't loud enough. One more time.
It's like the anthem, the self-esteem anthem.
we had this thing called Star Attraction. Another friend of mine, Jane Marchant, she was a 90s kid in Northern California. And I still have this poster, which is insanely large. It's this big poster with Jane's 2nd grade picture right in the center. I have these like horrible bangs. And all around the picture are these stars where her classmates had written something. Jane is nice and fair. Jane is loving. That's funny. Here, Jane is nice, funny, smart, and good.
There you go.
Yeah.
Trifecta.
We got take-home slips of paper to write home and post.
There was Amy Kugler in Wichita, Kansas.
Other affirmations.
Other affirmations.
Just post around your bedroom.
Yep, just post around my bedroom. I'm a smart and kind student. I respect all.
There's my friend Gina Pensiero,
I grew up in Verona, New Jersey.
who remembered learning about
ILAC.
IALAC.
I am lovable and capable.
I mean, even our writer, Will Storr,
I remember being at school, we had to go around in a circle and everybody had to say something good about themselves.
he got this stuff over in the UK.
There's like an Education Week article from 1991 that lays out that at this point already thousands of schools are starting to participate in the self-esteem curriculum. There are over 100 workbooks to promote self-esteem in the classroom.
So it just became embraced by the educational system in a major way.
Throughout the 90s, self-esteem became the dominant language that people in the West were using to talk about themselves. They used self-esteem to talk about their childhoods, their successes, their failures, their ambitions, just how they thought about who they were.
And for John,
This is more than just a personal venture and odyssey.
this is like kind of everything he dreamed of.
It's more than just something for the classroom. It seems to me that self-esteem is the vision, the heart of a new culture, a new way of being, a new way of living, a new way of educating and politicking and living and working and all the rest. And may you have in your own lives ever more freedom to be esteeming, to be public, to be political, and to have good times for yourselves. Thank you.
But should I talk about the lie a bit?
This might have been. So this is the part in the story which we told you.
Yeah,
at the
you
beginning.
promised this was all a fraud. I'm waiting for the fraud.
Yeah, the lie.
Okay, so
Yeah, this is like Will's whole thing, is that one of the things he discovered when he was reporting his book is that
in the archive, I managed to find an audio cassette recording of the actual meeting
where the Cal Berkeley researcher hired by the task force
presented his findings.
And he told the task force back in 1989 that yes, they had found some compelling correlations between self-esteem and education.
But in other areas, the correlations don't seem to be so great, and we're not quite sure why. And we're not sure when we have correlations what the causes might be. Let's take, for example, one of the areas where the findings are a little bit loose, which has to do with self-esteem and alcoholic abuse. By and large, there are positive correlations here, but what does that mean in terms of cause? Do these people go to drinking because of an earlier history of self-doubt, self-degradation, worthlessness, and so on? Or is it the other way around? Does the involvement in alcohol for years or decades constitute the causal basis for the feelings of worthlessness that we discovered in people who have been involved in that? So he was basically saying to them, we have some okay correlational links, and of course, as we all know, correlation isn't causation. And he was saying, but other links are not at all correlational. When we do have correlational links, you've got to ask that basic question: what is causing what? So, and he warns them later in the recording. He says you've got to be careful about correlation and causation. And he said you've got to avoid the sin of overselling. He said nobody can want to do that. You don't want to do that, and certainly we don't want to do that.
And yet, that's exactly what they did.
It's literally what happened.
Oh yeah, we had many many conversations.
And we talked to Mitch, John's friend, about all this.
Arguments, if you will, like what's the actual nature of the research that's going to happen here?
They'd argue about the research, how John interpreted it,
and constantly challenged whatever he was looking at,
And how did he respond to that?
He'd take it in.
Would he get defensive, or would he just kind of like nod along?
He would just kind of nod along, just do his, he'd listen, take it in, but then go ahead and do whatever he wanted to do.
Mitch said that with John,
there are many things that you can't shake loose. And, that was part of John's genius and shadow.
And so through the 90s, when John was going around saying that self-esteem was this social vaccine, he was doing it seemingly knowingly on the basis of nothing.
And so what would happen was that in the early 2000s, the very shaky foundation of the self-esteem movement started to collapse.
I was more or less oblivious to the self-esteem movement. I mean,
like you weren't watching TV.
So one person that we talked to is this researcher named Jennifer Crocker.
Well, I knew that people worried about it. People would say, well, yeah, low self-esteem really is a problem because you can't do anything about your situation until your self-esteem is high. And I'm like, I don't think the data are consistent with that idea.
So Jennifer basically spent her entire academic career,
My first publication on self-esteem,
studying self-esteem.
probably 1983, around there.
And Jennifer told us about how in 2003, there were these psychologists and a bunch of other researchers
who pulled together a very long and I think really excellent overview of what is the value, what is the benefit of self-esteem.
They went through decades of whatever research was published, hundreds of studies
to look at what are the differences between high and low self-esteem people. And what you see is that, self-esteem is correlated with grades in school.
It's correlated with how attractive people find you.
But these are tiny associations.
So basically, it turned out a lot of what had been claimed in that task force report was just really not true. Like all the claims that they were making about self-esteem being a social vaccine, that it was a cure for drug use, alcohol use, crime, violence, teen pregnancy, poor academic performance. This research showed that whether you had high or low self-esteem, it wasn't causing these problems.
Right.
And so,
it's weird because, even though you're telling me the science of this and that it's this huge study, as I'm hearing this, I'm the story logic of it holds so hard.
It makes such intuitive sense.
It makes such intuitive sense that it's why wouldn't a kid be better why wouldn't my relationships be better? It's so hard to dislodge it even when you're literally telling me it's wrong.
Okay, well, I can tell you one thing that the research showed about a meaningful difference between people with high self-esteem and people with low self-esteem.
Which is that high self-esteem people think they're smarter, more successful, more attractive, better liked, more popular than low self-esteem people think they are, in spite of the fact that they're not really any different from low self-esteem people in these objective ways.
So basically, for people with high self-esteem,
life feels good to them.
They're generally happier.
That seems good.
So
That's the biggest tuna of all of them. That's the most important thing of everything.
Well, okay, what Jennifer would say is
right. I think there's nothing wrong with being happy.
Yeah, of course, sure. Being happy, that's meaningful.
Right, our emotions are central to how we experience our lives. But that's not all there is to the story, because there is a downside to high self-esteem.
Which is what?
Well, the research shows that people with really high self-esteem tend to
defend their positive views of themselves.
And so you see high self-esteem associated with things like
defensiveness, aggression.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, totally. They found that in education, sometimes self-esteem programs produce actually like complacency, reduced effort, resistance to any sort of critical negative feedback. And then there's Jennifer's work.
For, I don't know, 10 or 15 years, I was really interested in what people base their self-esteem on. And we found that pretty much everybody based their self-esteem on something.
So Jennifer did this study at the University of Michigan with students who were
intending to apply to graduate school.
And what they found was that for the students who tied their self-worth to high academic achievement, when they got rejected from a grad school, their self-esteem obviously went down.
And it would, for some of the students, it would actually stay down for several days until something happened to kind of shake them out of that funk.
And for many of these students, they were showing more signs of depression.
Whereas the kids who weren't tying their self-esteem to that academic achievement, then when they didn't get into the programs, they like could weather the storm.
And then the other thing that was really interesting to me is that the students whose self-esteem was really based on their academic success, when we asked them, well, what would it mean for you or about you to get into graduate school? They would write things like, oh, it would prove once and for all that I am brilliant, I am great, that I am successful. It would prove something about me.
And to Jennifer, this kind of like shows you the fatal flaw of self-esteem.
Yeah, it's just that if I have earned high self-esteem today by having some success in my life, then have I earned low self-esteem tomorrow if I have a failure?
Like, if I don't succeed at something, does that actually mean that I am worthless? That I don't have value?
Yeah,
And she told us there was this prominent psychologist in the 90s and 2000s who went so far as to say,
self-esteem is the worst sickness known to humankind. Because when you succeed, you're great, but when you fail, you're shit.
And so in 2004, there's this big New York Times Sunday magazine piece called The Trouble with Self-Esteem, kind of tearing down John and the task force and the promise and dream of self-esteem. In 2005, there's an op-ed piece in the LA Times basically doing the same thing. There's also this big Scientific American article called Exploding the Self-Esteem Myth.
Yeah, this is like when self-esteem becomes a joke.
Yeah, like the sort of every kid gets a trophy, participation medals.
Right.
This is when all of that starts to become like very prevalent in how we think about self-esteem.
And there's actually online, there's all these published emails that John and some of his friends in the movement were sending to one another in the wake of all of this.
It's kind of heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's like John is sending these emails, they're written in all caps. And he's saying like there needs to be like a point-by-point rebuttal of the Times piece, and that they needed to fight back and, quote, take on this enormous, historic, life-saving task.
But that just makes John seem like he's really fighting alone on an island. Like he's like the Japanese soldier fighting on the island, like after the war is over, kind of thing.
I think that's fair. I mean, he never really
never stopped fighting.
Yeah, he never really stops fighting. I mean, there's a 2009 interview with San Jose Inside, which is, you know, his birthplace, San Jose.
Right.
And in it, he's quoted as saying, "So now, all over the world, the role of self-esteem is widely recognized and valued. I think it's really proven to be all we thought it was and more," which feels so, like, it feels delusional to read that.
Yeah, that does sound delusional.
And I think Heather and I reporting this story and like learning more and more about John is the sort of like it feels sort of desperate in a way. And I think it's because for John, who grew up in this very strict Catholic family, whose Catholicism felt like this enormous sort of weight, this constraint, this thing that made him feel fundamentally flawed and broken and bad, like to shed all of that through these ideas of self-esteem was like so vital and important to his sense of self, to his sort of well-being.
I mean, do you feel like You were his good friend. Do you feel like he, like, I don't know, like he was a person very committed to personal growth. Do you feel like he ended up being the man he wanted to be?
I'd say yes and no. I think there was a lot that he was proud of, and rightly so, and yet there was a lot they would have said is undone. And I'm pretty sure he was disappointed that he never realized some of the levels that I think he thought he was capable. I mean, he got to hang out with Bobby Kennedy, you know. I think he thought his life should be something like that, you know, that level of influence.
Do you think he had high self-esteem?
I think his own self-esteem and the fragility of it was, you know, one of his struggles for his entire life. He's got all this power, all this influence, all this accomplishment under, you know, twice valedictorian, just constantly amassing successes, and yet there always being more to do. Then every time he'd see his mom, you know, she'd treat him the same way I bet she did when he was 5.
And he'd come crumbling down?
No, but he'd just be annoyed and, you know, frustrated. His most common trigger would be to get angry. Each of us get triggered in different ways, and his would, boy, he could erupt in no time.
How do you think he felt about how he was treating the people around him when he was angry like that?
Oh, big blind spots.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He'd feel bad about it, especially if somebody would say something. He was very, very good at cleaning up his messes, but he could be very embarrassing. He'd go out to dinner and kind of post-heart attack, he was very concerned about what he was eating. And if somebody brought a dish that was full of cream or something like that, he'd rage at the waiter or waitress. You're trying to kill me or something. Just, you know, he'd lose it at times. And again, I think a lot of that was due to him being on this journey of trying to be his real self, but also being in the public eye all the time.
And Mitch told us about how another thing that John really struggled with throughout his life was just with relationships.
He never really, I don't even need to add the word really. He never developed an intimate one-to-one relationship that was just his. And every so once in a while, I'd get a call from him that he was just, you know, almost suicidal, just because he longed for intimacy, closeness, and the best he could get were these one-night stands.
That's so sad.
And Mitch said there was this point in their friendship where Mitch told him, like, look,
how about you become a member of our family? And that was our contract.
Huh, what did that look like?
Oh, my kids grew up with Uncle John around all the time. We did a lot of things together, vacationed. He would be at our house, God, 2, if not 3 weekends a month, especially when the session was out. But even when session was in, he'd prioritize spending time with our family. His experience of being loved and being close to people came from these extended family relations. There were 3 families that he would sort of cycle through, but he never had his own intimate one-on-one relationship. And there were very few opportunities for him just to be seen and appreciated for just being alive, not being an instrument. When he got sick, he'd come stay with us. Towards the end of his life, he actually stayed in our spare bedroom for several weeks before I found an appropriate place for him when he was really, really on the way out.
Mitch says this was 2014, and it was when John was diagnosed with a really aggressive form of cancer.
And he wanted to be back home, so we got him back home, got him on hospice.
And would you go over to his house to see him, like, often, or?
Oh, yeah, every day. I was with him every day, basically.
And what was that like, just to be there every day with him?
Well, I don't know if you've ever been with a person who's dying, but it's...
I haven't, not that intimately.
Yeah. You spend most of the time just being there or sleeping, you know? Not a lot of energy. The last few days of his life, the thing that we worked on together was he let me know that he was afraid. He'd given a lot of thought to the actual dying experience, and he was deathly afraid of dying by asphyxiation. When people take their last breath, especially if they're conscious, it can be very hard to actually let go and not take another breath. He was terrified. So we'd practice. We'd take like 5 or 10 minutes of just him practicing how to let there be longer and longer periods before he would take an inhale. And to have the sort of, to be, in his words, to stay in charge of his own reactions so fear didn't take over.
And Mitch says it was in late May of 2014.
There were a group of his closest friends who were present around. We all knew it was getting close to the time.
And John,
he insisted that he be naked.
This is the guy who in his 30s, when he went to Esalen, was terrified of being naked. When everyone was going into those pools, turned around and left because he just felt so ashamed and humiliated about his body.
He wanted to go out, finally, everybody seeing and holding and blessing him naked. And so the morning he died, I was right there holding his hands, holding one hand, his friend, doctor, also a friend of mine, holding the other hand. And as he took his last breath, I, reached down into his ear and said, you can do it. He took that last breath, and that was it.
That was May 24th, 2014. And I have found myself thinking, just sort of thinking about what John did and what parts of it are still with us now.
I do think the self-esteem movement has had a cultural effect, right?
Again, Professor Michael Pettit.
I definitely think a kind of psychologized self-talk is much more prevalent and available now than before. My employer sends emails all the time about my mental well-being and offering, here's a meditation class, on campus, this type of thing. So the language of mental health and mental wellness is even more prominent than ever before.
Yeah, and I think the deeper idea is that everything you're feeling is valid.
Author Will Storr.
I always sort of think about this stuff, Carl Rogers and Vasco, when I'm watching because one of my guilty pleasures is reality television. And when you're watching reality TV, like when you're watching like a Below Deck or Big Brother, and somebody behaves terribly, their excuse very often is, well, I'm just being myself. I'm just saying what I think. I'm just,
living my truth.
Yeah, living my truth, and that's still a very powerful idea in our culture in the West.
But I think maybe the biggest, maybe even the most important legacy of John's work is actually in the schools.
So last year, Heather and I went to school in Queens, PS 229. I feel like I should also say hello to see how psychology gets used in classrooms today.
And today, if self-esteem is taught in classrooms at all, it's pretty tiny. And instead,
You ready to do some SEO?
what's in the classrooms across the country is this thing called SEL, social emotional learning.
All right, boys and girls. Today we're going to be doing a lesson called Let's Make It Fair. Does anyone know what the word fair means?
We were in a class of first graders.
To be nice.
Say it again.
To be nice.
You want to be nice to people? Okay, good. What else?
To share.
You want to share with people? Absolutely, yes.
And so when we were there with these first graders,
So we're going to be looking at all different situations on fair and what it means to be fair.
they were being asked to answer questions like,
And it's not fair because the other kid is not sharing with the swings.
when do you feel like something isn't fair?
I was like, can I have some chips? And then she was like, no.
How does it feel
Being like fair to other people
when someone's being fair?
Is what? Tell me
is
about it.
kind.
How's it feel when someone's not being fair? How should we talk about these feelings?
Or like,
One time when I was at the mall,
we also visited a classroom of 5th graders
I saw people like kicking a boy.
who were doing a lesson on bullying.
How do you recognize bullying? How do you call out bullying? What do you do when you see bullying?
You know, there's this thing now they call like
An upstander is someone who actually helps the situation.
upstander.
Upstand. Oh my
bystander.
gosh, that's like they talk about that.
I know, they totally
nonstop.
invented that since we were kids.
Right.
But I think what this is a continuation of what John was trying to do by pulling psychology into education.
It does feel like a continuation. Yeah.
But whereas John was focused on the self, like self-value, self-worth, self-esteem, what's happening now is focused on the other.
And now this is fair because everyone will be getting what they
It's about understanding other people's needs,
The things you need.
the things you need.
communicating your own needs.
What else could he say?
Stop being mean to him,
It's about identifying emotions, communicating emotions.
or just walk away.
It's group morning meetings, it's conflict resolution, it's learning how to make I statements like I feel blank.
It's also like, don't bully. What is fairness? Like, there's a kind of like, we're in a community of people
You're right.
element
I like
of
that.
it.
I like that.
But so, one of the kind of amazing things about this is how weirdly Jennifer,
Well, we should be careful about the kind of praise that we give. I
the
think.
researcher who spent her entire career looking at self-esteem, kind of wound up in the same place for herself as like the schools have.
What do you mean?
So then what is, well, so I asked Jennifer, I was like, I feel like there's sort of, being a kid in the 90s, I still have this question of like, but how do you feel good? It is good to feel good about yourself. So then how does one find self-worth in a way that's healthy?
I think by not worrying about it. So am I a person of worth and value? It's not a helpful question. It just doesn't do anything for you to ask that question or for other people. And a much better or more helpful question is, how do I want to be right now? How might I support other people, for example? But really, what contribution, what thing that's larger than me is important to me?
So she told us about one of the studies she did. It was looking at roommates.
College roommates.
2 roommates who didn't know each other.
Before the start of their first year in college. And we asked each roommate a whole bunch of questions about their relationship over time and their self-esteem. And what we found was that when roommates were responsive to so I'm going to call them roommate A and roommate B because they're same sex, it gets confusing. So when roommate A is responsive to roommate B's needs, roommate B notices and is responsive in return.
And then roommate A is responsive again to roommate B. And then roommate B is responsive again to roommate A.
So you can get this virtuous cycle going on in relationships where when people are focused not on their own needs, but on being responsive to other people's needs, other people notice it, they appreciate it, their esteem for the other person goes up, and that ends up having, it's not a huge impact, but nonetheless having a significant impact on the self-esteem of the person who was responsive in the first place. So the way to boost your self-esteem in a way that, in my view, is sustainable over time and good for the world is to focus on the well-being of other people or to organizations or institutions or things you really care about.
It's so funny because I think like that's basically what John was after.
I know.
Like if you could get people to understand they had self-worth, self-value, raise their self-esteem, they would do all these things for each other.
Yeah, it's just that self-esteem is the wrong place to focus. Because you don't have to have high self-esteem to make a difference.
And with that, I feel that I have clearly been vindicated and validated.
No, you haven't, Matt.
Yeah, the whole point is not to try and feel good about
That's
yourself.
not what she's saying.
Yeah, she's talking about needs, seeing needs. That's
other people's needs. Like,
well, needing to be told that you did a great job jumping in a cold
my
lake.
gosh.
was not-
Wow, we're still here. So you both now have interpreted this Rorschach thing that she said as meaning that you're right and you've been right all along. And what was the point of any of this?
I mean, Jen's convinced me. I just feel like you're being you're being very resistant to just sort of a basic level of human kindness.
Okay, fine. Then I will suggest that we end this episode on a positive note.
And what's the positive note?
Great job, everybody.
This episode was reported by Heather Radke and Matt Kilty. It was produced by Matt Kilty with additional sound design by Jeremy Bloom and edited by Pat Walters. Original music by Ben Batchelder, voice acting by David Gable and Dan Fink, and fact-checking by Angeli Mercado. It was
대만 아까 인사했어 사장님한테? 못했어 못 봤어 야 이거 봐 이거 와 감동이다 이거 다 찾아주신 거잖아 이거 되게 그러니까 이때는 소영이가 활동하기 전이어서 아예 사장님이 소영이를 몰랐었어 근데 최근에 그걸 보고 있었나 봐 일단은 먹어봐 이게 메일인으로 하셨대 사장이 엄청 거야 이거 진짜 감동이다 근데 이거를 직접 해서 오셨어 오 마이 갓 거기 쓰면 안 돼. 딴 거다. 이거다. 응, 이거 먹을래. 이거 있어. 회장님한테 인사를 안 했구나. 응. 와, 장난 아니야. 야, 근데 너 인사 안 하면 어떡해? 너 진짜 이성 예의 없다. 예의 없다. 사장님이 멀리서 중리아 시장에서까지 오셨는데. 그래서 만져가지고. 맛있다, 안 떠. 근데 여기 진짜 맛있어. 아니, 너무 맛있다. 응, 진짜. 아니, 봐. 특별 메뉴야. 어? 방탄호대. 내 걸 저렇게 한 입에 먹는다고? 소형 한정 쉐리엔 시엔빙인데? 왜 이렇게 시무리가 그렇지? 이거는 좀 약간 음미하면서 먹어야 돼. 너무 맛있어. 입안이 초록색이야. 야채 많이 먹으니까 똥 잘 싸겠다. 옷도会毛衣颜色的变变的颜色，变变颜色一样。와 진짜 맛있다. 이거 원래 없는 메뉴인가? 원래 있는 거야? 그냥 고기 CNB는 완전 그냥 육즙만 가득가득인데 이거는 시리린이 이 고기 육즙을 조금 빨아들였어. 그래서 이걸 시리린 먹을 때마다 육즙도 약간 시리린 즙이랑 같이 나와. 일단 한 입에 다 넣어서 먹어야 돼. 그래야 향이 계속 느껴져. 숨 쉴 때마다. 지금 몇 개째야? 3개 먹고 있잖아, 지 혼자. 뭔 소리야? 이거 한 개째야. 나 오빠가 you want ma. 나 오빠가 you want ma. 우리 이번 행사 진짜 중요해서 옷 정말 멋있게 입어야 돼. 흔치 않은 이런 중요한 기회. 근데 너무 예쁘게 골라주셔서 나 예쁘게 너무 잘 입은 것 같았네. 이거 아디다스 한국 사람 최초로 가는 거야. 아 진짜? 원래 한국 사람 안 찾고 항상 그럼 더 잘해야 돼. 그니까 더 잘해야 돼. 오늘 밥 먹을 생각하지 마. 물도 마시지 마. 물은 원래 집에 없어. 심지어 최근 영상까지 보시면서 어떤 옷이 어울릴지 그거 하셨대. 그럼 우리 여기가 우리가 어울릴 만한 옷이 있는 거네? 최근에 그 추천하죠. 야, 사다. 아, 너의 장점을 잘 살렸네. 이 긴 다리와 그 뭐냐 얇은 허리를 강조하는. 다리가 조금 크긴 한데 괜찮아. 모자도 선택 진짜 잘했다. 언니가 골라줬잖아. 나 이런 모자 처음 써봐. 근데 어울려. 괜찮아. 그냥 아디다스 모델. 잘 선택했네. 네 얼굴 색깔하고 잘 어울리네. 응? 응? 왜 아무도 없지? 규리야, 왜 나 아무도 안 봐줘? 왜 아무도 없지? 없어. 아 저기 뭐 진짜 이렇게 나 떨거지 취급한다고? 왜 아무도 나한테 관심이 없지? 이거 되게 힙하다. 치마. 뭐야, 주댕님 왜 술 혼자 팬미팅 하고 있지? 우리 관심 받겠네. 我要这个。我们有6个人。对。要饮料吗？我要可乐3个。3个可乐。对。好。근데 여기 백화점이에요? 네네. 백화점. 빠이大江. 빠이大江. 근데 약간 푸드코트가 조금은 비싼 편. 백화점이라서 또 자리값도 있으니까 근데 맛있으면 괜찮아요.
맞아요.
아 근데 우리가 좀 많이 시켜서 그런지 모르겠는데 가격 보고 화낼 것 같은데. 언니 시켰어.
뭐야?
따통비엔도 했어.
잘했어.
오. 잘했어?
잘했어. 100점.
별로 안 비싼
너는?
거보다. 별로 안 비싼 거.
점수 400점.
근데 우리 채널인데 그만 좀 나와줄래? 목소리만 나와도 되거든 사실.
아 이럴 때는 봐봐. 너희가 생각해야 돼. 내 자리를 옮겼어야지. 애초에 이 자리를 이렇게 하면 안 되지.
이게 우리도 너무 익숙해 규리가 되는 게.
그러니까 스스로 해야 돼. 빨리 봐봐. 자 조명이 어디가 있는지 판단을 했어.
우리가 맛있는 거 많이 시켰어. 돈가스 좋아해? 카레 좋아해? 오므라이스 좋아해?
안 좋아하는 거 다 좋아.
난 잼부 시원.
그래서 요즘 따라하고 있어. 야 이거 6명이서 나눠 먹으려고 하는데 뭐 하는 거야?
너가 먼저 했잖아.
나는 이거 바은님이랑 나눠 먹을 거야.
난 가영님이랑 나눠 먹기로 했어. 아 근데 우리가 백화점을 일 때문에 처음 오는 게 맞나? 좀 우리 이거 영상 다 끝나고 좀 놀다 갈까?
야, 별 생각하지 마. 아니, 내가 너희 계속 살고 싶다면서. 그래서 우리 모두 이 모든 회사 사람이 잠도 안 자고 너희 일 정을 열심히 하고 있는데 너네가 뭘 생각을 해? 일단 처음에는 자리 잡기 전까지는 열심히 일해야 돼.
열심히 일할 생각해야지.
아니, 가족들한테도 자랑스러워할 수 있는 일을 나는 시키고 싶어. 이 아디다스도 얼마나 자랑스러운 거야.
우리 밥값이 아디다스 신발보다 더 많이 나왔어.
그래?
어.
어떻게 어때요?
你脑袋有问题吗？问题吗？问题吗？
나 근데 가지도 빼먹고 있는데.
아 근데 우리 다 같이 먹으려고 그냥 아무거나 다 시켰어. 어떤 맛?
와, 이런 맛이야. 이렇게 표현해야지. 이게 진짜 맛있어.
역시 잘했어. 이 정도 리액션을 해줘야지. 맛있어. 어머머,
아이고, 달렸다. 자, 이런 상황에서 당황하지 않고 이거를 여기서 이제 화를 내면 이 상황은 못 써. 그래서 웃으면서 서해. 화를 참아. 괜찮아. 참아.
너밖에 왜 흘리고 먹어? 바지 이거 청바지 이거 뭐야? 애도 아니고 몇 살인데 지금?
아, 너는 삐엔삐엔이고 넌 냐냐오야?
아니야.
둘다이가 실시 감사합니다.
우리 챙겨주는 건 니콜밖에 없어. 니콜 제제.
어?
아 요즘 스케줄 때문에 바빠가지고 머리 어제 안 감고 잤더니 조금 티가 나나? 아, 나 안 나는 것 같기도 한데 맡아볼래요? 한 번만, 진짜 한 번만. 진짜 한 번만. 아 이거 귀가 안 들리는 것 같아.
화이 투올라.
이거 귀가 안 들려. 귀가 먹었나? 아 토할 것 같아. 안 들리는 것 같아. 아 밥 못 먹겠어.
다 먹었다고.
오늘 우리 일정 끝이야?
네.
끝.
내일 유튜브 다른 채널 촬영 하나 있고 은혜는 나랑 내일 촬영 2개 있고.
왜 차별해?
너한테 좋은 거야. 더 많이 찍는 건. 씨씨. 호영이가 서운해. 은혜 언니는 촬영 2개인데 나는 그냥 1개밖에 없어 라고 해야 돼.
왜 나는 촬영이 한 개밖에 없지? 왜 은혜 언니는 2개고 왜 나는 하나밖에 없지?
근데 나 솔직히 말하면 너희 맨날 바쁘게 할 수 있거든. 촬영 맨날 할 수 있고 라이브도 맨날 뛰게 할 수 있어. 근데 너네가 도망갈까 봐. 진짜 너네 매일매일 바쁘게 할 수 있어.
똑똑해. 비록 우리가 머리를 잘 감지도 않고 이렇게 많이 먹지만 어머머머머 너무 안 감잖아.
너무 제일 안 싫잖아.
그건 아니지. 도망가지 말아주세요. OM 직원 여러분들. 도망가지 말아주세요. 도망가지 말아주세요. 짱화님은 제가 매일 닌텐도 같이 해드릴게요. 그럼 나가지 말아주세요.
이거 직원분이 주신 딸기 크로와상.
지금 먹어요?
아니.
방금 밥 먹었는데 왜 또 먹을 거 그래?
스트레스 좀 그만 줘.
아, 그래 내가 묻는 말에 대답해주면 안 돼요?
찡즈. 팡팡 퐁퐁 핑핑 쾅쾅 찡즈. 이거 살찌는 거 다 너가 스트레스 줘서 그런 거야. 웃겨? 너가 먼저 했잖아. 웃겨? 난 자영님은 너가 웃기고 있어. 우리 소연이 생일 선물.
매번 이렇게 너무 많이 받아서 그게 될런지. 나는 오늘 이렇게 말하면서 하는 일이 정답은 처음이었는데 생각보다 난 재밌어.
나도 내가 중국어가 처음 왔을 때보다 많이 는 것 같아.
아니 내가 원어를 듣겠는 거야. 진짜 이게 뭐지? 내 소연 언니가 알려줬어.
좀만 더 해서 내가 한국에서처럼 마이크를 잡을 수 있는 날이 오면 얼마나 좋을까.
너무 멋있을 것 같은데? 아니야 머지않아 그날이 올.
나도 곧이라고 생각해.
나는 오늘 너무 까부는 것 같은데 몰라 괜찮나 모르겠네. 아니 내가 언니한테 간섭을 진짜 많이 했는데 언니도 이미 다 알고 있는 이제 자기 하려고 했던 그런 거. 근데 내가 오늘 간섭을 너무 많이 해서 좀 미안. 그래서 언니 그거 해야 되는데 나 이제 할 거야. 언니 근데 이걸 알고 있어.
나는 굳이 일할 때 상대방한테 잘 물어보지 않아. 그리고 체크하지도 않아. 그냥 프로들이랑 이런 우리 다 프로잖아. 신입이면 얘기해주는 텐데 다 같은 프로는 좀 그게 예의가 아닐 수도 있겠다 싶어서
내가 예의가 아니었다는 말인가?
그래서 난 물어보지 않는다는 거지.
내가 예의가 아니었다는 건가?
싸가지 없다.
뭐라고?
네가 얘기했다고? 싸가지 없다고?
근데 우리가 이렇게 앞으로 더 발전하고 더 열심히 하는 모습 보여야 회사도 더 많이 생기고 그래야 우리 그 대표님, 사장님 볼 면목도 생기지. 안 그렇겠습니까? 할 수 있다. 할 수 있다.
열심히 일을 잡아올 테니 너희는 열심히 하면 된다. 어깨는 내가 뭐 그렇게 살게. 알겠지? 모든 짐은 내가 대신해줄게.
할 수 있다.
We can do it.
아니 사람들 자꾸 우리 주디 같다고.
맞아. 나도 주디 같대. 우리는 서로 각자의 자연스러운 걸 보여주고 있는 우리가 사실은 자연스러운 모습들을 보여주고 있잖아. 그러니까 우리가 뭔가 비슷해 보이는 거야. 머리랑 비슷하고 키가 비슷해 보이기 때문에. 그렇지만 다른 영상을 보면 보통 뭔가 진행 방식이나 그렇잖아. 근데 우리는 거의 브이로그나 진짜 기록용 영상인데.
그치.
그러니까 영상 그걸 왜 저래요?
안 들리는 것 같아.
이거 음악과 나와주는
너무 예뻐. 너무 보기에.
很漂亮，超好漂亮。
차를 약간 뭐안 좋다.
차.
차.
차오하오 네 얼굴. 좋았어. 어머니가 진짜 예쁘신 것 같아.
나는 사랑이 한 개밖에 없지. 왜냐면은 두개 보여 나는 하나밖에.
너희 맨날 바쁘게 할 수 있거든. 촬영 맨날 할 수 있고 라이브도 맨날 뒤에 할 수 있어. 근데 너네가 도망갈까 봐. 진짜 너네 매일매일 바쁘게 할 수 있어. 똑똑해.
비록 우리가 머리를 잘 감지도 않고 이렇게
11, I am in the present. I am in the present. I am in a different place. I am in the future. Ne yao jian shuo ma. Good, 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 good. Open mind. One thing in heaven. One thought. One thing in heaven. One thing in the world. One thing in the world. Two things. One thing. Two things. Different thing. An open mind. An open mind. An open mind. An open mind.
딸기 크로와상.
지금 먹어요?
아니.
방금 밥 먹었는데 왜 또 먹을까 오빠? 내가 묻는 말에 대답해주면 안 돼요?
The way to go. The way to go. The way to go. The way to start. The way to go. The way to go. The way to go. The way to go if you feel like you're in a good mood. So I've already done it very fully, and I don't have any immediate expectations.
이거 살찌는 거 다 너가 스트레스 줘서 그런 거야.
I can, if I had a camera. I would have to think about what I would film today. Today's video of our Yenhye banning games. Video of turning off the computer. We already did that. You can do the same thing again.
따로 내가 중국어가
I have something to say.
아니 내가
David, you can't do it formally. Stop. You can't pass out. You can't pass out. Get up. Get up. You can really do it. Keep your panties. Scream. Take your panties off. Take your waist off. Scream. Take your panties off too.
Really? Dodo, dodo, dodo. Really,
That person doesn't know, right? This isn't the time to play games. This isn't the time to play games. Turn it off, masculine. I have something to tell you. Seriously. I can't hear well. Our tie, it's officially over. Seriously, Jin, hurry up and play. This isn't the time to turn off the game. You can't.
Even talk now.
Say something. Tell me your thoughts. Say something. Tell me your thoughts. No. Say something. Say something. Say something. No. Tell me something. I'll give you the mic. Okay. Speak. Really. Really. So you can play starting next month. Already. Right next month. You have to go in right now. So you have to get breast surgery right away. So you don't plan on going in. You don't plan on going in. Then what? Should I go to another country for a little while? You want to do it as big as your sister. You want to do it as big as your sister. But it's a bit much. I don't think it'll work out. That's a bit much. I'm natural. So it's a bit much to go this far. Okay, we should celebrate now, right? Okay, no, it's too good. But it's nighttime right now. So can't date won't be home 24 hours a day. I'm okay. Nim said she likes gaming too much. So she doesn't want to go. She doesn't want to go. She likes gaming too much. So she doesn't want to eat. I'm going to play. I'm playing. I have to play, so don't bother me.
우리 엄마 아빠가 나오는 건데 너무 예뻐. 너무 귀해. 很多漂亮，超好漂亮。너무 차.
I have to play a game, so don't disturb me.
네 얼굴. 좋았어. 어머니가 진짜 예쁘신가 보다.
Got it. Then Yenhei stay home.
你好消息，收到一个信息说
And we'll go
他
after
们
you.
加入了台戏，所以现在是11点，我现在才发现他们加入台戏的事情，因为我一直没有在看手机。然后这个好消息呢，要不要跟他们说嘛？这么好的消息，这么开心的一天，一定要享受嘛！他们有参加2次的限定活动嘛，在台新已经很满意。如果是没有成功加入也是没关系，我们已经有经验嘛，我们已经够很感谢台新给我们这么好的机会，所以已经很满意，也没有一直期待可以加入吗这样子，因为他们可能也会有里面内部的情况，所以我们也是有点不好意思问，但是对啊。这个要怎么告诉他们呢？일어서 봐. 이수영이 남자랑 키스하는 거 보지 말고 오케이. 일어서 봐. 귀여웠네. 오늘 영상 찍어야지 일주일에 2개 업로드 해야 되잖아. 자, 영상 주제는 생각했어? 내가 말했지. 카메라가 있으면 바로 오늘 뭘 찍을 생각하는 거. 오늘 우리 은혜 언니 게임 금지시키기 영상, 컴퓨터 끄기 영상. 그거 이해했잖아. 그런 거 똑같은 거 또 하면 안 돼. 그래서 아니 쓰러지면 안 돼. 쓰러지면 안 돼. 이거 진짜로? 할 수 있어.
소리 뻗고 소리 지르러 백십도 뻗고
진짜로? 진짜? 저 사람은 몰라 아직? 지금 게임할 때가 아니야. 마스크 사지 마. 너에게 할 얘기가 있어. 진짜. 혹시 귀가 잘 안 들려? 우리 타이씨 정식적으로 됐다고. 진짜로. 야 빨리 게임. 지금 게임을 지금 이거 할 때가 아니야. 지금 말도 못해. 아 말을 좀 해봐. 소감을 좀 얘기해. 소감을 좀 얘기해봐. 아니 소감을 좀 말을 좀 해보라니까. 아니 얘기를 좀 해봐. 해봐. 말 좀. 자. 말을 해. 진짜로. 진짜. 우리 다음 달부터 뛰면 돼. 벌써? 바로 다음 달. 지금 탄신 들어가야 되니까 당장 가슴 수술 해야 된다고. 그래서 너는 들어갈 생각이 없어? 어떡하지? 다른 나라 때를 언니 사이즈만큼 하고 싶다는데? 내 사이즈만큼 하고 싶다. 근데 좀 과한데? 안 될 것 같은데? 좀 그렇긴 해 그거는. 이거는 나는 자연이라 가지고 이렇게까지 하는 건 좀. 자 우리 이제 축하를 해야 될 거 아니야? 너무 좋아 너무 좋아 너무 좋아. 근데 지금 밤이라서 일단 24시간 먹을 수밖에 없어. 난 좋아. 언니는 지금 게임이 너무 좋아서 가기 싫대. 너무 좋다고. 게임 너무 좋아서. 나는 게임 하나의 채야. 나 게임 해야 되니까 방해하지 마. 나 게임 해야 되니까 방해하지 말라고. 알았다. 그러면 오늘은 그래 가자. 여기 가자. 우리 먹으러 갈게. 자 우리 가자. 먹기 싫다. 잠깐만 다시 한번. 쓸데없는 일을 지어나가고 안 갈 거야? 안 가? 먼저 가야지. 게임하고 싶은데 이러고 갈 거야? 다리 비면 경고야 지금. 이렇게 다리를 비는가 그러지. 나중에 아이템 사네. 그 밥 먹으러 갈 생각이 없다는 거지. 우리끼리 가자. 맞아요. 응. 가자 빨리 가자. 진짜 미쳤나 봐. 그다음 얘기해봐. 진정해. 일단 저희 그때 한정판 여신으로 한번 이제 경기하게 됐는데 그거 봐주시고 좋게 봐주셔서 우리가 정식적으로 하게 된 것 같은데 앞으로도 더 열심히 하는 모습 보여드리겠습니다. 팬분들도 얼른 구장에서 만나길 기다리고 있습니다. 놀러오세요. 미안해 정말이야. 근데 너무 이런 게 주셔서 너무 진짜 감사드리고 대만에서 첫 농구를 이렇게 너무 그냥 영광이라는 말로 감사드린다는 말밖에 할 수가 없어. 근데 너무 벅차서 말이 안 나올 정도 이런 기회가 저한테
Why are bullets extremely complex in Rockstar Games? Starting with RDR2, we will see how used cartridges will now be replaced with new ones, and when fired, they will break, leaving a hole in the center. The same effect applies to all types of ammo, regardless of the weapon. The fluctuations come with GTA 5, because used cartridges will look like new ones, and although the new shotgun ammunition currently has functional 3D models, the rest of the weapons, such as pistols, will only have poorly made textures for their ammunition, except for the shell casing that is ejected when fired. And it's clear that mentioning which weapons have a better effect on objects is unnecessary. Why are bullets extremely complex in Rockstar Games? Starting with RDR2, we will see how used cartridges will now be replaced with new ones, and when fired, they will break, leaving a hole in the center. The same effect of
Check this out. This is the Larva X by Happy Model. It's a little 2-cell or 3-cell micro FPV racer drone, and this is kind of like a toothpick variant. You may have seen toothpicks have been gaining popularity recently because they're so small. This is only 50 grams without the battery. With the battery, I think it's a little, let's see, 77 grams. Not bad at all. And because he's quiet and he's fast and he's small, you can have a really fun time with something like this, like a toothpick variant of an FPV micro quad, in a lot of places where you couldn't with a full-size quad. So we're talking 5 inches, 6-inch quad. They're loud, they could be obnoxious, people think they're dangerous. This little guy is like a mosquito zipping around, and people just won't care as much. So if you've been eyeing that park down the street, but you keep getting kicked out by people, maybe this guy is your answer. Please fly responsibly. Now this is the FrSky version. This is the Crazy Bee F4 Pro version 3 flight controller down there. 1103 7000 kV motors. Replacing them is going to be about $9 each, and I'll tell you more about why I know that. The frame is 100 millimeters, and it's about $97.90 right now on Banggood.com. Banggood.com supplied this for me to review, so thank you very much. And it's got a Runcam Nano 2 camera right there. It can also do up to 200 milliwatts VTX transmission, plus it has onboard DVR recording. Yes, that is a micro SD card slot. Now right now I'm using a micro SD card, a SanDisk Extreme 32 gigabyte. Make sure you're using 32 or under. A 64 gigabyte may not work. Also, make sure this is formatted before you plop it in there. The Happy Model website has firmware downloads for this. You can load it onto that SD card and then plop it in, and it will update your firmware for your VTX and your recording software. So the Runcam Nano 2, whatever quality you can squeeze out from that is what you're seeing on your SD card. So basically, it's like your FPV feed, maybe a little bit clearer, minus any analog interference or snow or anything like that. So it's just a crystal clear feed, but it's still kind of standard definition video. And even though it's 16 by 9 when you get it on your computer, it's really stretched 4 by 3 because that's a 4 by 3 camera. So if you want it to look normal with normal proportions, you would kind of squeeze that 16 by 9 down to a 4 by 3 aspect ratio on Premiere or your video editing software, and then the video would look normal. Everything is compact. I like the XT30, so you can plug in your 3-cell battery. Does not come with a battery, but I'm using a 350 milliamp hour battery here, high volt, and we just slip it right, I guess this way, and strap it down, and then plug her in, and then get your balance sleeve and snug it up underneath somewhere. I like it for the most part. I like the idea. I like what it does. I like what it's designed to do. Fly a capable, fast, maneuverable micro quad in areas where you've got to be on the DL, or maybe you're just not trying to be obnoxious to people, or you just prefer a small quad like this. The downsides are there are some things that don't work so great about it. Now, the F4 Pro version 3 flight controller is great so far. It hasn't burnt out like the other versions have with the 5-volt regulator like we had problems with on the trash can. However, the FrSky receiver that it comes with is just not it's not good. It just isn't. Now, I wonder if it's because of the carbon fiber. I have a video coming out about the Cinecan, which has no carbon fiber to speak of. Same flight controller, same receiver, much better FrSky transmission. However, with this one, maybe it is the carbon fiber that's kind of surrounding part of the antenna here, and the battery that kind of snuggles up right against it, means that you're going to have fail-safes really close. And I was having them. I had 2 fail-safes the other day when I shouldn't have had any. One when I was flying behind me, not that far away. Woo! Oh, look, I just had a fail-safe right there, wherever it was. Right behind me. My gosh. And another when I was flying in front of me, not even probably more than 200 feet away. I go barely on the other side of these, like next to the trees, and I'm like a 38, 37 RSSI. It's not great. I'm gonna put Crossfire on this thing. Get an Immortal T on here. Oh, there it is. Damn! Lost signal. I'm right on the other side of these trees. And that caused me to severely bend two of these motors. They still fly, but if you see any jello in the image, that might be from these. So that's disappointing. I do have some more motors on order, and that's why I know they're like $9 or $10. Now right here, it comes with a little sticky tape on this little foam. I have not taken the tape off. I didn't even really need to. So far I've crashed and the battery has not shifted. But if you find your battery is shifting, because shift happens, then you can always take off this red tape and just gonna snug it in and stick it in a little bit tighter. I like the video and I love the maneuverability. I felt like the only thing that was limiting me at that point was my reflexes, because anything I told the quad to do, except for the few times I fail-safed, it was doing. It would turn on a dime. It would accelerate so fast. It's a pleasure to fly when it's working. Now, what I want to do, and I want to get this video out first with the FrSky version, because this is the version they gave me. This is probably the most popular version, considering FrSky is more popular than Crossfire. I'm going to find a way, and I'm going to sacrifice a few grams to do it. I'm going to put this Crossfire Nano receiver along with an Immortal T, or maybe something similar, and get Crossfire on this thing, because that's the only limiting factor. Even if the Cinecan had the same range, this guy is twice as fast, 3 times as maneuverable, and just so freaking fun that you want to go far. You're supposed to go far, it feels like. This guy's got the ducks, like he's got covered props, so you're not going to be hitting things. This is like for inside, flying around people. This guy is if you really want to go balls to the wall with a micro quad. And so to have a receiver that can't match that experience and is really the only thing hindering this from being a good quad as is, means that, yeah, forget FrSky, Crossfire all the way. Now, if you're not set up for Crossfire on your radio, you could go the XM Plus route. This is a FrSky XM Plus on a ViFly X150 here, and it's a prime example of something you could do and still get better reception than the little F4 version 3 crazy bee built-in receiver. Now, even though it doesn't come with a battery, it does come with a few extras, like an extra canopy. And this one is kind of see-through. It's not quite as opaque as that one. And then also, obviously, some extra props and some tools. But otherwise, pretty simple. You basically just get the drone. Like I said, just get some batteries, some 3-cell. You're going to have the most fun with 3-cell. I've also flown some 2-cell. I'll show you. The other day, I put in some packs using these Race-Day Quad 300 mAh 2-cell batteries. And it was actually pretty fun. I had a good time. The only thing is, your throttle value is going to be way higher because 3-cell obviously has more power. So if you want to get the best experience out of this Larva X, get yourself a 3-cell, maybe 300 to 350, maybe even 400 mAh could fit. And yeah, keep this under 100 grams and you can have a great time without bothering people or freaking people out. Now, the bind button under here is a little bit of a pain to get to. You've got to take off the VTX and the camera and all that stuff, the housing. Bypass all that. The instructions will give you some information on how to enter the binding mode through CLI, through your USB connection, right, where's the, oh, underneath here. Yeah, that's right. I currently fly the Larva X with the Taranis X90 Plus and the Fat Shark HD3 goggles. Check the links in the description below to the goggles and the radios that I use to fly these. So I'm looking forward to putting this through more of its paces after I wire Crossfire into this. Totally doing that first. Then it's off to the races and we'll just see where all I can fly this bad boy. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Check the Banggood.com link to the Larva X. They've been really good to me about supplying things to review. And I hope to review some more things in the future, including this guy, the Cinecan. He's up next. Stay tuned.
we look at an action figure that is most definitely not Chun-Li and is not part of Street Fighter because it's a Cyberpunk Fighters Club. It's Chun-Li. We're gonna take a look at this Quinly and find out if this thing is really worth it. Now, I've seen some photos of it early on, and I've seen some photos where people got it ahead of time. By ahead of time, I mean just before me. I don't get it ahead of time. Not this time.
Alright, so time to talk about the new Beta FPV P1 Air Unit HD VTX, and that's what it looks like. And I already knew this was kind of coming. All of the things were kind of, basically the writing was on the wall already when the Aquila 20 HD came out, and I did a review on this RTF system here. This is really targeted towards first-time pilots, beginners, not like the traditional FPV crowd. So you can go watch this video if you want. It kind of gives you an idea what the video quality is like. Go check that out. I'll link that in the description. But now for you DIY guys that want to build your own drones with this technology in here, they have the VTX available now, and pretty amazing price, $38. Obviously just for the VTX there, as you see, camera, the VTX unit, and the antenna. They also have the goggles for sale for $149. And this was also announced. This is their new Meteor 75 Pro with P1 VTX in there, $130. So quite competitive in terms of pricing for what you get for a digital system. And I think, you know, this budget system is really going for those folks that are interested in FPV. They don't like the video quality of analog. They would prefer digital, but they don't like the prices of digital, like an HD, or it's like a DJI, 04 system, for example, quite a bit more expensive than this one. So they're kind of, they're trying to appease the people that want to fly FPV for cheap, like analog prices, but digital. And this is kind of not quite as cheap as analog. Some people might argue that it's cheaper in terms of the goggles, and of course these are box goggles, so if you want to get really high-end analog stuff, you can definitely spend more than this, of course. But I think that's what they're targeting. They're targeting people that are not really wanting to spend too much, but they want the higher quality of digital and the prices of analog. So I can kind of see where this is kind of going. Now, for those of you who are like, oh, how compatible is this with the Caddx system and other future systems? So they do talk a little bit about this on their product page on the Air unit. So, they're saying this is an open system, artisan inside, and CAP supported. Not really sure what that means. I didn't really get a good answer from BetaFeed about that. But I believe the firmware that they're running on their system is actually supported by Artisan, the creators of the hardware. And I believe Caddx might be using something really similar in terms of hardware, but they're using their own proprietary firmware. So that leads me to believe that this system for Beta FPV is probably going to be compatible with other systems that are coming out from other companies that will basically use this Artisan inside and CAP supported, I guess, backdrop of what the technology is. I don't believe Beta FPV has the in-house talent to develop software, the firmware for the VTX, so they're probably just using what Artisan developed, and whoever else is going to be, taking up this particular HD video system, they'll probably use that same
Hello， 大家好，欢迎收看猫公 Sir 当红炸子鸡。这次我们终于该给大家讲一下怎么买 FPV 眼镜。毕竟这一期不是一个测评，只是说小白第一套超音阶设备到底该怎么买。我自己用的是肥叉 HD3，东拼西凑的搞了一个新款的 HDO， 搞了一个 Skylum 的03，以及 Brito 2代的眼罩和一个小飞手1代的屏幕。红母 A 也好，或者 是一些其他的杂牌眼罩，什么肥鲨的一些眼罩，基本不常用。国内大陆最多的还是肥鲨、Skyzone、Burrito 小飞手，我觉得尽力了嘛，对吧？然后好多小白都问，哎呀，到底该买哪个？买哪个？其实这还问吗？没什么可对比的嘛，那价格在这放着呢。这一个东西300-400块钱，这个东西500-600块钱。Skyzone 2700、02 1700、HD3 2600、HDO 3500。OK，你非要说哎呀哪个性价比好点儿，哪个这样的，其实那咱就大概讲一讲啊。一直的原则，看颜值，看预算，你能 hold 得住哪个，你就买哪个就完了。咱先讲两个前提条件，就是真正的小白，从来没有听过穿戴机再说。首先，这种 FPV 眼镜它真的不是 VR 眼镜，我们只是说VR 听起来比较酷炫一点。这个东西其实就是2块小屏幕，然后怼里边一点透镜，然后弄个风扇，弄点电路什么的，跟 VR 眼镜整个技术什么 HTC、索尼那些东西都差一大截的。这些厂家包括北沙、Skyzone 都是以前做安防监控摄像头啊、屏幕那种小厂家转过来的，塑料感十足。就即便 HTO 这个3500的价格，你拿手里真的就是你跟3500的手机完全不是一个概念。而且你真正戴上的感觉，其实并不像说 VR 眼镜那种完全没有黑边的沉浸感，有点类似于去电影院看电影的感觉。其实四边还是有比较大的黑边面积的，2块小屏幕怼在那里，相对来说也还算可以了。第一视角的体验是 OK 的，但是沉浸感还完全做不到。第二个就是我们讲所谓的穿眼机，所谓的 FPV 眼镜，画质都是极其渣渣的。因为我们的穿越机保证的是速度，所以舍弃了画质，我们用的都是5.8G 的模拟图传，那种信号画面就跟90年代的那种老电视一样，哗啦哗啦的。这种所谓的清晰度，到底远近的不光是眼镜的问题，接收机、天线、飞机的天线、飞机的图传，你的安放方式、方向、功率、干扰、现场的环境，各方面选选。所以有时候我也建议大家，因为你穿越机玩的是速度，也就半径180米，你就自己转一转，炸了你还能找着。清晰度真的没有那么高要求，目前高清图传还都没上来，这个技术还不太稳定。至少这些年大家都是玩5.8那种模拟图传，哗啦哗啦雪花凑合看吧。你所看到的所有高清视频，全部都是飞机上面挂一个 GoPro， 或者是那种新出那种双层卡路的那种摄像头。飞手的第一视角实时画面，目前全部都是这种渣渣的5.8G 模拟图，做好心理准备。好多人都问我，哎呀，为什么这个样子啊？为什么那个样子？都是被抖音的高清视频给骗了。那现在我们开始一档一档说吧。首先第一档其实都不是 FPV 啊，好多人第一档说，哎呀，我就买个穿越机，然后不戴眼镜行不行？不玩屏幕行不行？我当大疆玩行不行？那精髓就没了，对吧？穿越机就是第一视角，啪那种灵魂出窍的感觉嘛。所以我一定建议大家，你可以刚开始一定是不要先上第一视角去练的，第三视角先大概会操作。但是你要玩的就是第一视角，对吧？你这个东西，你为了省钱，有点可惜点。而且真的，你最不济，你买个小屏幕，对吧？现在这种小飞手1代300块钱，啊，3代2根天线，什么双图传的也就400块钱，你至少能看个第一视角。这种东西其实真的也没什么可选的，也没什么竞品，大家都是小飞手，无非那种什么老鹰，什么屏幕大点儿，但是我还是觉得
4倍是吧？
差不多得了。第一视角一般没人用这玩意儿，因为你的整个体验会跟你戴眼镜完全不一样。你戴眼镜的话，顶多四边是黑的，但是会完全沉浸在那个画面里边，你的那种第一视角体验会很好。这种东西，你即便再怎么盯着，你周边的环境还是会干扰你。而且我自己试过，我看这种东西，很多细节你是没法看到的，有些绳儿啊、线儿啊、丝儿的什么的。然后像它会有配那种套装啊什么，你可以这么一加，支在遥控上面，那么对，毕竟这个价格，入门，咱们之前讲过。如果你真的想要第一视角，就是第二档的，就是我们这种眼罩，就是说白了，它里边是一块大屏幕，就相当于把小飞手怼在这里边，然后跟你个眼罩扣在一起。基本上也没有什么选择，就是这款 Burrito， 1代是没有卡路的，2代现在有一个卡路，有卡槽可以录 DVR， 你也看出来吧？就是丑，然后便宜，该有的都有，风扇也有，这个双天线也有，频段也有，DVR 也有，就是丑没毛病。就你看这种塑料泡沫一压一个手指头印儿， 对吧？一个 B Rito 现在2代560块钱，学生党首选。你索性你跳过小背手，对吧？200块钱2万的事儿，你扛几天就扛过去了。你升级个第一视角会好很多。送一个蘑菇天线，送一个平板天线。这个至于天线和接收机，我们回头再说。包括它也是内置接收机的，但是就是你的，反正我试过这种，总感觉那个画面就在你眼前，怼到你眼前，没有那种景深感。毕竟这个价格了，反正塑料泡沫。它而且还有说这种 B Rito 眼罩的供电比较人性化的，就是它有这么一根转接线，直接这边插在上面，这边就可以直接用飞机的XT60什么电池往里怼就行，也很方便。SkyZoom 也是这样，肥鲨就是人家自己搞这套东西比较麻烦，所以反正还是说说一千到1万，性价比眼罩系小背手往上倒一层，560块钱的 B Rito 2，没有什么其他的竞品。其他的还是说，要不然就是那种100多那种眼罩没法用，就是教学骗小孩用；要不然就是肥鲨也出那种眼罩，也是就是骗外行用。你要真想玩儿，想入这个坑，预算有限的学生党 ，B Rito 2没问题。然后咱们就开始升到正经800的 FPV 眼镜了。还是刚才说的，国内基本上就是肥鲨和 SkyZoom。SkyZoom 以前也是肥鲨代工厂，后来出来自己单干很正常。至于像那些奥姆威或者是一些什么其他的眼镜，还是说大陆地区玩的比较少，而且甚至有些都不能在大陆地区卖。这种穿越机圈子很小，大家交流沟通信息其实很重要。你尽量用大家都在用的设备，你有什么问题配件哪怕你2手卖都方便。所以这2个牌子，咱先说 SkyZoom。SkyZoom 现在最新的应该是03，不说最新吧，应该说最高是03。因为刚刚出了个02叉和02C，其实就相当于把它02的那一档出了一个更新，这个待会儿咱再说。SP 战队他们官方是 SkyZoom，包括可以看这个 SkyZoom 03这个 SP 的这个风扇壳相当骚气。说实话，产品没有任何问题，而且非常实诚，就是它的所有零备件功能比肥鲨都要多，都要好，但是就是觉得差一档，有点像东北菜那种感觉。就是我实诚啊，我肉多，量也足，什么都好，性价比也好，你总感觉它上不了价，对吧？你请媳妇儿总得吃个日料，吃个西餐，你请的是东北菜，对吧？反正这种东西东北菜你自己吃是可以的。现在的03是2700，有点这跟肥鲨有点杠。他们现在出了这个02叉和02C，1800和1700，外观各方面没有任何区别，只是把里边最核心的零部件稍微已经削弱。对于大众来说，那点零部件的升级降级没有什么区别，因为你整个图传画面都是渣渣。然后就是我们的这个坑货肥鲨，这个因为我自己是 HD3，然后呢他们是 HDO， 之前有 HD2、HD 反正这那的，包括肥鲨现在你从网上也能找到一些很多奇奇怪怪的型号，你就理解为这就是跟 FPV 界的苹果手机，就隔三差五出一个，当年是不是乔布斯时代苹果，是库克时代苹果，就是哎呀，今儿给你换个壳，明儿给你弄个色儿，就出一代。特别是这次 HDO， HD3 没有什么外观，除了换了个黑条条啊，洋气一些；换了个字体啊，洋气一些；换了个贴纸，洋气一些。对，深得苹果精髓。然后它把它的里边那个屏幕换成了 OLED 屏，然后这个分辨率更高点，弄成了960×720，弄成了37度视角4:3可调的屏幕，到可调10:9。这个我们说，其实大家选眼镜之前有一定争议，就是说到底这个分辨率的高低，包括 OLED 到底怎么着，
大家知道，在穿越机的领域之中，这个飞机的大小有差异非常多。有从小到这个魔6摩布拉6，那是65的，一直大到8寸、9寸，那这种大型的穿越机都有。那一般常见的话都是在5寸的穿越机比较多。那本身在选择穿越机的时候，当然是要看您的目的你飞的目的是要拍摄，还是要做竞速，还是只是想要休闲爽飞一下？那这个目的不同，你选择的飞机也会不一样。那就我个人而言，我是比较偏向休闲娱乐，那就是有空的时候、没事的时候去山上，然后去这个 的飞场啦，去飞一飞，一方面舒缓压力，那另外一方面也是可以享受这个飞行的自由。那因为我是这个目的而飞的，所以当初我在选择的时候就是选择比较这个轻薄比较小型的飞机。那我到目前为止都飞了好几年，那我还是很喜欢去飞小机哈。那我所谓的小机呢，不是那种这种小四轴哈，就小四轴这个其实是也蛮好玩的，像魔6、魔7，或者是这个贝塔 FPV 的75、65哈，甚至现在有85，那这个也是很好玩，在室内可以飞哈。但是如果这台你带到室外的话，它的这个动力来讲，或是它的这个叶片来讲会太小了。那户外如果风大一点的话，它很容易被风所影响。所以在选择一个室外机的时候，那又不希望尺寸太大，那个时候我就选择来飞这种所谓的3寸机哈，3寸的小机。那5寸机其实刚开始入门的时候，对5寸机是蛮有恐惧感的，因为毕竟那个5寸机飞机比较大哈，比较大，那叶片也是比较暴力一点。好，那再加上5寸机要买的电池，好，那都是比较大一点，比较容量比较大，然后也比较贵一点。那刚开始你的预算没有那么多的时候，那飞小机的是一个折中的方案啊，毕竟因为它的电池便宜，那它的那个电包，甚至不用电包，你可以找一个比较大的一个电池，来充这种小电池就可以，充很多颗了哈，那就够你玩一个下午。好，这也是选择的时候考虑之一，因为毕竟每个人的预算都不一样。啊，那第3个，选择小机的这个原因就是说它的携带方便。啊，尤其你如果没有车子的话，那你是骑车，好，那骑车你希望你的包包越小越好，不要带太多东西。那基本上你选择这种小机的话，携带很方便，配合这种小的遥控器哈，那小的电池，那这样子我觉得再加一个眼镜，好，再加上一个如果你要费多一点电池的话，一个小电包，好，那就足够哈，足够你出去一趟骑车出去玩个半天没有问题。好，那以我这台常常在飞的这2台来说的话，这是3寸。那它的规格的话，我叶片是配 HP 的3寸叶片哈，这2台都是。好，那这个3寸的机跟小4轴其实也没有比小4轴大多少哈，几乎只有大一点点。但是它飞行起来的这个感觉跟它的动力是差了10万8千里啊。那基本上这种小4轴在家里飞一飞玩一玩，练习一下那个飞行是不错的。但是如果你真正到户外的话，你要享受这种抗风或者是享受这个速度感的话，那3寸机其实已经很厉害了哈。它的飞行的速度虽然没有5寸快，但是对新手而言，它的这种感觉已经快到会让你尤其是新手了，老手我就不说了哈。那新手来讲的话，甚至很难去抓住它哈，它这个飞行的速度是很快的。好，那在怎么选择上来讲，像这2台小机的话，我这一台易飞的136 RS， 它的这个原厂配置就是配1104哈，1104，所以那时候我收到我也是非常压抑已经是一台3寸的机，怎么还配一台1104的这么小颗的马达？后来飞起来感觉还不错它的动力1104在4200 kV 所以我是使用3S 的电池3S 的小电池，来就这颗3S750格式 Align 的这个小电池那就可以飞得很不错那这一台的话是这台我自己装的这台的马达是13系列1304，这是1104 4200，这是1304 4200那 kV 值的意思就是说每分钟的转速所以6200一定比4200的转速还要高所以这台这个马达会比较高的转速。那加上它是13系列13系列又比11系列马达还大一圈这边可以看到马达还大一圈，这边比较小 因为1.3前面2个数字是代表马达的直径1.1公分跟1.3公分那当然1.13系列的会比较大一点所以飞起来的感觉这台会比较暴力这台会比较暴力很多这一台的话就比较缓和。最后是还有一个机架那机架这2台的机架都是3寸的机架，几乎都是用这种碳纤板碳纤板去拼的。那碳纤板有个好处就是它的这个机架的刚性会比较好。那如果是在一般的小4轴，这个是用塑胶塑胶壳、塑胶机架，所以它的会比较软我用手就可以拨了软。所以它如果是在高油门的时候，它比较容易会这个刚性不够，会容易震动。那像这种小3寸的话用刚性用这个碳纤板的话，它的刚性会比较好，所以在高油门的时候比较不会去震动比较不会去抖。然后刚刚讲到马达，那马达的话，在像这种小的08系列08系列，它就没有办法跟这种11系列跟13系列。飞机倒过来的时候那你一定把油门会收到底嘛，不然你就会炸到地上。油门收到底以后，当它转过来的时候，你要加油门嘛要加油门。那加油门的情况
Express LRS without any extra characters at the end. Just type all the letters in lowercase. That's the password.
好，我因为这个已经从头开始。之后以后不管你再买新的飞机换飞机那只要在飞机上面设定好它的对频码跟遥控器是一样的，那上电之后它就会自动连线不用再做任何的动作那这叫做自动对频。那我们要怎么样在遥控器上来设我们的对频码？通常 ELS 不管是遥控器或是飞机上的接收机都可以采用 WiFi 的方式设定，也就是说，我们可以用电脑连接电脑的 WiFi 或是手机的 WiFi 来把这个对频码设进去。那遥控器只要设1次就好了，之后就不用再去管，之后有新的飞机再设飞机上的接收机对频码即可。好，第一步我们需要进到我们的这个遥控器的 ELRS 的 Lua， 也就是类似手机的 APP 这个里面，怎么进去呢？我们这边有个 SYS System 按键，我们按一下，然后我们在这个选单里面用这个选单这个滚轮去选到我们有一个 Express LRS 这个就是我们的 ELRS 的这个 Lua。好，我们按 Enter 进去。好，出现一堆有的没的，你看不懂没关系。我们先找到往下滚，找到 WiFi Connectivity， 就是 WiFi 连接这个选项，按进去。好，我们在第一个有一个叫做 Enable WiFi， 这个按进去。好，出现这个画面就是代表遥控器已经把 WiFi 打开，你可以连线进去来改它的对频码了。好，这时候我们在电脑上面，这个 WiFi 这边来连接，来找一下。打开 WiFi 以后，你会看到一个叫做 Express LRS T 叉这个就是遥控器。好，我们按上去连接。那通常第一次连接，它会问你密码。密码就是这几个字，都是小写的，叫做 Express LRS， 后面没有 T 叉，就打前面，全部用小写，就是它的密码。好，我因为这个已经连过，所以就可以直接进去按连线，它就会直接连上去。那这时候你要在你的这个 Web Browser， 也就是浏览器这边打一个网址，这个网址就是10.0.0.1，好，按下 Enter。那 这时候就会进入到这个 Express LRS 的设定画面。这个设定的画面其实是从这个遥控器上面来的。好，那我们这个画面进去以后，我们看到这边有一个 Binding Phrase， 这也就是我们设定对频码的地方。那我们可以在这边可以输入我们需要的对频码。好，那假设输入这个好 bracket， 好，输入完成之后，你就把这个页面往下滚。好，其他都不用动。好，有一个 save 这个地方，就把它按进去，它就会把这个对频码存到遥控器上。好，那这时候它就会重新开机。那这个画面你要退出来的话，就是按这个 RTN Return 的画面按一下，它就会退回来，然后它的对频码就设完了。多按几次就退到主画面，这个就设完了。好，这个只要我们买来新的遥控器，只要设定一次对频码就好，之后就不用再去做了。那接下来我们来设定飞机的对频码。好，那这时候我们把我把它不小心按到了。好，我们来用一个飞控拿出来的一个飞控，好，一样这样子比较好说明怎么样去设这个飞控呢，也就是小飞机里面会用到的。那通常这种小飞机用的飞控，它有内建，你要查规格，查规格基本上有内建 ELRS 的都可以来设对频码。那内建 ELRS 它有两种，一种是走所谓的 Serial UART， 一种是走 SPI， 但是现在大多数的飞控上都是走 ELRS 的都是走那个 UART Serious UART 这个方式。如果是走 SPI 的方式，那就是在那个 BF 里面去设对频码就可以了。但是我们现在比较数量比较多的都是走这个 Serial UART， 那听不懂没关系，等一下我再来说明。好，这时候我们可以来上电。那上电这种小飞控，有时候你接 USB， 它也可以把接收机上电工作。那大部分的时候你还是要上电，把电池接上去，然后我们来开机。好，开机的时候通常会有一个灯是代表 ELRS 的这个灯号，那大多都是蓝灯。那这一片飞控是 Happy Model 快乐那个模型，他们家居然是用红灯，这个不太正确，正确应该 ELRS 都是蓝灯。好，那你开机以后，这个红灯慢闪，然后过了一定的秒数以后，它就会快闪。这个快闪就是代表它进到 WiFi 模式。那这个要等多久等多久的秒数，这个其实可以自己来设定。那一般来讲，在新的一台飞机上或者飞控上，它大概都要等60秒，那等1分钟，这个比较长的时间，那也可以把它缩短。像这一片我已经改成20秒，所以很快就可以进到对频模式。不是对频模式，设定模式。那设定它是用 WiFi 一样，我们这时候在这个电脑打开我们的 WiFi， 这时候就可以看到有一个SSID， 它是 Express LRS R 就是 Receiver， 就是它的接收机。好，那这个时候我们把它按下去，一样连接。那这个连接之后，跟刚刚那个遥控器是一样，我们在这个上面一样打位置10.0.0.1，好，进入到这个接收机的设定画面，其实都是大同小异，一样在我们这个对频码 Binding Phrase 这边打跟我们一样的。跟我们的接收机一样的对频码，好，打上去一样是按 Save。刚刚有提到有一个就是我们开机以后会等多久，它会进到 WiFi。 是在这里设定的。好，那这边是秒数，所以我这个它原厂预设值是60，很久要等1分钟，好，它才会去闪，还会进到这个 WiFi 的模式。那我们可以把它改成像等20秒，好，它就进去了。那这个改不改都无所谓，看个人。好，改完以后我们按一下 Save and Report， 好，那它就会，对，这个画面我提一下，不要以为这个叉叉是代表错误的或者是有问题的，你要看这个文字 Upload Success 的，代表它已经成功写入。那我也不知道他为什么用一个叉叉代表这个，这样造成很多新手以为说是失败，其实它是成功的哈。你只要看到 success， 代表它已经成功了。好，你就可以按下 report。好 ，report 以后就不管它，这个画面都可以关起来了。那我们这时候看到这个接收器，它重置以后又开始红灯，然后如果你刚刚遥控器没有关的话，它就会自动连上去了。有按到。好，这边有一个信号，好，这个信号就代表已经跟接收机连上去的信号。那我们可以把电源关掉，它等一下信号就会消失的，它会告诉你这个信号已经不见了哈。这个就是你要看有没有跟接收机连上去，有没有跟飞机上面的 ELS 接收机连上去啊，最重要的一个参考的地方。好，那我们这样子设定好对频码以后，记得每次飞行的时候先开遥控器，再开飞机，好，飞机再上电。如果你先上电飞机，那遥控器会连不上它，啊，连不上它，所以要有一个好习惯，就是先开遥控器，开了遥控器以后我们上电，好，这时候我们就会看到它就会自动连，好，自动连上去。好，这个就是确认它已经有把这个接收机跟遥控器连上。接下来我们怎么去设定它，就是在 BF 里面去设定。那我们确认飞控上的 ELS 接收机已经跟遥控器连接正常之后，我们就能来设定这个 BF 遥控器的部分。好，我们先把它飞控接上 USB， 然后接上电脑。好，那有些飞控哈，尤其是这种 ES 的飞控，你接上电脑的时候，这个 ELS 的接收机就开始工作，像这个灯已经亮了，表示有跟遥控器有连线，它的信号也有。啊，这时候我们就可以进到我们的 BF。那 BF 一样连接飞控，好，进来之后，我们在左边这个地方选择接收机。好的，你进来接收机这个页面，你可以先看到最右边上面有一个接收机的这个设定。那在这边的设定上面，你要根据你实际上的接收机是走哪一种方式，哪一种这个模式啊，来选择。如果你是接收机是走之前有提到 Serial UART， 那就要选这个。如果你的接收机是走 SPI， 那你就必须要在这边拉下来选 SPI。啊，有2种常见的这个连接方式。那当然是现在市面上比较多的是走 UART 嘛。那下面这边是你的这个协议哈。那协议的话，通常我们这个 ELS 就是走 CRSF 这个通讯协议。好，那所以这个是这2点，把它设置好之后，在下面有一个叫做保存重启，好，这一定要按下去，这个才会记录在你的这个飞控上面。如果是走 UART 模式，那你还要做一个动作，就是在左边选单选择铺口，那在这个铺口的位置，必须要把接收机打开。至于接收机接在哪一个铺口，哪一个 UART， 那你必须要参考你的飞控的使用手册说明，或是参考你的这个接收机线路是焊接在哪一个 T 叉 R 叉口，那对应到 UART 这边把接收机打开，这样你才能顺利抓到你的接收机。好，我们回到接收机。 对，另外还有就是 telemetry 这个地方要打开，这个是遥测信号的输出。如果你没有打开的话，你的遥控器上可能就收不到接收机传回来的一些飞机资讯。好，所以这边如果没有开的话，一定要打开。再来就是通道映射，通道映射这有两种。那它们是分别是插在它的油门通道，它有上下两种。如果你发现你在动这个摇杆，在动这个摇杆，但是它的反应跟你所需要的，比如说我动油门，它去动到其他的通道，那代表说这个映射是不一样的。那你这个时候就要在这里去改。好，假设你是设定是 TAER， 那如果不对的话，你就改另外一个就是 AETR 哈。那这个4个字 AETR 这个是代表这边 A 就代表横滚，E 代表俯仰，R 就是方向 ，T 是油门。所以你会发现这两种形态只是插在油门的位置。像这个油门在第3通道，我们叫 AETR。那另外一种，我们拉下来哈，它只有2种。好，另外一种是 TAER， 你会发现 T 跑在最前面，代表油门在第1通道。好，所以这边确认好你的摇杆反应也正确，好，正确的摇杆反应，这样我们的接收机就已经完全设置好了。记得啊，所有动到这些设置都要按下这边保存并重启哦，那这样子所有的这个设定才会记录到你的那个飞控上面。OK， 那就这样子，谢谢大家。
Hello everyone, today we're taking a look at the Meteor 75 Pro 04. Of course, it's the 04, so it features the 04 standard, or light if you will, camera, as well as the VTX. Flight controller is the new Matrix 3-in-1 flight controller. This is 1S. Also note, there's no USB port, so we have to use their little dongle that they've been using on their Whoops recently. Motors are Beta FPV 1102 22,000 kV, and on those motors are the Gemfan 45mm tri-bladed props. Battery connection is the 180-degree BT20 connector that we've come to expect. Receiver antenna is not ideal, it's laying here underneath, but it does function as far as Whoop sort of flights, keeping it close in, but ExpressLRS is so good, you can probably get a fair distance out even with the 4 antenna placement down here. The canopy is a 3-position mount system. You can see there in the front that there is no screw mounting the canopy, so we just have those 3 positions. And even though it's a Meteor 75 motor post to motor post, it's 80mm. It weighs 37.25 grams. The recommended battery is this Beta FPV Lava 550, and with that battery it weighs just about 51.5 grams. You could also fly it on this Beta FPV Lava 450, but I found the flight times are only about 2.5 minutes. And with that battery, it's just about 50 grams. Comes with this simple little pack of extra props. The dongle that I showed you comes in 2 pieces. We've got some extra mount gummies and some screws. Also comes with the order and support card. Nope, it didn't come with any stickers. Okay, we're going to start off inside, as I do. Please note that I am using the Goggles 2, so when you look down at the lower right, it says 50 megabits per second. That's because I'm using the Goggles 2. If I had Goggles 3, I believe it is, it would show 60, so that number is going to change as we fly various places through the house. If you're not familiar with the channel, I guess I've only had one video where I staked this in. I broke my wrists, and I'm not capable of doing my typical flying inside. I do think I'm improving even in this sort of slow, sort of steady, flat sort of flying, but I'm just not capable of flying much faster. What we saw there by the stairs, I've actually seen that before, but normally I see that sort of aberration where the video kind of breaks up when I'm downstairs sitting in the position that I'm currently talking in, and then I have to kind of fly beyond the HVA system and all of its metal. But it was pretty odd that it occurred there. That isn't something that I've seen in other 04 units that I've been flying in the house. Yes, there I have 3 that I've been working on, and this has been a long journey. I've actually had this, I think I got this actually right before I broke my wrist, and so I've had it for a while. I've had it for over 2 weeks. And right now we're looking at the Betaflight OSD, which is from the DVR goggle, so you can see the view, the pilot view, so to speak. One of the questions that came up quite a bit on my original video is, do I notice much of a visual or image quality difference between the 03 and the 04s?
And I don't. There's a field of view difference that I think is fairly apparent, especially when it comes to this standard 04 or 04 Lite, as I think most of us are starting to call it. But with the goggles 2 that I am using, I'm not seeing a huge visual difference as far as what I'm seeing when I use the 04, whether it's the Pro or the standard. We've switched over to the onboard video storage, and you see there on the right, and this is why I use this flight, on the right we kind of have that white sort of vertical line. That is actually from the canopy because the camera in its mount can shift a little bit left and right. So when you take off, and you can't see it in your FPV view, you can only see it in the onboard storage view. Just something to be aware of. But on this particular quad, on the 550 battery, I can tell you that I typically get about 4 minutes and 20 seconds, but I think on this flight it comes in at 4:19. And on my 450s, I got about 2.5 minutes, maybe 2:10 to 2:30. So I'm starting to wonder if those 415s and the battery sag that I was seeing, maybe those batteries need refreshed or it's just not a good match. But as I get back to flying some non-04 equipped 1S batteries, I can use those 150s, and I can look at the baseline of what I was getting previously on those 450s. I'll get a better idea of whether the health on those batteries mean I just need to refresh them, or if that's a actual expected flight time that you can expect flying this particular quad with those Lava 450 batteries. But let's move towards the end of the flight, just as a proof of concept. When we bring the OSD back, you've probably seen all you need to see as far as flat, sort of cruisy, sort of indoor flying. Okay, as we go around the table here, you can see we're starting to get the low battery warning on the stars that come on screen to tell us that we need to get home. We're going to come in and land, and then the battery, after I disarm, will start to recover a bit. And we go back to the home screen. You can see that the voltage there on the bottom left, 352, and our flight time of 4:19. So real close to that 4:20 mark I reported earlier. Okay, this is just the onboard storage, and this is the different flight, of course, but this is with Rocksteady turned on, and I think this is very important for you to see. Previously, the onboard video that I showed you was with Rocksteady turned off. So as you can see, and I'm just going to show you this sample, that we've got some jitter in the video footage with Rocksteady on, and this isn't necessarily unusual or specific to the Meteor 75. Like I said, I've got 3 quads with the 03 in here, and I've been working on them for a while and trying to figure out how I can get good footage out of both, not just the goggle DVR, the goggle view, the DVR footage, as well as with Rocksteady on and off. And I'm just not getting that in all the cases. I contacted Beta FPV and said, hey, the video footage is not smooth, it's not stable. We have this sort of stuff going on. They said the MIPI cable is probably touching the canopy, or the canopy is on too tight. So I did many flights with after checking that the MIPI cable was not touching the canopy and trying various tensions on the canopy screws, loosening them up, making them almost to the point of completely sloppy, and then to where I put on my head magnifiers and got it where the screw just touched the canopy top and the rubber pads below it just touched them. Sometimes I do a half-turn screw more on each screw, or a half-turn less, and keep doing more and more flights. That's why you've probably seen other videos on this exact quad from other channels. I just haven't been able to get good, stable footage out of not only the goggle DVR, but the Rocksteady as well as Rocksteady off. But in this particular case, it's just a Rocksteady on sort of issue. Let's move on to the outdoor flight, which I think is equally important for everyone to see. Okay, again, it's cold. I've got still a lot of snow, and you can see here that we go into the menu system just to verify. This is actually for my record keeping, but it shows that the Rocksteady is turned off, and so we're going to go for that flight, even though we're looking at the Betaflight DVR, or excuse me, the Betaflight elements, meaning we're in the goggle DVR, and we're going to take off. And I see movements just on takeoff, and just as we're cruising across. Again, I've done many flights, and I had to wait for outside flights after doing testing inside, where I got good non-Rocksteady as well as DVR footage. Before I went into doing outside flights with these, because, well, one, I have to wait for low wind days, and, it's been somewhat, well, it's just my typical weather pattern. You never know, even when the weather predicts, maybe you're going to predict a nice calm day at something below 10 miles an hour, and then you don't get it, or you get something dramatically lower than 10 miles an hour. This particular day, it's 28 degrees Fahrenheit, and the miles per hour is 8. You can actually hear the wind on my camera a little bit, and I tried various sorts of places throughout the yard, flying up higher, flying down lower, flying close to the house, flying out near the fence. I do all those particular areas because, you know, wind can always be different, whether it's directional or just from the objects that we have that obstruct the wind and how it hits. I also fly at angles to the sun to see if that has an impact because the brightness overall, which we have a lot of brightness with all this sun, and well, it's not even actually that sunny. It's a little bit overcast in this particular flight, but we have all the white from the snow that causes a little bit more of that bright feature. So I wanted to see if that was playing a role, if I could diagnose, well, you know, if I fly at this angle away from the sun or at this angle of the sun, then the footage seems to smooth out. Because that would be an indicator that an ND filter, which I don't know that we have for these O4s, would be helpful in order to smooth this out. Because inside, with no wind, there's some air movement from the HVA system, but no wind inside the video as far as without Rocksteady and through the goggle DVR is good. So I think it's something that's pretty important if you're looking at this particular quad and you're wanting to fly it outside.
Alright, so we're checking out the Happy Model baseline in this video. This is a 2-inch 2S micro. I think in my previous video on the NanoFly 20, I think I mentioned this as a 2S or a 2-inch 1S micro, but it's actually a 2S micro. So much a bigger setup here, bigger motors, obviously 2S battery, so the performance is going to be quite a bit different from the NanoFly. But if you're looking for something a little bit more beefy, with, of course, weight penalty, it's obviously going to be heavier. Anyway, so let's take a look at what comes in the box. It comes in this little plastic carrying case. Doesn't come with any batteries. I'll talk about the battery situation here in a second. So you get 2 of these battery trays that goes on the bottom. You have to install these yourself, but they don't come installed. I'll show you that here in a second. It's not a big deal. You get a spare one here. It's just 3D printed. TPU, spare canopy, and I believe this is for like a RunCam split. So if you happen to have like one of those boards from the Mobula 7 HD, Mobula 6 HD, I think this is the same canopy, and you can transfer that camera over to this one to make it an HD setup if you want. Get some stickers, of course, at the bottom there. Get a bag with some spare props, prop removal tool, some spare nuts and screws, screwdriver, Allen wrench, and extra battery pads. So this little battery tray here on the bottom, you have to take off these nuts that are on the screw, and then just slide on the battery tray on here. It's a 3D printed part, and then put the nuts back on. It takes like 5 minutes. The recommended battery is this 2S 450 GMD high volt, and it does fit in here, although it's a very, very tight fit. There are other batteries that they said that could be used, a 350, 450, 550, 650. Of course, those probably won't fit this tray exactly like this one does. It's a very tight fit, even with the 450. I didn't have a 350, so I did try a 300 2S. This one also fits in here, no problem. It's a bit looser, but it doesn't slide out. It's a little bit looser fit. Flight times are going to be quite a bit different. 4 minutes to 4.5 minutes if you're flying kind of slower, maybe even 5 minutes if you're really just cruising around on the 450. The 300 is not going to give you that much if you're pretty aggressive, which I think you're going to want to be because it's going to have a better power to weight ratio with this lighter setup here. Looking at a minute and a half, 2 minutes, maybe 2.5 minutes of flight time on the 300, depending on how aggressively you're flying. And so we have a 2-inch micro. We have 1103 motors in this one here. These EX 1103, 11,000 kV motors. We've got the gem fan, tri-bladed 2-inch props. The board on here is their X12 board, and this one is the Express LRS version. You can see the little ceramic antenna on board there. 12 amp ESCs. It has a built-in Express LRS receiver. It's got the Betaflight 4.3 something firmware with the version 2 Express LRS on here. So if you want the version 3, you'll have to go to the website and get the updated Betaflight firmware to get this to Express LRS version 3. But that's a DIY project. You have to do that on your own. And it does come with an onboard Open VTX 400 milliwatt video transmitter. Of course, this is analog, so you got a single board for all that. For your camera, you get your Caddx Ant analog camera and this canopy, and then your VTX antenna comes out the top here. The bottom plate frame that holds everything is about 2 millimeters thick, and then of course the motors are being held on with 3 screws here, although there is also a 4-screw mount if you have a different motor, if you want to try a different motor out. And of course you have your plugs for the motors, pretty typical of Happy Model, along with a micro USB port here pointing out the bottom. Alright, so this is how much the drone weighs. It's a little over 40 grams, 40.6 grams on my scale, and then with a recommended battery, the 2S450, the total weight's at 68.4. If you go with a lighter 300, the weight comes in at 60.1. So if I didn't mention it before, this is called the Baseline, and this is actually a design inspired by Nathan Loops. I think he's one of the Happy Model team pilots, and I guess this is one of his favorite models that he's been flying around for some time, so they decided to make a bind and fly model out of it. I think they did go with a bigger motor setup, obviously for heavier setup, 1103 motors. And if you kind of compare this to like the Flywoo Baby Nano 20, which is very similar to this one, that one comes with 1002 motor, so it's a much smaller motor on a biblade 2-inch prop. So it doesn't have as much acro performance as this one, but that one weighs a little bit less. So if you're looking for more acro performance in a 2-inch setup here, this is probably the best one with the biggest motor, obviously. You know, if you're looking for power and acro performance, obviously the bigger motor, the bigger battery, the better. So, you know, the question is, how does this 2-inch 2S toothpick compare to your normal, like, traditional toothpick, the 3-inch 3S toothpick? So that usually is like a 1303, 1303.5 motor on 5000 kV on a 3S battery. And of course, the 3-inch is going to beat this 2-inch pretty much every day, twice on Sunday. So, you know, I'm not going to get that question, how does the 2-inch compare to 3-inch? 3-inch, it's just going to be better. It's got bigger prop, more power, 3S battery. It's just going to be better than a 2-inch and 2S setup. And conversely, the 2-inch 2S setup is going to still beat out a 2-inch 1S setup or a 2-inch 2S setup with a smaller motor. So, you know, if you're comparing this one to the Flywoo, this one's better than the Flywoo, and then the Flywoo is better than the one from Sub 250, the one I just reviewed recently, the NanoFly 20. You know, of course, at the same time, we each sort of, you know, downgrade. You know, smaller motor, smaller battery, less battery. The overall weight is going to be less. The noise is going to be less, of course. So it kind of really depends on what you're looking for and what your priorities are. So if you're looking for, you know, ultimate power and performance, obviously you want to go as big as possible and just get a 5-inch. You know, 5-inch on 6S. That's going to give you the best performance out of anything you want to be flying FPV. But of course, in a micro, this is a pretty good package. You know, if you want to go take the next step up, you can move it to a 2.5-inch toothpick or a 3-inch toothpick. You know, those have already come out, and there's plenty of videos of those on my channel already. But yeah, this kind of fills in a little bit of a gap there, and that sort of between the 3-inch toothpick and like the 2-inch, you know, toothpicks that are like not as much power. This one kind of fills in that little gap where you're kind of looking for a little bit more performance. This one fills that gap in pretty nicely. Now this version is Express LRS. It does come in a SPI FreeSky version and a FlySky version on the flight controller. Of course, it's a built-in receiver. Only comes in analog right now. Probably would be too hard to convert this to Walksnail or HD0. We just have to add the video transmitter board, and you know, it just will mount here. You probably need a longer screw to mount the extra board, and then you need a spacer, you know, the rubber grommets to mount those, but it probably isn't going to be too hard. You just have to find the screws, the longer screws, to do that. So of course it comes with a pretty decent pit tune out of the box. I think Happy Model has kind of gone the other direction where they're really pushing sort of the limits of their pit tune. So I think on mine, the flight controller was kind of screwed on a little bit too tight, so I get there's a fair amount of prop wash oscillation, especially on hard turns on my particular setup. I think it's just because the flight controller might be screwed a little bit tighter than probably the one that they actually tuned. So they obviously build one, they tune it, and then probably that one had their flight control a little bit less screwed down. And so mine being a little bit more screwed down probably has a little bit more vibrations because of that. It's not terrible. It's just something I noticed. Obviously I could probably tinker with the tune or tinker with the tightness of the screws on the flight controller. Those are things that I could probably play with, but of course I never do that because I just bind it up and fly it like I always do on all my reviews. I did notice that when you go to a smaller, lighter battery, the vibrations do get a little bit worse, especially when you're doing the hard maneuvers. And I think it's because the tune is for the slightly heavier battery. And, obviously at this weight level here, 5-10 grams of weight difference is going to make a difference in the pit tune. So just something to be aware of. If you are going to be using different batteries, or maybe even a bigger, heavier battery, the way it's going to perform is going to feel different and look different compared to what you're going to see with the 2S 450. I didn't fly too much on the 2S 300 because it didn't really fly that great, and this is not one of the recommended batteries, but I don't have a 350. I did notice that the performance is a lot better because it's lighter on the smaller battery, but at the expense of flight time. You just don't get the flight time because the battery is a lot smaller. Anyway, last thing to note here is on the motor protection, pretty good. A lot of carbon there to protect that motor. So if you're going to be doing a lot of acro tricks, which I think you will want to do with this one, and you crash, this one will probably be okay, I think, for the most part. Other than that, not much more to say with this one. I like the performance of this one, for this size. I am curious to see if they would make a digital version, like a walk-snail version down the road. Obviously, it's going to add 10 more grams, probably. And how does this fly with an extra 10 more grams? We'll have to see if they make a version. If they do, I'll bring out that video. But that's going to do it for this video. Talk to you guys in the next one. Alright, so we're checking out the HGLRC Drac Knight in this video. So 2-inch 2S micro. And I actually did a preview video of this model before it was released a few months ago over on my second channel. If you missed that video, I'm going to cover the specs again in this one, and I did compare it to the Happy Model Baseline, which came out a long time ago. Specs in this one are very similar, but we'll go over everything that this particular model has. So first off, we'll start off with the motors here. These are some 1003 10,000 kV motors. So the flight controller board on here is an all-in-one, has the video transmitter, 25 to 400 milliwatts. It's got a built-in Express LRS receiver serial, and it's version 3. It's got the 4-in-1 ESC. I think it's BLLES 16.8. It does have RPM filter enabled, 12 amp ESCs bursting to 15 amps, and the flight controller is an F411. And this board is very, very similar to the one that's on the Happy model. It's got the exact same camera in here as on the Happy model. It is the Caddx Ant. It's the nano version. It's got the screw holes on the side, and you can see here that the
大家好，我是信天翁。这一期的主角 Radio Master 最新出的遥控器叫做 Pocket。那这支遥控器其实在国外已经有很多人开箱，也非常多的飞友已经入手了，所以我就不再做开箱文的介绍，其实也是有点懒了。那我今天这个影片要拍什么呢？那主要来拍我使用它已经差不多1个多礼拜一些感想跟一些心得的分享。好，首先呢，我觉得这个外观呢，拿在手上这个外观蛮结实的，蛮结实的。那相对于其他的这个比较便宜的遥控器来说，因为这个遥控器实在是太便宜太划算了这个非常非常低的价格，甚至比当年也没有当年啦，大概1-2年前买的这支 T-Lite 还要便宜这支是买369人民币，这支是买399人民币。可想象，这个是同等级，但是握起来是完全不一样的手感它的优点大概大家都已经说明清楚，除了价钱低， 有品质质量这个还不错蛮结实的手感以外，它的摇感我是觉得说是非常准的它也是霍尔摇感，但是感觉起来就是会比 T-Lite 这个这个 T-Lite 这个摇感会好一些好一些，但是不能说跟那种比较高档的控来做一个比较。缺点很显然的有2个缺点，第一个就是这个天线这个抬起来放收进去，它完全就是一个给人一种廉价的感觉。那第2个缺点就是它这个按键实在是太亮光了你看这个尤其作为一个解锁没有那种按进去的感觉所以我这边还加了一个垫片，有没有看到？因为我比较习惯在之前比较习惯是用拨杆的用拨杆的话是很直觉的上锁解锁那改成按压式的，我是用双指操控方式。那有时候你紧急闸机的时候，你要赶快那个切掉，切掉有时候你找不太到，或者是你按到旁边了，按不太掉，这实在是有待加强的。所以建议是加一个像我这样加一个垫片，切改进好，那疏忽掉我先乱贴了一些贴纸。跟随便去涂了一下这个颜料以外那基本上它的这个颜色越是透明，我这买的是透明黑，所以感觉还可以。那当然它有出很多颜色的外壳那你可以自己去换你喜欢的。这个摇杆它把它收起来这是非常方便，所以你在把这个遥控器收起来的时候，不会说有这个卡住也不会去弄坏，但是它的优点是它的缺点，尤其你在外场转着不小心掉到那个地上，那有时候下面又是水沟，你就完蛋了所以我觉得这个摇杆如果有机会的话，你要多买个1-2根万一掉的话，你就没摇杆用了。能设计跟黑羊Tango 2这样子拉起来就折起来，哇，那个就是最棒的。可惜它不是黑羊它那个成本也是比较高一点。摇杆装好以后就可以使用了天线打开，天线可以90度，可以靠的。然后这个很重要，这天线你不要再超过90度它已经有卡在这了，你再转过去的话就折断了，所以要注意一下，这个也是感觉脆弱。好，再来呢，你拿到一个全新的 Pocket， 那你当然做的第一件事情呢是什么呢？先把它打开。这疏忽这些语音语音是后来再去设的不管它。那我们第一步要做的是校正摇杆。校正摇杆呢，在系统这边下面的这个左边这个键SYS 它就进到你的这个系统页面第6页在第6页这边里面有一个 calibration， 那我们在这边按下 Enter 键，我们就可以做摇杆的校正。首先你要把2个摇杆置中，按下 Enter， 接下来就是Set Sticks Midpoint， 这是置中键没错你就把它按一下 Enter。Move Sticks 和 Punch 就是摇杆移动摇杆跟拨杆摇杆我们就顺着这个4边把它移动一下然后再来置中这边滚轮也把它转一下，转到底你在转的时候这边上面有个这个把也会去跟着移动好，完了以后我们就是按一下Enter， 好，它这样子就校正好了。校正做完，第2步很重要的步骤就是设定 ELRS 的一些参数因为我买的这个是内建 ELRS 发射好，那我们一样在 SYS 按下去以后，它在第1页就是 Tools 这些LUA LUA 它相当等于手机上的 app， 好，所以你可以装很多的 Lua， 好，等于是手机上装很多 app， 好，列在这边。那这支遥控器买来，它就已经有附了那个 SD 卡，那512 MB 的，好 MB 的，这很小，但是已经够用了，够用。你按下去以后，你会发现很多 Lua 已经先装好了，这很方便，我们不用再去下载。包括了 ELRS 设定的 Lua， 那跟一些这个里面装了非常多的电脑，再来就是 TBS 就是黑羊的 Agent Light， 这个 Lua 也在里面了Waze Loader 也在里面了，所以它这里面都很完整了就不需要你再去下载。好，那 TBS 黑羊的话，除非你是在高频头另外再加黑羊，才需要去设定。一般来讲，我们现在的主流都是 ELRS， 好，我们只要进到 ELRS 去设定一下。好，我们进来设定以后，第一件事我们要做的，看到没有？我把它改成第一个，它原来的1000K， 我记得没错的话，应该是这个。好，赶快先把它调下来，调到250。好，250是一个普通的飞手新手那可以接受，我觉得就已经很够用。当然呢，就是说如果你是一个高手，或者是你一个赛道选手，你需要更快500的，好，那你就去调500。但是一般人来讲，我建议就调到250是非常够用的。T-X Power 这边这一支的遥控器 Pocket 的最高是支援到250 mW。那如果你不是要飞远航，或者是你不是在一个干扰很强的地区的话，我建议把这个功率调下来，像我是调到100最高是到250，好，250，好，你看我现在调，这是最高就调不上了，好，那我最低可以到10 mW， 这个10 mW可以在方圆这个20-30米的范围都够了，好，那你调100的话是一般来讲是比较 OK 的，好，100 mW 我测过，大概方圆1公里之内是没有问题的，哈。当然，这个没有干扰下，这100 mW 甚至可以飞到1公里出去好几公里，哈，那当然是比较极端的使用了，但是普通我们飞穿越机都不会飞太远，啊，都是在方圆1公里之内的话，我们就用100 mW 就很够用了。好，这两个调整好以后，我们还在做一件事，那就是这个 ELRS 的这个 WiFi connection， 因为我们的飞机如果你是从其他遥控器要移到这支遥控器，或者是你跟你的这个遥控器2支遥控器要共用，那 ELRS 提供一个非常方便的方式，它就是所谓用对频码的公式。也就是说，你的飞机如果是用对频码跟原来旧的遥控器对频，它可能是 ABC， 那你在你的新遥控器上把对频码也设成 ABC， 那你的飞机就不用任何设定了，那你就直接设好对频码，你直接开这台新的遥控器，你的飞机就会自动对频，所以非常的方便，非常方便。那在做一些这个遥控器转移的时候，就是不用重新对频，这个省了非常多的时间啊。好，那所以我们要怎么样去改这个对频码呢？我们可以在 WiFi 这边 connection 按进去，好 ，enable WiFi， 好，它就告诉你已经 running 了哈。这时候我们用手机呢去连接它，那我们把手机的 WiFi WiFi 打开，然后等一下它会出来一个叫做 Express LRS， 我们点一下它，好，登录，它会出现这个 Express， 这个就是我们的遥控器上的ELRS 的模组，那我们可以在我们的这个对频码，第一个叫做 Binding Phrase 这边，你自己去打你的对频码，好，那打完以后呢，就是把它存起来，在这边有个 save， 把它存起来，那这样子你的遥控器就设定好了，非常方便，非常快速。那这边用完 WiFi 就是把它给结束掉。好，那回来以后，你的 GRS 就设定好了，非常方便。好，那这样子你的遥控器基本上就已经设定好了。接下来就是你要去设一些通道啦，那这个拨杆的通道，这个就是根据个人的习惯你要用哪一个解锁哪一个做质稳、半质稳的设定哪一个做这个循梯啦，或者是这个乌龟模式翻转模式，这你要自己去设定。那当然语音也是自己去配对那它这里面呢，在这个卡上面已经有2个语言版本，一个是英文，一个是中文。好，那如果你要用像这样的中文的版本的话，那记得要在系统的页面，这系统页面的第2页，我们切到第2页，第3页吧，第3页的下面这个其实是第3个步骤了，我刚刚漏掉这个，刚好想起来就讲一下，在这个 Voice Language 这边，原来是设英文，英文。那我们把它改成 Chinese 中文改好以后，它就会自动变成中文语音那中文语音的话，你就去设你哪一个拨杆要做什么功能把这个中文语音设上去就好。那当然你也可以把你自己想要的语音包或语音的一些档案放进去甚至一些歌曲这种歌曲你都可以自己放上去。这个喇叭还不错吧？这边我设定大声、小声在这，大声、小声，这还不错这个喇叭还不错。好，那这样子的话，这个经过这3个步骤的设定，你的遥控器基本上就可以去使用了，非常的方便好，那今天就简单介绍到这边。那剩下如果你要开箱看一些细节的话，那你就是看网络上有其他的这个影片可以去参考一下。好，谢谢大家，拜拜。
韩国来台湾。新加归是的。没有，我只有这个。这是逗他们的东西，所以我不会吃。今天是我的篮球派乐club 的第1次比赛，我们一起去台湾赛道。当我穿着短袖，但是之前的天气还好，我今天要点大杯的咖啡。摸一下我的钱包，我的钱包在我的包里，怎么办？打电话，네 그냥 앞에서 기다릴게요. 네. 不好意思大家，我不喜欢麻烦别人。这个是什么？在韩国刚刚做什么？我已经订阅过篮球团，但这是在台湾的第1次当篮球拿着，不是精壮，这个是我有一点的担心，如果这里有不知道的怎么办的感觉。我要大杯的冰美式，大杯冰美式。对。일본에서 빠찡코 할 수 있잖아요. 빠찡코는 비싸게 걸어야 될 확률이 높아져요. 그래서 한 번 할 때 조금씩 하지 말고 그냥 아예 좀 크게 걸어버리는 게 당첨 확률이 높아요. 근데 여기는 되게 좋은 나라네요. 공정하다.
우리라서 싸도 당첨될 수 있지.
그래서 퍼팅골드 기본 10,000엔 해야 해요. 10만 원. 막 1,000엔씩 하면 될 확률 거의 없어요. 아이고 날아가겠다. 하지만 나는 살이 쪄서 날아가지 않지. 할 때, 껌 할 때?
본인은 잘 되는지 그
제 걸로.
结果
没有。那你现在被选上，一连串的训练到现在，你的心情是什么？
我很荣幸被选上。
所以你已经跟其他啦啦队队员一起练习了吗？
对，每一个星期我去练习。
那你跟他们练习的状况都好吗？
都好。
他们好相处吗？
对，他们很亲切，很好人。在韩国打啦啦队的时候，我已经应约过所有的运动，那个棒球、直角、篮球、排球4个运动，我已经都做过。这里台湾的话，大家都欢迎我们的啦啦队，所以我很荣幸。
所以到现在为止，你很喜欢在台湾工作？
对，真的。到了，还没到。我特别喜欢台湾的部分是，这里没有上下关系。
你在跟我们说话吗？
哦，没有上下关系。
所以我很喜欢。
那上礼拜你带你朋友去哪里玩？
都小雨，所以我们不能去玩。
结果他回去今天都天气好。
对，那个他会去韩国以后天气很好，所以我觉得下雨的原因是他。我的朋友现在没有台湾，所以下雨也没有。那时候他在台湾的时候，我们一直在家。谢谢你们来，谢谢。真的谢谢你们来，真的。呀，这是什么？克拉豆克了吧？领哥，好，很好。拜。真的非常感谢大家进来我跟其他的啦啦队，大家不是我，大家来见我们和他们。看一下，哦，很有趣。好热，是饿。
排班还没结束吗？
还没结束吗？那个他刚刚说是休息一下，所以我觉得还没结束。很简单，但我觉得这个是一点点小小的，这个太小了。穿这个的时候，我不能手，我真的要减肥。或许因为这个衣服太小，
你还要减肥？
对，因为这个衣服很小的，因为大家拍了图的他们都很小。
世新以前的梦想是想要当空姐。
对，那个在韩国当啦啦队的时候，虽然我工作当啦啦队，但我的梦 像是空姐，因为台湾的话，在台湾啦啦队的话，台湾的啦啦队是那个真的认真的工作，但在韩国的话，啦啦队是就是那个阿尔拜子，不是真的工作，所以没，然后小小的钱。很开心，我很想让你们看一下，但我现在热很多汗，所以我不能穿一下，不好意思。如果我穿这个，我现在穿这个的话，这个的香真臭，那还好。
我会被骂吗？
还好，아직 괜찮아요. 아직还好，没问题。
那事情你可以。
这个行李箱。
好，那你是。
对。因为行李箱是那个空姐的积分。可以吗？好。我们刚刚结束彩排，然后我化妆，当然我的头发完以后，我现在等我们的粉丝见面会，因为今天我们的球的4个韩国啦啦队都有，所以我们韩国啦啦队4个人要一起去粉丝见面会。那粉丝见面会的时候，我们决定跳舞知风街道。
你刚才看什么？
现在时间，现在10点26分钟，我有大概20分钟。
我刚刚以为你在看怎么讲中文的小抄，结果是在看。
不是，这里没有。其实你知道这个是什么？这个是那个每一次我坐高铁的时候，我一直要那个这个是那个高铁的会议。对。所以看一下，现在我坐过高铁那个这样的。我已经有很多了。
我事情都一个人去跑练习啊，活动啊。
对，每一次练习，然后那个别的活动的时候，我一个人一直去。但如果我跟素友跟恩惠，我们3个人一起有活动的时候，恩惠开车。其实我也有那个 driver license， 但我不会开车，我不会开车。
哦，你有那个驾照。
对。
但是不敢。
我很怕。我觉得这不是我的第一次拍讲中文，但今天的拍摄是那个更难的感觉。这个是那个程度比较高。
对，我们要这样对话吗？
今天的讲话的程度比较高的感觉，所以我一直想，这个是真的，这个拍摄真的可以吗？真的可以吗？自我介绍的练习。现场可能好过分。很害羞怎么办？这个是麦克风。大家好，谢谢今天大家真的感谢来见我们跟梨花园的比赛。我今天最希望梨花园赢比赛，我们一起加油吧！ 你们上去图片。我刚刚讲我是最可爱的韩国老人，这个以后这里的气氛那个刚刚。那这意思是你们不同意我是最可爱的韩国老人对吗？
没有啊，我们没有说不同意，我们同意呀。
谢谢。
大家好，我是思欣。今天这是我的第一次篮球比赛，谢谢大家真的来见我。我们一起加油，你好，也可以。让我们记录下最美好的这一刻。
我们刚刚玩那个粉丝见面会，见面会以后之后，我刚刚换了我的衣服，但是这个也很小小，我真的要减肥怎么办？但今天的话没有办法，加油，我的肚子加油。
那见面会结束之后，现在要准备做什么？
我觉得我要看我的脸，化妆可以，头发，那当然我的衣服，我要那个整理这里的部分，所以我要去，拜拜，我要去。你不能来。
건조하는 거냐오냐 고기 같지만 다 여기는 고기가 없어. 난 이게 정말 서양한테 필요하다고 생각했거든. 한국 너희 타이완.
신자 꿰슈다.
켜졌나? 켜졌다. 오랜만에 같이 찍은 것 같아요. 아니네.
응회만마.
李素庸。
做得好。
啊，错。
나도
양말 안 신고 왔어.
나 양말 왜 안 신어?
我是忘记了。
今天是你最近减肥，对不对？
이걸 들고 와.
最近你减肥，对不对？
对啊，但是我昨天吃。
现在虽然是每天很多吃，所以很胖。
我现在54公斤。
54公斤，我怎么是3公斤？我是减肥成功，我是6公斤长。
我完蛋了，我肚子很多，真的。
啊，真的很多，我知道，真的很多，我看了。所以，虽然是减肥成功，我觉得我来介绍一家试试的产品给你。
哦，真的？
真的。感动吗？因为感动，因为我吃过的泡面里，我觉得第一名最好吃。
最好吃的。
对啊，泡面。
泡面我还没吃过。
拉面。
啊，拉面。
对啊。拉面。
试
试的拉面。
喂。
是。喂。喂。
뭐야? 뭘 찍고 있는 거야? 해봐라. 뭘 찍고 있는 거야 이거?
怎么样？
心情吗？
사실
我其实不期待。
不期待吗？
恩惠推荐的餐厅。
啊，真的你不会爽。
爽吗？
爽的，你真的不会爽的，爽的。爽的。
어디야?
等一下。
알겠어.
闭嘴，따라와. 어때? 기다려吗？
아 근데 아직 식당이 안 돼.
为什么？
은혜가推荐하는餐厅은 별로. 왜냐면
Hello guys and welcome back to my channel. Today in this video I'm going to check the Happy Model Lava X Micro Brushless Toothpick Style Racing Quadcopter. In this video, I'm going to go over its features, show you how to set it up, and then head outdoors and test it using 2 and 3S type of batteries, and also using 2 types of propellers. The Happy Model Larva X is part of the newly established and constantly growing class of toothpick quadcopters, which are basically lightweight and very powerful small quadcopters. Inside the box, you can find the quadcopter, the user manual, a bag that contains a screwdriver, a hex driver, some extra screws, and an extra canopy. In addition, you're also getting 2 sets of 2.5-inch propellers. The one that came assembled on the quadcopter were a set of 2.5-inch HQ props, and you're also getting a set of Emax Avan 2.5-inch propellers. As I mentioned before, in this video I'm going to test both options. In terms of specs, the Larva X features 1103 7000 kV motors, which can handle 2 and 3S LiPo batteries. The maximum size of propellers is 2.5 inch, and the motor shaft diameter is 1.5 millimeters. On the top side of the quadcopter, protected inside this molded canopy, you can find the Runcam Racer Nano 2 FPV camera. It's secured using 2 screws on the sides, and you can adjust its angle. Under the canopy, you can find the Happy Model Diamond VTX. It supports 40 channels, features smart audio using TBS Smart Audio Protocol, and it has a selectable output range of 25, 100, and 200 milliwatts. This VTX also features a 720p DVR, so you can insert a micro SD card over here, and by default the camera is going to start recording, and you have to remember to stop the recording procedure before disconnecting the battery, because otherwise the recorded file is not going to be saved. So you can find the start and stop button over here. The second button allows you to change the frequency and the output power, but of course the easiest way to configure this VTX is to use the Smart Audio feature. On the back of the quadcopter, sticking from the canopy, you can find a linear antenna, which is using an IPX antenna connector. Under the VTX, you can find the CrazyBee F4 Pro version 3 flight controller. It came pre-flashed with Betaflight 4.04, and it features a 10 ampere 4-in-1 VLLES ESC. The main differences between the CrazyBee F4 Pro version 3 and the version 2.1 that was bundled with the Happy Model Selpha X are that, first of all, instead of supporting up to 3S LiPo batteries, the version 3 supports up to 4S LHV batteries. In addition, it features a 10 ampere 4-in-1 ESC instead of a 5 ampere one, and I think that that's the reason a capacitor on the XT30 battery connector is no longer needed. Another minor difference between the versions is that the version 2.1 features a connector for the camera, and the version 3 doesn't feature this connector, so the VTX is soldered directly to the flight controller. Just like its predecessors, the CrazyBee F4 Pro version 3 comes in 2 versions. One that doesn't feature a receiver, and it means that you will need to add your own one externally, and another one which comes with either FrSky or FlySky compatible receivers. The Happy Model Larva X is currently available only as the Banyan Fly quadcopter, which means that it's already bundled with a ready receiver. The FrSky D8, which is also FrSky D16 compatible, and the FlySky versions are the ones that feature a flight controller with an integrated receiver, and the Crossfire DSM2 and the FrSky ArcSR versions are ones that the ready receiver is connected externally. The version that I have is the one with an integrated FrSky receiver, and you should note that its ready range is very limited, and it's only about 150 meters. You can see the ready receiver antenna is over here, and in order to secure it to the front of the frame, I used some super UV light glue, and I think that this method is pretty good, and it's going to prevent the antenna from getting into the propellers. On the bottom of the quadcopter, you can find the flight controller micro USB port that will enable you to configure it, the XT30 battery connector, a piece of foam for soft mounting the battery, and a simple battery Velcro strap. The thickness of the unibody bottom plate is 2.8 millimeters. Its wheelbase is 100 millimeters. The distance between the right motor and the left one is about 70 millimeters, and the distance between the front motors and the back ones is about 70 millimeters as well, so this frame features a true X pattern. The quality of the carbon looks good, and the frame also features reinforced arms, so I don't think that it's going to break easily, and it also features these extra carbon parts over here in order to protect the motors. In terms of weight, the Larva X weighs 50.6 grams, So it's heavier than the Beta FPV HX100, which also features a 100mm frame, which weighs 46.9 grams, and the Happy Model Stealthfly X, which weighs only 35.8 grams. It is, however, lighter than the Daton Cube, which weighs 67.3 grams, but you should note that this comparison is not very fair, since this is the 3-inch version of the Daton Cube. Setting up the quadcopter is very easy. All you have to do is to connect the micro USB port using a USB cable to your computer. You should note that when powering on the quadcopter, even through the USB port, the VTX turns on, and you should always note that an antenna needs to be connected to the IPX connector. And I also recommend to set the power output to 25 milliwatts when configuring the quadcopter on the bench, because you don't want to burn the VTX. Then when you're all set, hit connect. You'll have to make sure that everything works properly under receiver. Under the configuration tab, you can configure the mode of the receiver. So this one features an integrated receiver, so you have to make sure that SPA-RX support is chosen. If you'd like to bind your FrSky receiver on FrSky D8, FrSky D will need to be chosen, and if you want to set it to D16, you will need to select FrSky X. In addition, I changed the gyro update frequency and the PID loop frequency from 8 to 8 to 4 to 4, because now the CPU load is significantly lower. And when it was set initially to 8 and 8, the CPU load was at around 35%. Next, you need to select your modes. So you need to define an arm switch. I set my modes to horizon, air mode, and when it's set to in between, it's set to acro mode. I also recommend to configure the beeper, and you have to make sure under configuration that the dish shot beacon configuration is on. So you have to turn both switches to the right, and you have to select the beacon tone. And basically, this is going to enable you to use the motors as beepers. This is important because this thing is pretty small, and you don't want to get lost in the middle of the field. Under OSD, you can choose the elements that are going to be shown. I think that I only added the RSSI indication to the top left corner, and you can simply rearrange your elements in order to fit your needs. Under CLI, you can configure your VTX, and you can also perform the bind procedure. First of all, if you have a flight controller with an integrated ready receiver, you can type bind_RX_SPI, then press enter, and then the receiver is going to be set to binding mode, and then you can simply hit bind on your remote controller in order to bind your remote controller with the built-in ready receiver. Another thing that I recommend to set is the VTX, so you won't have to scan for the correct channel. So you can type get VTX. Then over here you can see all the related values. So right now the VTX frequency is 5740, and the VTX power is set to 1. 1 stands for 25 milliwatts, 2 for 100 milliwatts, and 3 for 200 milliwatts. If you'd like to set the VTX channel, for example, to channel number 3, you can type set VTX channel equals 3, enter, hit save, and now as you can see, the VTX channel is set to 3, and the VTX frequency is 5780. Another small advice that I have for you is related to the battery Velcro strap. In case you feel that your battery is not properly secured, what I recommend to do is just to insert it in this manner, and then flip the battery around, and as you can see, now it's better secured. The next thing that I've done is to head outdoors and test the Happy Model Larva X using both HQ Prop and Emax Avan Rush 2.5-inch propellers. The batteries that I used are the GNB 520 mAh 2S and the Happy Model 300 mAh 3S LHV batteries. The weight of the Larva X, including the 2S LHV battery, is 79.3 grams, and its weight, including the 3S LHV battery, is 76.6 grams. In terms of performance, I think that the Larva X performed great using both 2S and 3S LHV batteries, and also using both types of propellers. However, I do think that it did a little bit better using the HQ Prop, and the flight time were a little bit more extended using the Emax Avan propellers. The average flight time that I got were about 4 minutes using the 3S 300 mAh LHP battery and about 5 minutes using the GNB 520 mAh 2S LHP battery. In addition, I can tell you that the onboard DVR is definitely a nice feature. It records the video at 720p 30 frames per second, and as you're about to see, its quality is definitely higher than the video that was recorded on my HDO FPV goggles. So overall, in my opinion, at the moment of shooting this video, the Happy Model Larva X is probably the best toothpick style micro brushless quadcopter that you can get. It's fun to fly, it's robust and not going to break easily, and it's suitable both for advanced and beginners. And as you're about to see, it flies very fast on 2S and flies like a rocket on 3S. The only downside that I find is that the built-in radio receiver is not great. It's pretty limited and the effective range is only about 150 meters. And if you're going to get this quadcopter, I highly recommend to get the versions with the external receiver, and then you're going to be limited by the VTX and the range is going to be extended dramatically. Now I'm going to show you the flight footage, and as always, if you have any questions about the Happy Model Larva X, feel free to ask them in the comment section down below. Don't forget to leave a thumbs up if you like this video, and consider subscribing to my channel and hitting the notifications bell if you're not already subscribed. I hope you will enjoy the rest of this video, and I will see you soon on my next videos. Goodbye.
Okay.
Anyway, this video is about the Diamond VTX and some tips on getting some better results out of this particular VTX DVR combo. And there's some issues out there, and I posted something on Facebook with some tips, and this video is going to be covering that as well as a few other things. And well, first off, this does run pretty hot on 200 milliwatts because it has a lot of small components on here. It's very tightly packed, and at 200 milliwatts with the video transmitter running, and the DVR also recording, this thing does get very, very hot. So I've been flying it on my Larva X. I've got, actually, this is the older Larva X. I have another one. There's some, vents here for air cooling that will keep it cool when you're flying around. But if you're on 200 milliwatts and on the ground and just sitting there, the VTX will get very hot very quickly. And if you're using a canopy that doesn't have good airflow, it could overheat and shut down and or damage itself. So yeah, definitely use a canopy that has good airflow. And if you are going to be sitting there for a while, then you might want to use the low power disarm feature in Betaflight. I will link the Betaflight Wiki article about that down in the description. You can turn that on and also put the command up here on the screen. Obviously, you have to put the command in, hit save, and then what will happen is when you are disarmed, it will be transmitting at 25 milliwatts, and when you're armed, it will switch the power on the video transmitter to 200 milliwatts while you're flying, and whenever you're disarmed, it'll go back to 25 milliwatts. When you actually arm, it will do a brief power switch, and depending upon your receiver, it may look like the video transmitter is shutting down. Then it'll be like that for not too long, like half a second, and then the video will come back. So be aware that that's actually how the feature works. It's not actually a problem. The other thing that people are having problems with is the recording itself. It looks glitchy, and sometimes there's problems where the recording doesn't record or is corrupted. So there's a couple things there that could help. First, there's the micro SD card. I've been using pretty much only class 10 and above cards, and 16 gigabytes or 32 gigabyte cards. I'll link some cards down below that have been working for me. If you're using a slower card or something too small or old, it may actually not be able to record at the proper bitrate, because this DVR does record at a higher bitrate than most other DVRs. It's like around, I think it's around 16 megabits, and I think a lot of their DVRs, onboard DVRs, are around half that, around 8 megabits. That's one of the reasons why you need a better micro SD card. Otherwise, you're going to get some weird glitching, or files aren't going to be saved or corrupted. Now, as for the recording format itself, it will record, I think, out of the box in PAL format, and it will split the file every 2 minutes. So, and when it is a PAL recording, it's 25 frames per second. So if you're used to editing videos in 30 frames per second, it may look like it's glitchy or skipping frames. That is the difference in the frame rate. So you can do a firmware upgrade to change two things. You can go from PAL to NTSC, of course, and also turn off the 2-minute file length. So basically, it splits the files every 2 minutes on the default and records in PAL. If you want to keep the 2-minute split files, you can do that and just get the firmware for the split files for NTSC. But then, some people don't like that, where they have to stitch the files together in editing. I guess the advantage of that is if you crash and the battery's ejected, then at least, you'll at least save the first couple of minutes, and then, if you've crashed after that, then you've lost the last portion of it. If you turn off that feature and don't split the files, if you crash and the battery's ejected, you lose the entire session. You have to press the button here at the end of the session to stop there after that, then you've lost the last, and the battery's ejected, then at least the I guess the advantage of that is if you crash and the battery's ejected, then at least you at least save the first couple of minutes, and then if you've crashed after that, then you've lost the last portion of it. If you turn off that feature and don't split the files, if you crash and the battery's ejected.
This bird's belly looks completely bald, and the reason behind it is something you'd never expect. It's not sick, and it hasn't been attacked. It actually plucked those feathers out by itself, one by one. Most birds' feathers keep them warm, insulated, and even waterproof, like wearing a built-in windproof, rainproof jacket. So why would it pull off such amazing feathers on purpose? It's not like you shaving your own hair just because you're bored on a free afternoon. The real reason is incubation. Bird feathers insulate so well, they can block water, let alone body heat. So the eggs wouldn't get enough warmth through all that insulation. That's why the mother bird pulls out the feathers on her belly, exposing a special patch of skin dedicated to incubating the eggs. This area is called a brood patch. Experts can tell what stage the chicks are in just by looking at how clean the patch is.
I'm Joshua Bardwell, and you're going to learn something today. Today, you're going to learn how to solve one of the most common problems that people experience with their quadcopter. The darn thing will not arm. There are a few conditions that need to be met in order for the quadcopter to arm, and I'm going to take you through them. Troubleshooting this scenario is simply a matter of process of elimination. You just go through the list. One of these things is probably 99% of the time going to be the thing that's preventing you from arming. So let's go through the list. Problem number one is occurring right now on the screen. And if you're a clever person, maybe you can look at it. I'll give you a chance to guess what it is. Did you guess it's because the quadcopter is not level? That's the answer. By default, Betaflight and CleanFlight will refuse to arm the copter if the copter is not level. And the reason for this is that they don't want it accidentally arming in your hands. Now, I use a thing called, I call it safer switch arming or sticky switch arming, and I've got a video about how to do that with your Tyrannus. I highly, highly recommend it. But if you don't have a Tyrannus, or for any other reason you don't want to or can't do that, this is a nice precaution. If you're carrying the quadcopter in your hand, it will refuse to arm. So what I need to do is level the quadcopter out, and then the quadcopter will arm. Well, assuming none of the other things are wrong. Now, if your quadcopter is level, but it doesn't appear level on the model, then what you need to do is level the quadcopter out and hit calibrate accelerometer with the quadcopter flat on the table. and that will recalibrate your accelerometer. And sometimes the accelerometer can get miscalibrated just from getting whacked or thumped. Sometimes when you upgrade your firmware, the quadcopter will be miscalibrated. If at any time the copter won't arm, you set it flat on the table, but the 3D model looks like that, then you need to calibrate your accelerometer. And what will happen is this. Now, my quadcopter is actually crooked. I've miscalibrated this right now, but it'll level out, and now it should arm. Now I'm going to level my quadcopter back out correctly, and set it still, and hit calibrate again. Now it's correctly calibrated. There's a couple other things you can do to help deal with this. If you go to the command line, the command that's relevant to this is called small angle. Get small angle. It shows that it's currently set to 30 degrees. I don't know if this is the default. I just set it to this value to do this demonstration. The default is 25, 30, I don't know what it is. If you want to disable small angle entirely, you can type set small angle equals 180. And what that means is that small angle is now, the quadcopter will arm at any orientation, doesn't matter. I actually do this on my copters because well, like I said, I have the sticky switch arming, so there's no worry that I'm going to accidentally arm when I didn't mean to. And there's nothing more frustrating than, for example, you set your quadcopter down on the starting blocks, of a race, getting ready to go, and because it's tilted, or maybe the accelerometer has gotten a little bumped and thinks the copter's tilted, it refuses to arm. That's so frustrating. I turned that off. Frankly, the other thing you can do is you can go to configuration, and you can simply disable the accelerometer. Ta-da! And obviously, you can't do small angle if the accelerometer is disabled. Be aware that if you do disable this, you are disabling a safety feature. So don't do this willy-nilly. The safety feature is there for a reason, and make sure you understand the full implications of the fact that the quadcopter now can arm just when you're holding it in your hand. It's at any arbitrary angle. Okay, so that's number one. Here's the next thing that can cause your quadcopter not to arm. It is your CPU load. Now, I've tried to get this copter up to a CPU load of 100% to make a good example for you, and I couldn't actually do it. Good for me. So it's but even if you're on Betaflight 3.1, up to about 50% is, I think, safe to fly. You probably will be able to arm and fly even higher than 50%. On older versions of Betaflight, if you happen to be running them, anything above, I think, around 30% is risky to fly with, and up above that maybe 50%, copter actually may refuse to arm. And what you'll know this is happening because you'll see a slow flashing red light on the flight controller. That's an indicator that something is preventing arming. When I look down, if I was having the copter refuse to arm, and I look down here and I see an excess CPU load, what I would do is I would go, and number one, you can turn off some of the features, and the CPU load will go down, especially things like LED strip and soft serial. And the other thing you can do is you can reduce the PID rate. So here it's at 8 kilohertz. I can take that down to something lower. But what I would do is I would just take it down to 4K, or if it was at 4K, I'd take it down to 2K. This is actually not likely to happen on an F3 board if you're running Betaflight 3.1 or above. There isn't anything above it. You can also, by the way, turn off the accelerometer. That actually saves a significant number of cycles. Here, I'll show you. Betaflight 3.1 has been optimized, and it can run up to 8K with many features active and still have usable CPU utilization. You can see there I had all those features active, 8K, and was running at about 60%. The copter probably would fly just fine in that configuration. If you have an F1 board, well, number one, get with the times. I know you guys are still out there flying your NASes and your CC3Ds, right? If you're out of an F1 board, you're really going to need to keep the PID loop rate down, maybe 2K or even 1K, to keep your CPU load low. Keep your CPU load low, okay? By the way, take a look now. We're at 16% at 8K, 2K, and if I disable the accelerometer, what do we go down to? Let's see. Now we're at 12%. So it dropped by 25%. From 16 to 12, it dropped 4%, or 4 percentage points, which was a 25% reduction in CPU utilization. All right, so a pretty significant reduction there for turning off the accelerometer. If you're not using the accelerometer, if you're not using auto level modes, go ahead and turn it off. It's not doing anything for you anyway, unless you want small angle. Okay, well anyway, next, what we're going to do is we're going to look in the receiver tab. And in the receiver tab, we need to have the channels working correctly. Oh wait, the channels are not working correctly at the moment, and that would indicate that your receiver is not bound or it's not correctly hooked up to the flight control board, or in this case, my battery is not plugged in. So let's plug in the battery. Okay, oh, now the receiver's working correctly. Okay, good. So obviously you can't arm if your receiver's not working correctly. Not rocket science there, but definitely still something to check. The next thing to check is your channel mapping. If you're doing stick arming, then when you do the stick command to arm, if the channel mapping is not correct, you will not actually be inputting the stick command to arm. So I'm going to go throttle down and yaw to the right, and that would be arming, except I'm doing switch arming. But if your channel mapping was incorrect, you would actually be doing throttle down and roll to the right. So you wouldn't arm. So double check that when you move the throttle moves. When you move yaw, yaw moves, and so on, and so on. And you can cross-check that against this little model of the copter here. Make sure that it pitches and rolls and yaws correctly. If any of that is incorrect, reorder the RETA here to match what your actual channels are. So if your channel 1 is, if your roll and your aileron, if your yaw and your aileron are swapped, then just swap this from RETA to AETR. And we'll just reorder those until you get the right results from moving your sticks. The next thing you're going to need to check is that the throttle is below min check. So min check by default is 1100, and min check creates deadband at the bottom of your throttle. If you ever notice that you have to raise your throttle a good 10 or 15% before the motors even start to respond, that's because your min check is too high. And the reason min check is too high is because if the throttle does not go below min check, the copter won't arm. And when the Betaflight devs put min check, and they tried this a while back, they lowered the default value of min check, and all these people who don't set up their transmitter correctly because they just don't know, and no shame in that, they were like, my copter won't arm. Well, so that's why the default value for min check is unreasonably high. You can see here my channel is going down to 1015, right? And if I check min check, you can see that min check is 1005. So I need to do one of two things here. I can either raise min check, or I can use my transmitter controls to adjust the range of that channel, which is actually the preferred thing to do. So on this, how you do this depends on your transmitter, but in the Taranis, I'm going to go to the outputs screen. I'm going to go to the throttle channel, and I'm going to adjust the endpoint. It'd be nice if I showed you how to do this, but I don't have two cameras right now. I'm just going to lower that. You can see the throttle channel going down until it hits 1000. There we go. That's what you really want to do for all of your channels. They really ought to all be like that. Oh, 2016, yikes. The reason these are messed up is because I installed the M9 gimbals in my Taranis, and I have two models, one for the D16 receivers on my copters and one for the very few copters that I have with the D8 receivers on them. And I never redid the endpoints after putting the M9 gimbals in for the D8 copters. So this is actually one of my very few D8 copters, and that's why this one's messed up. Okay, so if the throttle does not go below min check, you cannot arm. Finally, we're going to go over here in the modes tab, and we're going to check the arm mode. Now this is only if you're doing switch arming, which I recommend that you do switch arming. I think we all have many channels to spare on our fancy schmancy 6-channel, 8-channel, 10-channel transmitters, even more channels maybe. So just use one for arming. I think it's better than stick arming, at least because you can disarm rapidly if you need to. Now, if we look right here, I'm going to flip the switch, and what we want to do is we want to look at, this is the current channel value, and when I move the switch, we want to see that it moves into the range defined by these sliders, and you can hear my motor spinning there, and this mode goes yellow, which indicates that we have successfully armed. Okay, if for example something was preventing me from arming, like for example min check is too low, or the throttle is not going below min check. So I just set min check to 999 when my throttle's minimum value, is 1,000, which means that the throttle will not be below min check. So now if I go to the modes and I do my switch arming, you can see that the slider has gone into the defined range, but arm has not turned yellow. And that's indicating that something is preventing arming from occurring. One of the things that I just defined to you, okay? So when you see that happening, that's when you are gonna look for one of these things. But let's say you go to arm, and when you go to arm, you flip the switch, and this little indicator does not go into the defined mode. Well, you got one of two choices. Number one, you can rearrange your transmitter mixing so that this goes to the defined place, or you can just move the slider to wherever the indicator is. Just put the switch into the arm position, and then wherever this goes, just put the slider there, and the switch going to that position will make the copter arm. And that's the simplest thing for you to do, because it doesn't involve screwing around with any funky, any mixing or anything in your copter. So for example, let's just use a different aux channel. If I just look at aux 3 here, I can see that as I move this switch between the 3 positions, that indicator moves to one of 3 positions. If I wanted to use that to arm my copter, I would just put the switch into the arm position and then adjust the sliders so they cover that position. Don't be too precise, by the way. Not like that, but move the sliders so they cover the position, and then I would save. I'm not going to do that though. And that's going to bring us to the end of this video. Now you know the things that I check when my copter won't arm. And I was inspired to make this video because just tonight I went to fly and my freaking copter wouldn't arm. And so I had to run through this checklist. And now when you ask me, my copter won't arm, this is the video I'm going to send you to. Hope this was helpful. Hope you learned something. And as always, today somebody asked me how to do something. And my first thought was, why would you want to do that? It would just make you crash. And then my second thought was, what an interesting challenge it would be to figure out how to do that. So we're going to do it. Today, we are going to figure out how to press a button on your radio and make your video transmitter cycle through all the available channels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like turning a channel knob on an old TV. Here we are on race band 1, and we press the button. And race band 2. Yep. Press the button. Oh, it's clearly working. Race band 3. Yep. Press the button. Race band 4. Yup. Why would you want to do that? I have no idea. But couldn't we learn a lot by figuring out how to make our radio jump through these hoops? Yes, we could. I'm Joshua Bardwell, and you're going to learn something today. Here's an overview of how we're going to accomplish this. Because Betaflight has the ability to take an aux channel and based on the value of that aux channel, change the video transmitter, band, channel, and power. That's a topic that I've made a video about before, and I'll link that video in the video description below, but I'm also just going to show you how to do it in this video, and so you should just keep watching this video. Number 2, we need a single momentary switch on the radio like this one right here, and we need to press that switch. But normally what happens when we press the switch is the channel goes high, low, high, low. And what we need to happen is the channel needs to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so on. And I made a video about that a long, long time ago, and it doesn't matter because I'm just going to show you how to do it in this one. But if you want to watch that video, there are more general applications of it and a deeper explanation if you just go to the link in the video description below. So we're going to have a button that makes the aux channel go 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the flight controller is going to be set up to make the video transmitter go 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then the final thing, which I'm going to save until the end of the video because it's YouTube and I have to tease you and then pay it off at the end. The final thing is, if the video transmitter changes channel, wouldn't it be nice if the goggles could also change channel at the same time so you don't just push the button and now you can't see? Wouldn't it be nice if they followed each other? Oh yes, it can be done. The radio that I'm going to use for this demonstration is the Radiomaster GX12. That just happens to be my current daily driver radio, but you should know that you can do this with any EdgeTX radio, and the steps are going to be basically the same. There may be slight differences in the button layout, like some radios don't have a sys key. You just long press the menu key to get to the sys menu. But basically, everything you're going to see here, you can do with any EdgeTX radio. In fact, let me zoom in on the screen a little bit so you can get a better view. It means you won't be able to see the buttons that I'm pressing, but you probably figure it out. So the first thing I need to do is set up this momentary button right here on the shoulder of the radio to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 channels, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And in order to do that, we're going to use global variables. So I'm going to press the model key or the menu key. If your radio has a menu key, that's going to take me to this menu, and I'm going to page to the special functions screen. And we are going to make a special function, and it is going to be triggered by, and I'll just go ahead and push this momentary switch here. It's going to be triggered by that momentary switch, and we want it up. It's going to be triggered when that switch is up. Okay, click one time, and then we're going to go, and the special function is going to be adjust. And the adjust function adjusts what's called a global variable. In HTX, global variables, well, a variable is just a sort of a bin that holds a value, holds a number, and remembers a number. And these global variables can be used to do various things that you can't do really any other way. This is going to adjust a global variable, and the specific global variable in question, in our case, is G1. All the global variables are just like G1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They don't have a name. If you had done other things with global variables in your radio, you might already have used G1 for something else. You would want to use a global variable that you hadn't used before. And then we're going to adjust G1, and by default, the adjust function sets the global variable to a fixed value. But we don't want that. What we're going to do is highlight this number here and long press, and we're going to choose the increment decrement function, and we are going to increment by 1. Is that right? So if I increment by 1, then every time I press the button, the global variable will go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then it'll keep going, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We'd need to figure out a way to reset it back to 1, which is a separate problem. But what I really want is I want the channel to go from like minus 100 to plus 100. That's what I really want. A channel in HTX has a value from minus 100 to plus 100. And what I really want is the channel to do that. So hang on, minus 100 to plus 100, that's a total range of 200, and I want 8 divisions is 25. Oh, that's very convenient. So actually, what I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to adjust it to plus 25. And we're going to enable, just like you always have to do for any special function. If I want to see the value of a global variable, I can press the model key and then page to the display screen right here, display screen. And then for screen 1, I'm going to choose nums. And then for this first one, I'm going to long press. Oh, sorry, click once so it's flashing, then long press and scroll down to gvars. And now G1 will be displayed on screen 1. I'm going to display model key, always have to do for any special function, 25. And we're going to enable, just like you always have to do for any special function. If I want to see the value of a global variable, I can press the model key and then page to the display screen right here, display screen. And then for screen 1, I'm going to choose nums. And then for this first one, I'm going to long press. Oh, sorry, click once so it's flashing, then long press and scroll down to gvars. And now G1 will be displayed on screen 1. We'll back out of there. And then if I press the telemetry, the tele key, now I can see the value of G1. And now if I press this shoulder button right here, we should see that increment by 25 every time we press it. That is working. Fantastic. But that's not the finish of the logic. So what we need to do is we need to be able to reset it when it reaches plus 100. We need to reset it to minus 100. Here's how we're going to do that. We're going to press the model key and page to the logical switches screen. And a logical switch is used when you want to detect when something has happened. So we're going to choose a logical switch. Again, this is a fresh model, so there are no logical switches assigned. We're going to choose LO1, but you would choose an unused logical switch. LO1, the function is going to be A greater than X. V1 is going to be the thing that is greater than X. And V2 is going to be the thing that it is greater than. And what I'm going to do, actually, I want gvars. So again, I'll do that slower. For V1, I'm going to click till it's flashing, and then long press, and it'll bring up this menu. And we've got gvars, and we're going to choose G1. G1 greater than 100. If G1 is greater than 100, then this logical function will become active, and then what? We'll go to our special function screen. Now, we're going to do a new special function. The trigger condition is going to be, click once so it's flashing, long press to bring up the menu, logical switches. LO1. The trigger function is going to be LO1, which triggers when G1 is greater than 100. And what is it going to do? It's going to adjust G1 to a value of minus 100. And we enable this checkbox like we always have to do. So when I press SH, I'm going to add 25 to G1. When G1 gets to a value of plus 100, we're going to set it to minus 100. So we'll back out of here and we'll press the telemetry key again. And now we can see G1 is at minus 100. And let's test that behavior. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Boom. It rolled over. Yep, it's working correctly. So it's really important that at each step when you're building this logic that you test that step, because you can easily make some silly mistake and it doesn't work like you expected it to. So far, so good. We have got now global variable 1 going from minus 100 to plus 100 as I press switch SH. Next, we need to assign that to an aux channel. Now, that's pretty easy to do. That's, if you've ever set up an aux channel, you've done that before. We press the model key. We page to the mixer screen. We choose an aux channel. Doesn't matter which aux channel, although if you're using Express LRS, it can't be channel 5 because channel 5 has to be arming. And so we'll choose channel 6. Doesn't really matter. The source, long click to bring up the menu. Go down to gvars. The source is going to be G1. Is that going to work? I don't think that's going to work, but let's find out. Maybe it'll work. That's too simple. I think it's going to screw up. So we'll go to the channels monitor page. We're looking at channel 6. It's doing something. 2, 4, 7, 9, minus 9, minus 7, minus 4, minus 2. It's almost like it's 2, 4, 7, 9. It's almost like the value isn't right. The problem is just that the global variable is not moving widely enough. It's going from minus 100 to 100, and for whatever reason, when that gets mapped to a channel value, it's kind of just barely moving. So we just need it to be bigger. Okay, now let's just see what value gets us. Plus equals 25. I don't know, man. We're in uncharted territory here. And then that's going to be we need to change LO1 to be, how far can we go? 1024 is the max. Okay, fine. That's all working. And how is that translating to the channel? Channel 6. Oh, there we go. That was what it needed. For some reason, it needed to be 10x'd. I'm not really sure why, but there you go. I could guess, but I'm not going to. So now we have the channel correctly moving from minus 97, 73, 48, 24, 0, 24, 48, 73, 97, and rolls back through. So channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How am I off by 1? Crap. I'm off by 1. Because there's a 0. Crap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 200 divided by 7 is 28.5. Okay, 285. We got to reshuffle this. Got to make it increment by 285 instead of 250 because we go 0 through 7, not 0 through 8. That's one too many. No problem. We're going to adjust G1 by 285, and that actually should do it. Let's double check here. Okay, here we go. Channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. It rolled over. Crap. Do Does it need to be 285 because at 286 pushed it over the line? Yeah, I should have rounded down. It's rolling over too soon. I incremented by too much. Okay, no problem. Here is, okay, instead of 286, we're going to add 285. And now, if we look at the telemetry, okay, hang on. Okay, here's channel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back to 1. Yes, that's the correct behavior. And now if we look at the aux channel, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and back to 1. That's the desired behavior. We've got the aux channel moving as it should be. Fantastic. What next? Next we have to set up the flight controller. And we should say that in order for this to work, you need a flight controller that has smart audio or tramp telemetry enabled. It's also not going to work with a digital video transmitter like Walksnail or DJI. They do all their channel management in the goggles, but it will work with HD0 or analog, which both allow the flight controller to control the channel. It's going to work best if you have an Express LRS receiver, because Express LRS supports the function that also lets the goggles follow along with you, but that's not absolutely mandatory. You could change the channel manually. In Betaflight, we're going to go in, and first of all, let's just check that this frickin' thing is working. Do we actually have a connection? All right, great. We have a connection in our receiver, and we'll just double check, but it should be the same. If I press the button, we should be able to watch aux2 go up and down. Perfect. And what I'm going to want to do is write down these numbers for the channel values. So it's going to go 1000, 1141, 1283, 1425, 1556, 1716, 1858, 2000. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 channels. Great. I'm going to need those numbers. We're going to go to the CLI tab because we're going to have to do this in the CLI. And what we're going to mess with is the VTX command. Okay, the VTX command lets me change the video transmitter band and channel based on the value of an aux channel. And each of these parameters represents one thing that's going to change. Now, I've got a full description of how the VTX command works in another video linked down below. I'm going to walk you through the steps here of what you need to do to make this work, though. The way it works is I'm going to type VTX and then a number, and that number is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
城，因为黑心乱排。啊，我刚才问他说怎么去香积城，他说香积城11点开，但其实现在也快11点了。
现在10:48。
然后文昌豆浆，
文昌豆浆11点半关。
对啊，你怎么排行程的？
不行，总共
你是 P 人对不对？你是 P 人，
我好凶哦！
你是不是 P 人？
我不是啊，
你不是 P 人？
不是。
那你这个行程是怎么拉的？
我是觉得来得及啊。
在场是只有我一个 P 人吗？
啊，你是什么东西？
啊？
什么 P？
我是章鱼 P。
聊不下去了。
它是全台湾最后一间香积城。
等一下，我刚才你问我香积城的时候，我说是卖烤鸡，你说不是，是炸鸡，明明就是烤鸡没错。
是烤鸡耶。
对啊，你看手扒烤鸡的创始店。
对。
好了，对不起啊。
好像是烤鸡。
啊，有开啦，有开啦。
哦，哇，好复古哎，好像传统的丹丹哦。
有，饿了，有那个感觉了。
有感觉，真的有感觉了，而且里面的桌子是那种大花岗岩的。
嘉瑞要玩吗？
我想要打地鼠。
可以吗？可以打地鼠吗？
我们比赛。
好，来。
好。
来，那你先。
突然间兴致都来了。
因为一大早，然后冷冷的，有点醒不过来。来哦。还可以用手哦。
他有些会起来一下下，他真的是，你看，他起来那一下下，哦，他想要骗你。
恭喜55分。
为什么还有？
第二 round 是不是？好，进入到第二 round 哎。对啊，
它跟篮球机一样哎。
最后有一个加权分哦。没了吧？哇，好像蛮厉害的。
我破最高分。
哇，
好快乐。
好。
很快速哦。他刚根本没有打这个，他刚根本打在中间呢，到底在干嘛？
对啊。
有吗？你有到吗？有第二个吗？
应该有啦。你刚才有说我是谁？
对。
我怎么觉得我都有达到？
有吗？来了哦。啊！你没有第二 round， 哇！你失败了！
怎么会？
你是
我觉得我该，我总觉得我该。好，那我们来试香积城喽。我们应该是第一组客人。我们点个烤鸡的怎么样？
好啊。
那我们点一个这个全家餐好了。
这个连广告都感觉是很久之前。
哇，这个扛棒真的是很像在以前的电影才会看到。
我的少女时代里面会出现的。
很适合拍 MV 耶，复古 MV。
这已经是最后一间了。
对啊，而且你看，它的桌子都是花岗岩做的。
对啊。
那里有个蹦恰恰哎。
而且那个是还没有破产前的蹦恰恰。
你像吗？
不像，有溜滑梯啊，这是溜滑梯吗？
是吗？
是哎，这小我们可以做吗？
他说要大人陪，然后好了，我陪你啦，我陪你。
哇哦，溜滑梯耶！哇哦！
它这个溜滑梯很陡
哎，
超级陡的。
哦。好 ，OK。
敢不敢做的时候把脚抬起来？
你试试看呢。它放开哦，你脚放开哦，你看那边有个屁股印有没有？
我会不会屁股就卡在这中间啊？我会屁股很大。
很陡哎。
哎呦。
哎，小心哦。
我给你最后的疼爱是脚张开。
什么？
上啊！
我好紧张。
快点啊，上啊！
等一下。
该会不会破蛋呢？
来，1、2、3。
哦。
不行。
它这个陡，它是45度哎，超陡的哎。难怪需要大人陪跑。
它是全世界最陡的溜滑梯。
超陡的哎。哇，哎，很丰盛哎，把帽子先把帽子收起来一下。哇，你看，
哎，好
有，来看一下。
哇，很有那种 像小时候想象中的套餐。
长得蛮小只，蛮可爱的。
哎，比我想象中的。
而且它的薯条好像是
地瓜，它感觉是地瓜。
地瓜薯条哎。我来扒鸡给大家哈，我最喜欢来扒鸡了。
扒鸡是你的兴趣就对了。
喜欢分解食物，去喝可乐。我可乐没有想说就是小小那种。你看哦，它那个小热狗、小香肠，它口感很特别，它不像小香肠，它比较像热狗，然后是很 Q 的热狗，
小肉豆，
小肉豆，很像小肉豆感觉。香猪肠对啊，超 Q 的。
哦，
对，
会蛮扎实的。
看一下里面长怎么样？
不过还。
Puts right side up. So right above. Now that we're finishing up the whizzing around indoor flight, we're going to move into a slow cruising flight outdoors. And I want to send a thank you out to License to Drive. He pointed out in my last video, the iFlight video with HD footage, that something seemed off with the footage. And sure enough, there was. It didn't compare anything to my source. I did that quad an injustice by not having my rendering and file project settings all set up properly. So I did a host of testing on what I needed to change. And I will say that even in the footage you're going to see in this video, it's not as good as my source, but I'm unsure what is left that I could change to help that. You'll notice a little bit of jello. Unfortunately, my weather, I spent the first week of having the squad beating this thing up in the house and flying it around and having a good time to the point where I've only got 4 props left that will even fly anymore. They'll stay on the hubs or they have all their blades. The props tend to loosen up as you bang because the flexible frame does bang into the props, and then it shifts the hub around on the motor shaft, kind of reaming themselves out, and then next thing you know, it won't stay on anymore. I couldn't tell you how many times I would start to take off after a crash, and I would hear a ping, ding, 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 ding across the floor, and I'd lost another prop, and it just wouldn't stay on anymore. And speaking of props, if you're thinking about flying the old red props from the Mobula 7 and possibly others, these are drilled through because the motor stem is a bit longer. So even though you'll be able to get them on, you won't be able to get them on all the way without drilling them out. There is a bit of a variable to that, but we'll talk more about that at the desk. Something else you may notice on the right-hand side of the footage in the top left and bottom right corners, there's a bit of a line aberration. I think I've damaged the camera a little bit, and I think it's a cable, and I'll also show you that at the desk. I went back and compared some of my earlier flights, and that was not there. If you go back and watch the flight footage of the full flight inside where I'm whizzing around, you'll notice that it's there, but it's not as predominant as this. So I think over time and crashes, I've damaged that cable. It looks to me like it's pulled one wire out a little bit. Maybe it's completely disconnected, but the camera still works. In this flight, I am using a Raceday Quads 2S 525 milliamp battery, and it handles it just fine. I don't think you'd want to use that battery if you're wanting to do acro flights in close proximity, or if you're not very comfortable flying maybe earlier on. I would suggest a lighter battery, because a lighter battery is going to help you maneuver to avoid those big crashes, and carrying the extra weight of a bigger battery is also going to increase the probability that you may have more substantial damage when you do crash. You know, when you have mass moving, the more mass you have, when it stops suddenly, the more possible damage that you have. And overall, even with my beat up props and a canopy that's not very snug anymore, it's kind of been reamed out around the screws, I thought the jello wasn't very bad, but maybe I'm being too forgiving. You should take a close look at that yourself. I'm not going to be the judge of that because, as you guys know, around the channel for a long time, I don't feel I'm really discerning about that. But I also want to talk for a minute about Nathan Loops. He is a team pilot for Happy Model. And he has got some amazing flight footage of flying some really cool places. He does all the things I don't do. He flies in cool spots, he changes spots a lot, and he does all those cool acrobatic moves. And I'm going to link his channel down below. I highly recommend you check out his channel to really see the full capabilities of what this machine is like in the air. Because he has skills that I don't have, and I would suggest that you look into it. Next up as we finish is going to be 3 minutes and 40 seconds of dives. So this was one of my primary focuses in when I was tuning. I was trying to figure out how we could solve that prop wash. And if you've got a trash can frame, you might want to try going props in the traditional way where the high side of the props rotate in towards the front and in towards the rear, because I found that that combination and the PIDs that I used, that I didn't have any prop wash, and that's why I've included so many dives. We might go blind watching all these dives. I did a whole bunch of dives. I did dives that were ugly, dives that were just poor pilot skill. I did crash a few times, as you've already seen one, but we'll see a couple more. There's a couple of them that I would call, well, Flight Test actually called them butt bombs, where you come in and you pull up so hard, it's almost as though you're going straight down and your tail hits. I think that was quite a while ago when they said that on Flight Test's channel or in a video, and it stuck in my mind for whatever reason. And you'll see a few times where I daringly pull out of that brush that I'm flying towards each and every time. I think it's fairly entertaining. That's why I've included so much. And it's a proof of concept, because I know that, you know, when you're doing videos like this, the proof is in the pudding. If I do 2 or 3 dives and say, hey, no washout, then it's not all that believable. But I don't know how many I'm showing you here, but I've cut out a good majority of the bits between the dives. But from time to time, I do leave the turn as I go back into the next approach for a dive, and I do that so that you know that I'm trying to show you as much as I can, but I'm also trying to keep it brief. If I were to show you all the full flights, we would have quite a bit of footage to watch. I should also mention that that inside flight was not on a GNB battery, that was on a Hobby King battery, and we'll talk more about those Hobby King Nanotechs when we get back to the desk. I don't want to recommend those, but I do want to disclose that I was using those in the inside flight. So if you're listening closely to the audio, not my voice, you may hear prop wash, but not wash out. If you're not familiar, for whatever reason, of washout or yaw washout, it's where the machine will suddenly pitch up and it will spin, usually to the right, in my experience, and it will spin suddenly, and you have no control over that. At no point in time during any of these dives that I feel I wasn't in control. At the very least, control up to the point where I am flying very well. You know, I got pretty sloppy a number of times, and it was windy. There was a bit of wind too, so that was another factor I was really wanting to test was what happens if we have some wind. Now, I'd like to tell you that there's no washout whatsoever, but I can't because the fact of the matter is, as soon as these things get in the wild and we fly in a bunch of different locations with a bunch of different pilots, wind direction, battery size, all these different variables that come out when more people have the chance to fly one, that somebody might find that there is a washout in a particular scenario. But I do think that all this flight footage does help you at least have some peace of mind in that you shouldn't suffer a washout very often if you do suffer from it at all. I am testing various batteries in these dives, everything from those Hobby King Nanotechs to the G&B 300s, the Race Day Quad 300s. I also threw the G&B 3S 300 milliamp batteries. Those are pretty new. And I also went with the 525 a few times. Early in this dive section, you saw that one where I just dove straight into the ground. I believe that was a 525, and the old pilot didn't pull out nearly in time. That was something else I wanted to be thorough about, was testing these. But I'll put the PIDs that I used on screen. You may find the PIDs that come stock on this are slightly different. Nathan Loops, as I've mentioned before, he's the team pilot, and he also had a tune, and our numbers were actually fairly same, so fairly close. So I would give myself a pat on the back for coming out with some fairly decent PIDs. But as you can see on my props, they're now rotating in. It came stock, rotating in towards the sides. So the high side of the prop should lead the way. As you can see, this is the high side. It would rotate in here, and then rotate in towards the tail. My canopy moves around a little bit. Again, all these crashes, if I get the camera to focus and the angle just right, you'll probably see.
Have to go into Betaflight to see what version it's running and set stuff up. We need to check out the ExpressRS receiver, put my bind phrase in, make sure it's running, you know, at least version 3, which is what I tend to run now. But yeah, let's get to close up, see what else you get in the box, and see how it all goes together. Okay, well, here's the box, and this is how it came. And in here we have some spare props, some screws, a screwdriver, little bits of pad to replace bits and pieces coming off, I guess. The actual quad itself, we'll just come back to that in a second. We've got this USB lead. You'll notice one of the ends is a bit peculiar. This is so you can connect the walk snail stuff up to USB, so that way you can get footage of it, you can put firmware back onto it, that sort of thing. Then you've got this, which looks like it's going to be for connecting a Betaflight. So you've got a little USB micro going to a USB-C on weird right angles. I have to have a look where the actual USB adapter is. You've got a spare canopy. I think this is pretty much exactly the same as what's on it right now, I guess, in case you break it. Get two of these identical TPU, and these are for putting batteries on underneath. You've got those two screws there, that would go in there, and then your 2S battery would slide in there. I don't know if I've got many 2S batteries, A, that dimension, and B, with an XT30. That's going to be an interesting thing. Got this small cable tie. I guess we could get that ERS antenna a bit better in there. And you've got some stickers. What you generally don't get with Happy Model, I notice, is much in the way of documentation. Certainly nothing in the box, and there's not all that much on the website. So you kind of got to figure things out as it is. So if we just try and get in a little bit closer here, you can see this top board here, and this is the actual walk snail board. This is an Avatar Mini 1S, and it runs on 5 volts. It's got a 350 milliwatt VTX on board, which is interesting. It's very interesting to see if the goggles know that, because at the moment they go from 25 up to 1200. I'd expect this goes like maybe 25, 200, 350, something like that, but we'll have to see if they talk back or forth. Over here, if you have a look at that white bit there, this is where you'd plug this guy in, so you can connect it to USB. As I said, 8 gig of storage, and obviously the first thing I'll be doing is putting the latest firmware on it. But as you're going across, of course, you can record your footage to there. It doesn't do anything like Gyroflow, but it just records your HD footage without, any digital artifacts or and a high resolution as well. Quite hidden away and hard to see there, but that's the button that we'd use for binding to the goggles and telling it that we've got new firmware to upgrade. And there is the little USB port for the Betaflight control. Be interested to see what version this is on. You need 4.4 to get the nice big display in the OSD, else it's a little bit more compressed. The ELRS receiver is difficult to see. It's in between the boards, just sort of crushed in there, and here's the full-size antenna coming out, so it should get a decent range. It's fairly light. I haven't weighed it yet. I will do later and check it with the battery, see what it's like. But yeah, first thing I'll do is get this sorted out. As I said, I'll update the WalkSnail firmware. I'll check ELRS and update that with my passphrase, and then we'll put it on Betaflight and see what it's set to at the moment, see what we need to do before we can take it out for a flight. And I need to see if I've got batteries that fit that, or I have to come up with some other method of doing things. Anyway, let's get it configured.
So here's the WalkSnail board plugged into USB, and there was no indication of what firmware it was, so I just updated the latest version. That was fine. The ELRS was on version 3.01, so I updated my passphrase to it. It was a little bit flaky, the Wi-Fi. It didn't seem to want to connect very well. And while I was doing all of this, I had to run I've got this little 12-volt fan, because that board will overheat if you don't. So let's get on to Betaflight. Okay, we've got this thing hooked up to Betaflight, so let's go through it quickly. Apologies if you can hear a fan. This is to cool down the VTX while I've just got it sat there and plugged in. So, ports-wise, we've got Serial RX, and presumably UART1's acting as the HD display. You notice this is running 431, so we don't have access to that larger screen area for WalkSnail that we would on 4.4, but I'm going to run it as is for now. Configuration looks pretty basic. There's some stuff I'm going to turn off here. I don't like air mode on all the time, that sort of thing. File save, yeah, drop. Pitch tuning hasn't been messed with. It's interesting, look at the quad spin around there. We go to receiver, and let me move my throttle stick. Look, that's the pitch stick. This is probably the channel map. We've got TAER. I'm normally AETR. Let's try that. So, throttle, roll, pitch, yaw. That's better. That's looking good, isn't it? So that's that bit. Mode-wise, we've set up arming and angle and flip, so there's some stuff to do there. And the only other interesting one, let's check this out, D-Shot 600 and D-Shot 300 rather in reverse, and it's got bi-directional D-Shot, which is nice. The OSD, ooh, interesting, we're running that. Okay, some bits and bobs to